Most guys just push harder, more caffeine, eat less, try to outwork it. But willpower isn't the problem. Support is. That's why I like M-Drive Boost and Burn. It's built specifically for men over 40. Steady energy and metabolism support without extremes. No hype, just real support for real life. M-Drive Boost and Burn is now the #1 men's health supplement at Sprouts, and Sprouts is one of the strictest specialty retailers in the country. If you're over 40, don't ignore it. Go to mdriveformen.com and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first purchase. That's GAMBO at mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks found their first win of the season in the home opener last night, 9-6 against the Detroit Tigers. And Michael Soroka was immaculate. 5 innings, 10 Ks, 0 earned runs, and yes, an immaculate inning in the 5th. Corbin Carroll got both his first home run of the year, and we saw the wheels turning for the first triple of the season, and the Snakes are right back at it tonight at 6:40 over on ESPN 620. The Phoenix Suns used a 40-16 fourth quarter to pull away from the Grizzlies last night in their 131-105 win. Devin Booker had an efficient 36 points on 16 of 24 shooting, and Colin Gillespie a rare double-double for him in the win. And the Suns are on a back-to-back tonight in Orlando and should have Dylan Brooks in the lineup ready to return from his broken hand. Suns and Magic will tip at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley. When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. How is everybody doing today? Coming off a good night in Valley sports. A victory for the Diamondbacks. Never a doubt. A victory for the Phoenix Suns.
Never a doubt.
And the Butter Boys are 3-0.
What?
My men's league team.
Oh, yeah. Great moment in Valley
Yeah,
Sports.
right. Great moment in Valley Sports. The Butter Boys. Okay.
Fastest start we've ever had.
You want to give your stat line?
Yeah, you want to
Guys,
Are you still filling it up, Sammy?
It was a flow state type of night. I hit 9 threes last night.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Poured in 31.
Oh,
It was
okay.
the most points I've scored in, since freshman year of high school.
Very nice. Yeah, well, you know my rule. You score more than 30 points in a game, you are a player.
Oh, unbelievable. Wow. At any level, right? That's your
At
rule.
any level.
Yeah.
You pass the Bickley threshold.
Oh,
that's well done, Sammy.
Now, why are you the smooth? You're smooth like that.
Yes. I had like 38 with.
They're very humble too, as you can tell.
I can tell. Yeah. Hey.
Hey, well, to be fair, they all listen to the show.
Oh, no, listen.
Why didn't you throw that into the What's Trending Now to start the show?
That's right.
I get a text.
Boy, oh boy. What's the competition like in this league?
It's actually not that bad. This is by far and away our best year. We've struggled the last couple years, and the comp's normally pretty good.
And where do you guys play out of?
We play at Saguaro High.
Okay.
Every Monday, Wednesday.
Interesting.
And this is an under 6 foot league?
No, it is not. Believe me.
So the other thing that I didn't know about, speaking of players, I probably have heard this but never put it all together. Aside from having one of the filthiest knuckleballs in Major League history, Tom Candiotti has multiple 300 games in bowling.
Oh yeah.
And holes in one.
He's one of those guys that's good at everything.
And extremely interesting. He also has like a world famous card collection, right?
Yeah.
Like baseball card collection?
I remember hearing about Candiotti's bowling prowess, and it might have been like on the back of a baseball card. Remember they had those facts?
Oh, of course.
I remember that when he was playing. He was just one of those guys.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Just one of those guys, he's going to kick your ass in anything, no matter what you do.
Sammy, in baseball cards in the old days, they only used to keep track of like 4 stats. They didn't have all the advanced ones. So they had to fill up the back somehow. So they would put like fun, goofy facts about each player.
You want another goofy fact about Tom Candiotti?
Yeah, please.
I think it's a cool fact.
Please.
He played knuckleballer Hoyt Wilhelm in the movie 61, the movie that Billy Crystal made about this 1961.
About Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this guy is...
And a good movie. He's like a Renaissance man.
That's crazy. Yeah. That's really, really crazy. Yeah, learn new things every day.
I've bowled 300 before in bowling. It took me 4 games to get there.
But still.
I literally, and it's such an anomaly, I hate to bring it up, but one time bowling, I literally began a game with 9 straight strikes.
Really?
Two of them were jokes, like the pocket just collapsed and they shouldn't have been. Must have been like very, I don't know, the lanes might not have been oiled. I completely choked in the
That's unbelievable.
And I'm not even
9
that good.
straight strikes.
And I'm not even that good. I'm not even that good. But it did happen.
So that must be like your career high by a lot.
By far.
So what'd you finish with, like 260 or something?
268, 270.
Wow.
It was crazy. Oh, yeah. And
was there buzz around the...
Well, the people I was bowling with, there was. Come on, Bickley, you can do it. And I got 1 pin in the 10th frame.
All we need is 1 pin, Bickley. Oh, man. Are you watching? Is anybody watching the Born to Bowl documentary on HBO?
No.
They're doing it like Hard Knock style, but it's all about the PBA tour.
Really?
I was actually watching a little bit of it yesterday. I kind of want to watch the whole thing.
And I'm sure...
Their lifestyle is crazy.
And I'm sure just like all those documentaries, they make it so you want to keep watching.
Well,
it's entertaining.
Even the guy, Liev Schreiber does the voiceover, just like the Hard Knocks. It's
The qualifying, because I've actually covered professional bowling tournaments way back in the day. The amount of games they bowl on a daily basis is mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. They're in a bowling alley all day long.
Oh, yeah.
All right. We got a fun show on tap today. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-backs getting the win column for the first time in 2026. They beat the Tigers 9-6 at Chase Field. Looked like it was going to be a rout as the D-backs led 8-0, powered by an RBI triple and a 3-run homer off the bat of Corbin Carroll. Michael Soroka, outstanding in his Arizona debut. He struck out 10 in 5 innings, became only the 4th pitcher in franchise history to record an immaculate inning. He did that in the 5th. Then the bullpen happened. Torey Lovullo needed 3 relievers to get through the 7th when the Tigers struck for 6 runs to make it a game. Ildemaro Vargas provided a little cushion in the bottom of the 7th with a solo blast, and then Taylor Clark and Paul Sewald restored order, recording the last 6 outs without incident to close out the win. Game 2 of that series tonight at Chase Field. Brandon Foote making his first start of the year against Detroit's Casey Mize. First pitch, 6:40. You can catch it on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. Pregame coverage rolls at 6. Pavin Smith on the injured list already with elbow inflammation. Diamondbacks recalled infielder Jose Fernandez from AAA Reno. MLB Pipeline has Fernandez rated as the Diamondbacks' number 27 prospect, and he created a little bit of buzz during spring training. Suns started their 4-game road trip in Memphis, 131-106 win over a summer league team in Grizzlies uniforms. The game was much closer than the score would indicate. The Suns actually trailed late in the 3rd quarter, but then outscored Memphis 40-16 in the 4th. Without Devin Booker or Jalen Green playing a minute of the final 12.
How did that happen? I wonder.
Hey, Devin Booker had 36. Green had 21. Colin Gillespie shook off a nightmare shooting stretch to finish with 11 points and 10 assists. 42nd win of the year. That 4-game road trip continues tonight for the Suns in Orlando. And guess who's coming back? Forward Dylan Brooks making his return after missing 18 games with a broken hand suffered on February 21st, incidentally, against Orlando, the team they face tonight. Tip-off 4 o'clock. Pregame coverage rolls at 3 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports
So
app.
the afternoon guys have another short show.
Well, I mean,
I'm crying foul.
They do have to work a whole hour. There's that.
My goodness.
Elsewhere in the NBA, the Chicago Bulls waived guard Jaden Ivey for conduct detrimental to the team. They announced on Monday. Ivey's posted a series of videos on social media in recent weeks, including one calling out the NBA for celebrating Pride Month. The Bulls acquired Ivey from the Pistons in February when they decided, interestingly enough, to trade all their remaining good players for bad ones. I don't know. There was a video. I sent you the link last night because it was happening live, and then the link disappeared.
Yeah, I didn't.
Jaden Ivey was on a
fire
plane, and he was ranting about religion.
Steph Curry.
He needs.
He needs help.
He needs some help.
He needs help.
New Arizona State basketball coach Randy Bennett issued a statement on his health Monday saying, quote, "Last week when I arrived in Arizona, a health situation surfaced that I'm working through right now. I'm in good hands. We feel good about the plan. I am incredibly appreciative of the care I've received from the team at Mayo Clinic. Everything's under control, and I will be back at full strength very soon." Bennett's situation caused the cancellation of his introductory press conference last week, and it has yet to be rescheduled. Women's Final Four set for this upcoming weekend right here in downtown Phoenix. Texas demolished Michigan 77-41. They're headed back to the national semis for the second straight year. South Carolina smoked TCU 78-52. So it is the same exact Final Four as last year in Orlando, and all the number one seeds making their way to the Valley. Friday, it'll be South Carolina against UConn in the first game. And that might be the kind of the Michigan-Arizona game for the men. That might be the de facto national championship game.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
It's real odd to have teams arriving in Phoenix for the Final Four on a day when the other two games have yet to been played. That struck me as really, really odd.
Yeah. Texas and UCLA in the nightcap on Friday. Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur spoke Monday at the NFC Coaches Breakfast at the league meetings at the Biltmore. Said the team's always looking to improve all the position groups on the roster, but he likes the fits of both Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew in his offense. LaFleur also hinted that he expects his Cardinals to have a joint practice with the Green Bay Packers in training camp later this summer, but the plan has also not been finalized. And the league announced that Las Vegas will be the host city for Super Bowl 63 in Las Vegas in 2029, and that they've partnered with Tomorrow Sports to develop and operate a professional flag football league for men and women. Remember, we told you, it's coming. Brace yourself. We are going to be force-fed flag football in this country, whether you like it.
You are so right about that.
Or you do not.
You are so right about that.
There you go. There is your splash for this Tuesday morning. Coming up, the Suns sleptwalked through 3 quarters in Memphis, but pulled off a much-needed win in the end. We'll get into it straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. That is a high fly ball out to deep right field. Carpenter going back. He is at the track. He is out of room. It is gone. Halfway home to the cycle for Corbin Carroll. It's his first of the year, and it's 5-0 Diamondbacks to the bottom of the second.
D-backs Tigers. Game 2 live from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and there's nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of all that joint pain you may be dealing with, especially heading into vacation season. And if you've got joint pain in your knees, your hips, your shoulders, or your back, if you're missing work or activities you once loved, if you do not want surgery or a long recovery, or if you're relying on medications just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every single day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results. What they do is they empower your body to repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you're hurting, and the results are remarkable. 92% patient satisfaction rate across the country, nationwide at QC Kinetics, which is staggering. And today can be the day you finally turn the corner and get real relief. It could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office. Your consultation is free. Call them today with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax free edition only, roughly 37% of filings qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. Now this is tax.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Is there a tougher gig than being a roof in Arizona, right? Paul Calvisi, the big heat, monsoon storms. No one knows that better. No one does it better than America Roofing. For real, America Roofing just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. It's the very roof over our heads. Don't mess with the rest. You want the best. America Roofing. A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Repair, replace, home or business, AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. No rest tonight for the Phoenix Suns. They're back to work against the Orlando Magic. We'll look ahead and react to last night's game against Memphis on today's Burns and Gambo Show. 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Royce O'Neal will do the inbounding under the basket to our right. He's going to throw all the way into the forecourt. Oso makes the catch, gives to Booker for a deep three at the horn, and he banked it home.
Wow,
what a play.
That was the end of the third quarter. We'll get into it, but first, a good morning, a shout-out and a thank you to our audience in El Mirage. We appreciate you listening and watching Bickley and Murata Mornings in El Mirage today. Yeah, Devin Booker banking in a three-pointer at the end of the third quarter to give the Suns a 91-89 lead. They were trailing before that shot.
Yeah.
Jordan Ott calls a timeout with a couple seconds left, draws up a really good play. They execute it. And then the fourth quarter happens after three really, really lackluster quarters on the defensive end by the Suns, where there was just not a whole lot going on. Shades of the Chicago game where the dribble penetration was killing the Suns' defense. Mm-hmm. But then the bench unit starts the fourth quarter and finishes the fourth quarter. They didn't need to rely on Devin Booker and Jalen Green to put the game away against a that was a who's who of Memphis Grizzlies right there. As in, who's that, and who's that. It was a very, very weird basketball game.
Listen,
but that's been par for the course this year for this team.
Well, listen, the Grizzlies are a team that is in the tank, and when that fourth quarter arrived, they said, okay, you know what? That's enough competition for the night.
Yeah.
They were outscored 40-16 in the fourth quarter. They took their good players out of the game.
They said, we gave the paying fan
their
money's worth.
Yeah, by the way, how about
Dude,
all the empty seats on camera last night? Holy moly.
That is such a depressing atmosphere to play in. That's got to, them and maybe New Orleans have got to be just the worst.
It's one thing if all your fans in the lower bowl are getting free chicken tenders and free beers at some club underneath the arena. It's another thing when there's nobody in the building.
No, but it's cool in Memphis when you go to the club, they actually hand you a uniform and you get to play part of the fourth quarter.
Well, that's what it looked like in the fourth quarter. Yeah, but again, I did think it was quite a flex from Jordan Knott to call that timeout with 2 seconds left in the quarter and then draw up that play and then for Book to bank it in. I'm sure that wasn't on the whiteboard, but hey, it worked.
Yep.
And then they came out, scored a couple of buckets, and the Grizzlies, they literally said, okay, we're done for the night.
Yep.
It was just bizarre.
It was
just bizarre.
It was a very weird game. Here was Devin Booker on what changed in the fourth with the bench unit in.
They just took the defense to another level. I'm gonna keep saying it. That's what it's gonna come down to. Can we guard and do it earlier in the game? But you see when we turn up on the defense end, we get easy opportunities offensively. So that has to be our MO.
And I don't know about you, Bick, but the first 3 quarters not only were weird, they were highly frustrating. And again, I referenced the Chicago game. If you want to look at the Milwaukee game, I didn't think the Suns at all this year would become a team that would become frustrating to watch because their effort has been so high all the time. And they played really well offensively in the first 3 quarters, but the defense was just driving you nuts. There was no reason for the Grizzlies to be hanging around that game and making it interesting. And I really thought, when the fourth quarter started, if the Suns didn't pull away in the first 4 or 5 minutes, they were going to lose that game. They did exactly that, and it was fueled by that Booker 3. And then, you want to talk about strange, Colin Gillespie was on a string of 24 missed shots in a row.
That's unbelievable.
24 in a row.
Yeah,
He's a tremendous shooter.
Yeah, that's
and then he gets
crazy.
1 to go, and he makes his last 4.
Yeah.
And he was very instrumental in putting that game away, too, with that 40-16 fourth quarter. Look, a win is a win. Devin Booker was very efficient while he was out there offensively. He had 36 points on the night. Here was Jordan Ott on Booker's performance.
It was early. It started early, and they only played 26 minutes to get 36 points, no free throws. Thought he did a great job of just mixing it all in. It was rim, deep in the paint, 3-point line, and then obviously the mid-range. He had all of it going, and he just kept attacking, which is super helpful. And he does such a good job of reading defenses. When it did collapse, he was able to spray them out for high-quality shots.
Yeah, and Jalen Green had off to a good start in the first half as well. He had 21 points, 19 in the first half. That's another thing that dawned on me, too. Does it seem like 90% of Jalen Green's points come in the first half of games? I got to do the breakdown or look at the splits, but it seems like he just comes out of the gates blazing hot, and as the game goes on, something happened. And he didn't play in the fourth quarter. I get it. But 2 points in the third quarter for Jalen Green.
Yeah.
The stretch when he's on the floor and Book's not, it feels like it's just a playground for him to go score as many points as he can. And it passes the eye test, too, because he does shoot a lot when Book's not out there, and he's kind of running that quote-unquote second unit. But to your point, it feels like Jalen Green is one of the more erratic scorers we have, not only on the Suns, but in the NBA.
I would agree.
And to your point, there are so many times in these second halves of games where he just disappears, it seems like. I don't know if that's something the Suns will want to fix, but...
Well, it might not get fixed until next year when he gets fully comfortable, but...
I just have a really, really hard time drawing anything substantial out of these games against teams that aren't even trying. That's where I'm at these last couple of games. I don't even know what to make of them.
Other than, hey, they got to win.
I was going to say, at least they're winning.
Right, I agree with that. And they've been very, very good. They've been among the league's best at beating inferior teams, and there's a lot of the level of tanking right now in the NBA is unlike anything we have ever seen.
Yeah.
It's
brutal.
Unlike anything we have ever seen.
And that was,
and it started way earlier this year, too, it felt like, than in most years.
It did, because I think in really, certainly in the West, but in both conferences, the pecking order for the top 10 has basically been defined for most of the season. And, yeah, you're seeing these teams line up. And what Memphis is doing, and look, we didn't even get into Adam Silver's proposals last week, which were met with...
Still trying to figure them out.
They're very complicated, his proposals to stop tanking. You can't do it. There's no possible way to do it. I was listening to NBA Sirius XM NBA radio, and Rob Perez was talking about it. And he said there's no way to do it as long as there's continues to be pick protections on trades. When you can protect a pick, certain ranges, it becomes too convoluted, it becomes too confusing. And as long as those protections exist, tanking will exist. And really, I mean, there is a way to... You should have a committee. Adam Silver should have a committee that goes over a team's case. They review the case. If they rule that you're tanking... You get fined $50 million. Guess what? That'll curb tanking.
I think the only real way to do it is to get rid of the draft.
Well, that might be it.
That's
Unrealistic.
unrealistic.
Just
but
cut
that's
out the cancer completely at the root.
Listen, all those proposals and all that gobbledygook, all that stuff that came out of the NBA office, there wasn't a single word about fewer regular season games. Not a single word.
Yep.
And that's the only other viable solution. Yeah, ain't ever happening.
I saw a great...
Crazy.
I forget who it was now. Somebody proposes, okay, we're never going to do less games because of the ticket prices getting. What if we changed it to 40-minute games?
Oh, it was Mark Cuban.
Oh, Mark Cuban? Was it?
Yes, it was.
So, yes, it was. You're right. So 40-minute games. So it creates less playing time for the players, and over the course of a season, it would be like they're playing 15 less games.
But it wouldn't be. At this point, it's so far, the toothpaste is so far out of the tube, there's no way to reel that back in. You could go to 60 games of 40-minute basketball, and load management and injury management return would still exist. It's too far gone.
Meanwhile, the NFL owners' meetings are wrapping up, and they're talking about expanding to 18 games. The NFL is playing with fire here.
They are.
They really, really are. I don't know. Do you as a football fan, we can get into this later, but as a football fan, I don't even know if I want another regular season game.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know about that, man.
The uneasiness of having an odd number for regular season.
Okay, yeah, I get that.
And that's nothing more than psychological. But we can get into that.
All right.
Suns fans get to cold beers and cheeseburgers at Cactus Road and Tatum Boulevard today. From 4 to 6 p.m., enter the Ultra Suns fan giveaway. This is your shot for 4 tickets for Suns Rockets April 7th, plus an exclusive pregame on-court experience. Learn more on the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, last night the Suns had a slow start and a great finish. The Diamondbacks, on the other hand, did just the opposite. We'll get into the D-backs' first win of the year. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Stolen by Oso, ahead to Fleming in transition to the rim, and a big-time jam. Rasheer Fleming finishes.
A nice road win for the Suns as the playoffs draw near. More Arizona Sports reaction is yours on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
When you are struggling with private student loan debt, it is no fun. You feel awful, you feel stuck, you feel embarrassed. You might feel like you've run out of moves. I've heard from people in that situation. But for those people, they need to know there's a way forward. It is called Y Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata. And Y Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do. And they don't judge you in the process. They won't grill you with questions about why you didn't fix your situation sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, That's when Y-Refi shines the brightest. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. If this is your situation and you want to get out, give Y-Refi a call today at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. I'm here with JT Lee, the COO and co-founder of Moving Team 6. How you doing, JT?
Doing fantastic.
Tell me a little bit about Moving Team 6 and their involvement in the Pat Tillman Foundation.
Well, first off, just want to say that we're just blessed to be a part of it. Pat Tillman Foundation is incredible, but it's just not just about him. It's about our veterans that gave their sacrifice for our country.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, sounds like Liberty GMC's making big plays this month.
Yes, we are, Dave. Our Slam Dunk Savings event is in full swing. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $239 a month, or take advantage up to $6,000 off in total savings. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XLs are arriving daily, with lease options starting just as low as $799 a month. If you've been waiting for the right time, this is it.
Stop by Liberty GMC or make your best deal online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns started their road trip out on the right note with a 131-105 win from Memphis. D-Book had 36 points in just 26 minutes, and they'll now head to Orlando for their back-to-back tonight. And with some reinforcement, Dylan Brooks is set to make his return from his broken hand after missing the last 18 games. Tip-off from Orlando will be at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks notched their first win of the season last night, 9-6, in which they were up 8-0 at one point. Michael Soroka dazzled in his Diamondback debut. 5 innings, 10 punch-outs, and 0 earned runs in the win tonight. Brandon Pfaadt will make his first start of the season at 6:40, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620. And the women's Final Four is set for Phoenix, Texas, South Carolina, UCLA, and UConn will all play Friday for spots in the national championship. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
1-1. That is a high fly ball out to deep right field. Carpenter going back. He is at the track. He is out of room. It is gone. Halfway home to the cycle for Corbin Carroll. It's his first of the year, and it's 5-0 Diamondbacks to the bottom of the second. Is my math right? Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss! Oh, Canada! An immaculate inning for Michael Soroka here to finish out the top of the 5th inning. 10 strikeouts to boot.
Chris Garagiola, a couple of the highlights from the Diamondbacks' 9-6 win over the Tigers, their first win of 2026, and there were certainly a lot of highlights. We saw the home run from Corbin Carroll. We got to see his triples face.
Yeah, the triple face. Fantastic. Never lets you down.
It never does.
Never does.
It's one of my favorite things in baseball right now. Soroka was fantastic. Not only an immaculate inning, set a Diamondbacks record for most strikeouts by any pitcher making a debut for the Diamondbacks. And, oh, by the way, they've had Randy Johnson on their team. And then there was some of the not-so-good stuff.
The bullpen stuff.
The bullpen stuff in the 7th.
We'll get to that in a minute. Michael Soroka, it wouldn't have been on anybody's bingo card to have Erod and Michael Soroka as the two aces of the staff. 4 games into the season.
Through 4 games,
right?
That has been that's been the case.
Yeah.
Mike Soroka.
So that was
That'd be fun. It's about time when they get like a diamond in the rough like that. That'd be great if they found somebody here. I know. I know.
Look, I would love nothing more for him to be so good that they have a real tough decision to make. Okay, Merrill Kelly's back. What are we going to do here? You'd love for that to happen.
Yeah, Merrill Kelly, your new closer. I see where you're going.
Yeah, right.
He is right-handed. He'll fit right in.
Oh yeah.
But look, an immaculate inning is actually more rare than a no-hitter in Major League Baseball.
It's only happened 4 times in Diamondbacks history. I think they've had 3 no-hitters. So it's a close race, but it is a rarity.
Yeah.
For him to do it in a debut is amazing. Here was Soroka on the immaculate inning.
In pro ball was my first one ever. Yeah, it was pretty special. Obviously, I think I've talked to you guys about, not putting too much stock in results, but I think that's one that's worth celebrating. I think it's something I wasn't really aware of until the last pitch. And Gleyber is a good hitter. He's quite passive too, so I wanted to make sure it was something in zone. Yeah, just give myself a chance to get it done right there. So pretty cool. I tried to play it off, but started smiling off the field. So
were you thinking about it right before that last pitch?
Yeah, like I said, that last pitch crowd started to get loud, and I knew I struck out the 2 games prior, but I realized I don't think I'd been out of the zone that inning yet. So just gave it a good rip, and got the result we were looking for.
Are you aware of how rare immaculate innings are?
I am, yeah. I think I watched Chris Martin do it with the Braves in 2019, maybe. And yeah, seen all that. I actually think I've seen a couple, but it is extremely rare, and it's going to be something pretty cool for me.
I know that the terminology immaculate inning it's 9 pitches, 3 strikeouts. Is that better or worse than a 3-pitch inning? I've always wondered about this. Because I mean,
3-pitch inning is better.
3 times the amount. You're just getting outs. Obviously, it's more efficient. But
how often does that happen? Because if the first 2 hitters make it out on the first pitch, there's no way the third hitter is swinging at the first pitch.
Because if he does, he's getting benched.
He's getting benched. By the way, there have been 320. This is through September of last year. I don't think there were any more. 326 no-hitters in Major League Baseball. There have been 118 immaculate innings.
It's that much of a differential?
But I don't think they've been charting immaculate innings for that long.
Okay.
So
we don't know if Walter Johnson ever had one.
Yeah, so it's 326 to 118. I don't know when they began charting immaculate innings, but that is a wild discrepancy.
Let's see what the old Wikipedia machine says. Wow. It goes back to 1889.
It does?
Wow.
Yeah. John Clarkson, June 4th.
Wow.
For the Boston Bean Eaters.
If there was ever a team you should play on, Jared.
His third. It's Bean Night at the ballpark again. Welcome to Boston Bean Eaters baseball. They beat against the Philadelphia Quakers in the 3rd inning, facing Jim Fogarty, Sam Thompson, and Sid Farrar. The record keeping from an early historical standpoint for baseball, they did an amazing job.
Isn't it funny how old-timey the names of the team sound even? The Quakers versus the Bean Eaters.
And Dan,
the third immaculate inning on record, 1914, by Pat Reagan of the Brooklyn Dodgers. The first batter he faced in that inning, possum-witted.
Love
it. 208 three-pitch innings.
Really? They have records on that, too?
Yes. Wow.
So a three-pitch inning is actually even 50 twice as rare as an immaculate inning.
Randy Johnson had 2 in 2000 for the Snakes.
2 which?
2 three-pitch innings.
2 three-pitch innings.
Wow.
That's really poor offense. If you're that third hitter up in the inning, you have got to take some pitches.
Well, the 7th inning was not a 3-pitch inning for the Diamondbacks bullpen. Joe Ross, Ryan Thompson, Juan Murillo came in and got him out of the soup, if you will, but holy moly, was that hard to watch.
Yeah, it was.
Especially the Thompson part of it.
Well,
now, Ross got charged with all 6 runs in the inning. Ryan Thompson had a total meltdown.
Total meltdown. Got called for consecutive balks and then completely melted down.
Couldn't throw a strike. And I seriously thought that the lead was going to be completely squandered. And it almost was.
At that point, I don't know why you would think otherwise. They had the bases loaded and they had the lead down to 2.
Yeah, here's Torey Lovello on the bullpen innings that have popped up so far early this season.
We got to eliminate that one bad inning. It's happened a couple times to us in LA, and we're going to figure that out. And when we do, we're going to get on some really nice runs.
Were you a little concerned in that setup? A little concerned?
Yeah, man, I was thinking the same thing everybody was in the stadium, right? And I was just grateful that Juan Murillo came in there and dialed it up and got the job done. He got the soft contact with that ground ball, but. Yeah, we got to be better. I don't know what happened. We're in there topping it up right now, trying to figure it out, and we're going to coach up the guys that had a little bit of a grinding moment in that inning. That's what we do.
Yeah, through 4 games, the Diamondbacks pitching staff has allowed 4 innings of 4 runs or more by the opposition. Dodgers had 2 in the opener. They had another one in that series, and the Tigers, of course, their 6-run inning last night in the 7th. Not great.
It's very odd because it's not like the entire bullpen has bad games each game. It's like one guy comes in and can't get anybody out.
And that was my point yesterday, which is the thing that worries me about this team is you don't have the arms in that bullpen to get clean nights every night if you're going to use 4 different relief pitchers a night.
It's also like when a guy's struggling like that and you have a couple of lefties coming up, that you can't bring in a lefty to try to get you out of this jam. They had to keep him in.
You really want to boil it down. Soroka left the game with an 8-0 lead. They had to use 6 relievers last night.
Yeah, see.
To get through 4 innings.
Yeah.
That is the opposite of ideal. But a win is a win.
And they needed it badly.
They got that monkey off their back.
Yeah.
And they'll send Brandon Pfaadt to the mound tonight.
Pfaadt.
As that series continues against the Tigers out at Chase Field. Coming up next, what did Mike LaFleur have to say at yesterday's NFL meetings? We'll let you hear from the Cardinals head coach next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, you know, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Morata.
We had discussions, Monty and I'll keep it at that, you know. I'm not going to discuss what was discussed with, Kyler and that group, but definitely had discussions about everything. I mean, you name it, we were talking about it. Let's call it what it is, guys. I mean, the quarterback position is the most important position in all sports. We know that, you know, and so there was lengthy conversations in so many different aspects of it, and there will continue to be until we figure out, you know, exactly how we have the most perfect room possible. And we like where we're at right now, but like we said, there's a guy to add, we're going to add.
That's Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Cardinals, speaking at the NFL meetings at the Biltmore, the NFC Coaches Breakfast yesterday, asked if the Cardinals had discussions to bring back Kyler Murray. And a very political answer there. We had discussions about a lot of things. That didn't happen. I don't believe it happened because I believe that decision was made last October that they were moving on from Kyler Murray. And look, we went over all the permutations of it and the possibilities of it. Hey, maybe this new head coach, whoever it is going to stand on the table and pound on the table to have Kyler Murray back. Obviously, that didn't happen. He's wearing a different uniform, but that just continues with the Cardinals' organizational plan of really not saying much.
It just feels like the reality of the Cardinals is nowhere near what you would get from them through press availabilities.
Mm-hmm.
And the discussions about Kyler Murray in particular, there's just been, from what I can tell, very little transparency about it. And I get why it's a tricky, complex thing, pulling the plug on a franchise quarterback like that, but it doesn't take long to figure out why this fan base for the Cardinals is so angsty.
I mean, the Rams came out. Rams are one of the top teams in the league, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the top teams in the division. They came out, same breakfast. They talked very freely about they considered trading Devontae Adams.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't speaking in concepts. They were answering questions directly. We thought about trading our receiver who led the team in touchdown catches last year. We decided against it, that it wasn't right for the team.
Teo Mackey has pointed out that Monty Ossenford hasn't spoken since, well, it's been a while.
The combine.
The general managers generally meet with the media after the first wave of free agency. There's a marked difference between the way other football teams converse with their fans than this one. And it's nuts. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, I would assume now tomorrow's April 1st. That means we're in draft month, about 3 weeks away from the draft. Every year there's the pre-draft availability with the GM. I would assume that's still going to happen, but you never know.
But even if it does happen, you're going to get the same kind of answers you got from Mike LaFleur that you get from Michael Bidwill. It's just a lot of saying nothing.
Yeah.
So I hope Mike LaFleur knows what he's doing. That's really what I'm hoping for.
Do you think Kyler's going to talk? We're going to find out anything?
I think Kyler knows he won. I think Kyler wanted out, and he got out. And the minute the Cardinals told him, we'll release you, he put that in the public domain so they couldn't change their minds. Or I don't think he will say one bad word about the Arizona Cardinals. Although I think he would be very capable of doing so.
Yeah.
Just like the Cardinals would be very capable of saying a lot of things about Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I don't, but obviously.
And maybe that's why he won't say anything.
But we just talked about the Cardinal side of things. Kyler Murray doesn't come off as the vindictive type either. I don't think he's going to go full Patrick Peterson on his way out of town.
No. But again, Kyler Murray got what he wanted.
Oh, absolutely.
He got the contract he wanted when he wanted it, and he got out when he had enough.
Yeah, and
he got to the team.
And he got to the team he wanted to go.
A huge chunk of the money that was owed to him this year. And he's making a little extra on the side from the Minnesota Vikings.
So how about the NFL owners' meetings now? They're talking about replacement refs. What could possibly go wrong?
Well, this is out of fear. Well, the CBA expires in May with the Officials Association. They are putting all their ducks in a row to not have a similar situation that they had in 2012 where there wasn't enough time. They hired the replacement refs. Everybody still remembers the Hail Mary on the Monday night game between Green Bay and Seattle. It was a debacle with the replacement refs.
Mm-hmm.
So they're in the process now of hiring and quote-unquote training replacement refs. So if there's not any progress made on the CBA talks in September, they're not left with their pants down. It's not look, you could say what you want about the officiating, and you know my thoughts on officiating in most sports. The officials working in Major League Baseball, the NHL, the NFL, and the NBA are the best at their jobs in the world. Take that as you will. Any replacement level is going to be a major drop-off.
Oh, there's no doubt.
So they can train and train and train, but there's going to be a drop-off if it gets to that. That would be a terrible thing for the league to begin the year.
No doubt about it. And then the other issue is the 18th regular season football game. As we talked about briefly at the start of the show. By the way, at the start of the show, when I said Happy Wednesday to everybody.
Oh, I didn't even catch it.
It's not even Wednesday.
I know. None of us wanted to correct you because we were hoping you would manifest it somehow.
What's that old country song? It's Wednesday somewhere. No, yeah. I got that wrong.
Okay, the thing about the 18th regular season game, you can argue that, of course, we always want more football. I'm getting a distinct feeling that the NFL is creeping up to a tipping point in terms of the days of week when they're playing. They're opening on a Wednesday night this year. And when you get to 18 NFL regular season games, you are just increasing the odds that you are going to stage a postseason without your star players fully healthy. And then how long is it going to take for football teams to punt on individual games during the course of the seaon. I don't know. I think that they're tiptoeing towards very dangerous territory with this. And I get everything you say about 17 being an odd number and unwieldy. You've got an odd split between home and away games every year. I get that. Yeah. I get going to 18, but they're flirting with that scarcity. The scarcity of product is the one thing that the NFL has that nobody else has.
True, oversaturation is a thing, but
it's still scarce. 18 is still scarce.
Yep.
And when you blink, when football season starts and you blink and it's over, it's still
only
okay.
Yeah, it's still
beginning to end with playoffs. It's 5 months,
which is
less than all the other
shorter
sports.
Than all the other sports combined. Well, not combined, but you get what I'm saying.
That's how long the NBA playoffs are, for goodness sakes.
I mean, this has been. There's our first playoff complaint of the year.
Getting early.
This has been in motion for quite some time, obviously. And there wasn't much of a fight over 17, if I remember correctly, when they went from 16 to 17.
Mm-hmm.
And that was eventually going to get to 18. And with these expanded international efforts by Roger Goodell, it just makes sense. If they want to get to the point where there's so many international games and you can have every team play an international game, one of those of the 18 on the schedule, it just makes too much sense.
They're also going to sell it as, well, you're going to get one less preseason game.
Yeah.
We all hate the preseason, right? Wouldn't you rather have a real game? It's the same amount of games, so that's what they're going to sell.
Well, okay, that's a fair trade-off for me. But then they're going to introduce a second bye week, which probably comes in handy for these teams.
Need a second bye week. If
there will be a second bye week for sure.
Yes. But we've had periods in not so distant NFL history where there's been 2 bye weeks.
Mm-hmm. You know what's another step they're going to do? Is they're going to start televising these joint practices, I bet.
Yeah, they already do to a degree.
In lieu of, like, they're going to make a bigger deal about them in lieu of preseason games.
And by the way, on that international front, Kyle Shanahan was asked about opening. The 49ers are going to open their season on the first Thursday in Australia against the Rams, which is just ridiculous to me. He said, I don't see any pro to it. Not really a fan. And most of these people, coaches, players, executives, it is a pain in the butt for these organizations to get behind this international movement, and they all hold their tongue. So I give
that's a great point.
Kyle Shanahan credit. Because Australia is not your normal trip.
No, that's
not
a long
across
way
the
to
pond.
go.
It's a 17-hour flight.
That's a long way to go.
Yeah.
As somebody who did that flight once, it took me 2.5 days to overcome.
Your arms must have been tired.
New York to London is like shorter than New York to Seattle.
Yes.
So that's not like crazy. But there's no quick way to get to Australia.
No.
Nope.
No.
So those are a lot of the things being talked about at the NFL meetings.
And Roger Goodell is scheduled to talk today at the NFL meeting, so we'll see.
It'll be scintillating.
Any news that comes out of it. We'll be all over it, folks.
Yeah, hold on, let me shift my weight to the edge of my seat.
Even though I don't even know what day it is.
Sometimes it feels like a Wednesday. Tuesdays really feel like Wednesdays for whatever reason to me.
A lot of people say Mondays are the worst day. Tuesdays are far and away the worst day of the week.
Far and away.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Mondays, if you do morning, you wake up this early. Mondays, your body's in shock all day. Tuesdays when it hits you.
Monday's full of like, new week, okay, right? Let's go. And then Tuesday, it's
you're still
just
so young and optimistic.
Man, you hit a wall Tuesday.
Coming up next, the Suns have had a bunch of heroes this season, but for the last month, they've been missing a villain. And guess what? He's coming back. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and yep, I had LASIK over 25 years ago. Changed my life. But what has changed now is my vision. I'm getting older. My vision's still pretty good, but I do find myself squinting when trying to see something at distance, and I have had to put readers on from time to time. So I was wondering what was going on with my vision. I met with Dr. King at K2 Vision. He gave me a thorough exam. And like many people who've had LASIK in their younger years, I'm a prime candidate for a refractive lens exchange. It's a permanent solution that would ensure also that I'll never get a cataract. The doctors at K2 Vision gave me a lot of info on my vision with options on what to do without any pressure. The surgeons, the team of surgeons at K2 Vision has performed over 300,000 procedures. And I know from my personal experience that they will know what the best procedure for you is. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gamble for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Dagus. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. And when you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Baseball fans know a rally is one of the game's greatest moments. But in real life, some comebacks take more than determination. After a traumatic brain injury or stroke, the road back can feel long. That's where Barrow Neurological Institute steps in. With advanced neurorehabilitation, Barrow specialists help patients rebuild strength, regain independence, and return to the life they love. Barrow Neurological Institute, where your neurorehabilitation care matters. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks found their first win of the season in their home opener last night, 9-6 against the Tigers. And Michael Soroka was immaculate. 5 innings, 10 Ks, 0 earned runs, and yes, an immaculate inning in the 5th. Corbin Carroll got both his first home run of the year, and we saw the wheels turning for his first triple of the season. And the Snakes are right back at it tonight at 6:40 over on ESPN 620. The Phoenix Suns used a 40-16 fourth quarter to pull away from the Grizzlies last night in their 131-105 win. Devin Booker had an efficient 36 points on 16 of 24 shooting, and Colin Gillespie a rare double-double for him in the win. And the Suns are on a back-to-back tonight in Orlando and should have Dillon Brooks in the lineup ready to return from his broken hand. Suns Magic will tip at 4 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's Chevy Truck Month. Get supplier pricing for everyone on every Silverado 1500 just off I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us at 10 a.m. We'll be reacting to the D-backs home opener against the Tigers and what the Suns did in Memphis. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, I'm excited for him. I always say he's one of the hardest workers I've been around, so I know it kills him not to be on the floor, so we're looking forward to for tomorrow.
Devin Booker following the win over Memphis last night, talking about the return of Dillon Brooks, scheduled to happen tonight. Dwayne Rankin from AZ Central broke the news after the win last night that Brooks, who's missed the last 18 games with a broken hand, will be back for the Suns tonight, and it's coming at a good time.
Yeah, a very good time. It's going to give him time to kind of get back assimilated, and now maybe Jalen Green and Devin Booker and he can kind of get in lockstep in terms of how the offense is going to work with shot distribution and how it flows and who it flows through. Yeah, this is good. Welcome back, Dillon.
Yeah, and look, when Dillon Brooks went out, it was right after the All-Star break in the game against Orlando, played a few minutes, broke the hand. And you were just, even though they won that game on Jalen Green's last-second three-pointer, it was one of those gut punch days for the Suns.
Yeah.
And the chore for the Suns was, all right, your emotional leader is gone. What are you going to do? You need to tread water until he comes back. Tread water is exactly the definition of what they did. They went 9-9 in the games without Dillon Brooks. Not earth-shattering, not disastrous either, but there's still an outside chance, I suppose, at number 6. It doesn't look great because I think you're seeing the top 6 teams really get their stuff in order. This is about holding on to number 7 right now, and getting Dillon Brooks is going to be a huge part of the effort.
They are 3 games up on the Clippers with 7 games to play. So by my rudimentary math, if the Suns have the tiebreaker, and I believe they do based on division record,
because they split 4 games.
They split 4 games head-to-head with the Clippers. That would make their magic number 4, wouldn't it? Combination of wins and or Clippers losses? It would. It would be 4. And so you do that, you get 4 more wins or Clippers losses, you are now going to be the 7th seed in the play-in. Not necessarily the 7th seed in the playoff, but in the play-in.
Yes.
Which is very important, like you said. Yeah, you got 2 home games.
Also tonight.
2 Utah.
I know it's
2
not
of them.
Yeah. It's not a Suns thing, but the Blazers and Clippers play tonight.
Okay.
Something just to keep an eye on after the Suns game.
So a couple of other things. So Dillon Brooks he had quite an eventful time away from the basketball team.
He did.
There was the incident in Old Town that
kept himself in the news.
Kept himself in the news, and then there was the speeding ticket that came out afterwards. That was a very, very high jarring number. Certainly didn't hurt his popularity. If you saw his appearance at Arizona Mills Mall.
Yeah, he had a pop-up event.
Pop-up event, and a lot of people showing to love up on Dillon Brooks. So it's sort of indicative of what he has meant to this team. And if I'm not mistaken, where's he at with his technical fouls?
He is at 16.
Okay.
So he served the 1-game suspension.
Got it.
How this works now is if he gets 17, it's a fine.
Then 18 is a suspension.
Every second technical after 16 will earn another suspension.
Does it restart when the playoffs start? It does. Okay.
It does.
It's interesting because Luka just got a technical, and people were saying it was the perfect time for him to do it. Get a technical, get that thing, miss a game that you're going to win anyways, which they did, and then reset. I don't know.
No, well, it's a temporary reset. The problem with Luka and the problem with Dillon Brooks is they can't help themselves.
That's it. That's the problem.
And the play-in, I'd have to look further into this. The play-in games are not postseason games. So there is a chance you could be suspended for a play-in game if the technical fouls are not reined in.
That is a great question.
That is something to keep an eye on.
That's a great point, Vinny. Yeah, that is something that Dillon Brooks is going to have to get a level of discipline about him when it comes to that.
Yep. Booker, not the only member of the Phoenix Suns excited for Brooks' return. Jalen Green also.
Man, he's super ready. I don't think no one ever plans on missing no games like that. So just to see him back in rhythm, I mean, even him just getting in the gym after the injury and still putting the work in with one hand, it's crazy to see. So excited for him to get back out there.
And I wonder as well what this means for not necessarily the rotation, but the starting lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Does this mean Colin Gillespie is going to the bench? I wonder.
So do I.
Because if Dillon Brooks is coming back, and I think he is that important, he's in your starting lineup, you're probably going Brooks, O'Neal, Oso, Booker. Are you bringing Jalen Green off the bench? I don't know. And maybe the temporary ease in with Dillon Brooks as he comes off the bench tonight. But he's a very, very important player, and he showed that in his absence.
Yeah. You know my thoughts on that. I would bring Jalen Green off the bench, but there's a lot of team dynamics and things that go into those decisions, as you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So welcome back, Dillon.
Now we just need Grayson, Mark, Haywood, Amir.
Yeah, but the Dillon piece is the biggest because
it is true.
Now that we're going to have at least, hopefully, the final stretch with those three guys, Green, Booker, Brooks, how will that mesh? What will the rotation look like? What will the shot distribution look like? Can they all fit together? Because it's amazing we're this late in the season without really seeing a stretch of that.
And as Kellen Olson pointed out, and it's a really good point, Dillon Brooks, his injury was to his hand, which means he could keep his cardio in shape, in check, during his injury. Mark Williams is not able to do that. So when Mark Williams does get back, it's going to be his minutes are not going to be what you think they might be.
Differently, I imagine there's a lot of bike work for an ankle/foot injury, but it's not the same as basketball cardio.
Yep.
So, but I totally get your point. What else I'm looking for from the return of Dillon Brooks, and since he's been gone, sounds like a Kelly Clarkson song. I'm not going to break out, don't worry. Since he's been gone, there's been those games and stretches where there's just no intensity. Defensively, we saw that last night for 3 quarters against called him a summer league team.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what it was.
Yeah.
And Dillon Brooks can be an influence on the bench, but he can lead by example on the floor on the defensive end and be that agitator again.
I will say with Dillon Brooks out, I have seen a noticeable decline in Devin Booker's defense. And I think Dillon Brooks helped solve that.
Yeah, I would agree. Looking forward to seeing what Dillon Brooks looks like tonight against Orlando. That game tips off at 4. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, the women's Final Four in Phoenix for the first time. It's just days away. We'll get another look at what's going on from the head of operations and social responsibility for the Arizona Sports and Events Alliance. Jen Bennett joins us next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Ball game over. It's a roller coaster win for the Diamondbacks, but they take down the Tigers in their home opener by a final score of 9-6. I mean, check your calendars. Carroll, the offensive hero, Seawald, the save, and the Diamondbacks get their first win of the season.
D-backs Tigers. Game 2 live from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime when you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona. The qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust, Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Hey, it's Wolf. Could Tommy Lloyd actually leave Arizona for North Carolina? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, good morning. A shout out and a thanks to our audience in Youngtown. We appreciate you taking in the Bickley and Murata mornings in Youngtown this and every morning. Big weekend coming up in the Valley. And you know we do big events very well in the Valley, Dan Bickley. The Women's Final Four in Phoenix for the first time at Mortgage Matchup Center. We know the teams. The matchups are set. It is a great field, and here joining us is the head of operations and social responsibility for the Arizona Sports and Events Alliance, Jen Barnett, joining us in studio. Jen, thank you for coming in And I was marveling at the length of your job title. It's very long.
How do you get all that on a business card, by the way?
Not at all.
Yeah, not at all.
Barely on that piece of paper.
It's a business scroll.
So you've already done airport duty, we've been told.
Yes, airport duty this morning. South Carolina is on the ground.
Because you can't have one of those teams show up and have nobody there waiting for them. That would be a bad form, right?
Exactly.
Hey, where is everybody?
100%. And that's what we were saying. We do major events well. We think we do them the best. And that's part of it. Every team's going to get the same experience when they touch down here in Arizona. So it was special to be a part of it.
Well, let's just start with the field real quick, and then we'll move on. But obviously, we know the teams now. It's the number 1 seeds. It's a repeat of last year's field. It's the 4 premier programs in women's college basketball right now. How big is that just for this event to have that kind of star power involved?
Yeah, 4 number 1 seeds. Like you said, it is a repeat. That's the first time in 30 years that that's happened, only the second time. We're excited. That means we are getting the best of the best in women's basketball here for this weekend. It is truly going to be the best weekend of basketball we could have. And we know that Arizona loves women's basketball. We love elite women's basketball. So what more could we ask for?
So there have been a lot of discussions among other sporting types that UConn might be too good for the good of women's basketball. Yet on the flip side, it's almost like a dynasty, which brings a lot of juice and a lot of excitement, especially if somebody gives them a game or upsets them. Your thoughts on what UConn brings to this party?
Yeah, I think they bring that elite field, and they're amazing, right? They're still undefeated. And what's really exciting is that our 4 o'clock game on Friday is South Carolina and UConn, a rematch of the national championship. So what a way to start our weekend.
Jen Barnett joining us in studio for the Women's Final Four. And this is not your first rodeo. You run operations for other big events. How does this differ, if at all, from other events that you've been in charge of operations-wise?
Yeah, these major events have similarities across the board. It is 18-plus months of planning, working with municipalities, with our amazing partners, Arizona State University. We've got Mortgage Matchup Center. But this event is all downtown Phoenix, which is exciting. The footprint is going to be condensed. We've got free events outside of the games. Every single event is completely free, walkable. So we're really excited for our visiting fans and our residents alike to be a part of this big weekend.
I was reading a story just about how this basketball court gets assembled for this event, that it's made in Michigan, from trees in Michigan, and then it goes and gets finished in Texas, and then it gets here. What is it? Is it easier that you're actually already in a basketball arena? Does that help the logistics of it all?
Personally, I think yes, absolutely. You go out to State Farm Stadium and you're building extra seating and adding more in. I would also say, as a former employee of the Phoenix Suns and Phoenix Mercury, that crew that put that court down, I know half of them. They know what they're doing. They get it done. They get it done well. So it was exciting to see them pulling that off on Sunday night into Monday morning.
Yeah, and they, with all the court changes and designs, they do it a lot too.
Yes, exactly.
They might have back-to-back games and they're doing it in between games. I was looking at some numbers of last year's Final Four that was held in Tampa, and in terms of visitors, and there's all kinds of different stats that you can look at, and I know they had, all 50 states, fans from all 50 states were there, and a number of different countries, and the economic impact of an estimated $30 million. Are the projections kind of right along those lines for this Final Four in Phoenix as well?
Yeah, we believe so. And Tampa was, I think, the 3rd highest viewed on TV, the 3rd highest attended in the history of the Final Four. We've got these 4 elite teams, one of which is UCLA. They traveled exceptionally well to Tampa, and they're basically in our backyard.
Yes.
So we're excited to see how all 4 teams will come and be here. And we're bringing the good weather. We're dipping back down into the 80s. We know these fans are excited to be here.
One of the things that always applies to the Final Four is the logo of the event, because it's on all the merch and because it matters. And I really like this. What went into the development of this logo?
Yeah, that is a big partnership with the NCAA and folks on the ground. And they like to lean into local culture, whether that's sports culture, the culture of the community. And they really leaned into our basketball community, vibrant colors of the desert. A lot
of red and a lot of copper.
Yes, some
There's
yellows.
some mountains. There's some yellow.
Yeah, and if you guys, if you've been downtown and seen the Mortgage Matchup Center now is wrapped. It's got the logo front and center. It's looking beautiful. We are ready to go.
That's cool.
Jen Barnett is the head of operations and social responsibility for the Arizona Sports and Events Alliance. Of course, Women's Final Four this weekend. And now it's a reality. I mean, we talked to Jay Perry a couple times about the whole planning of it, and it seems so far off in the future. It's here. You mentioned there's teams here. When do the events really get kicking downtown, and what kind of things can fans expect?
Yeah, so on Thursday, that is really when our first fan event opens. That's Tourney Town at the Phoenix Convention Center, completely free to attend. And also this year, for the first time, we've got an event called For It All Fest, which is like a block party, kind of a street party vibe right outside of the convention center. That event will be super fun because they're going to have viewing parties of both the women's and men's semifinal games and the women's championship game. So if you don't have a ticket to get into the game, but you want to be a part of it, come down to For It All Fest.
Yeah. The social responsibility part of your job title, how does that apply? What does that mean in the context of staging an event like this?
Yeah, so one of the reasons we love to bring major events to Arizona is we know they leave a lasting impact on our community. And these are the community programs that we get to work with the NCAA on, that they bring everywhere that they host a women's or men's Final Four. So we've got a Legacy Court project, which the NCAA selected Washington Activity Center in Phoenix. We actually, tomorrow, unveil and dedicate a brand new, like we went into that activity center, they're getting a refinished court, a brand new outdoor court, new scoreboards, new hoops, new bleachers. And so that's something that's going to last long beyond the end of this game for decades to come for that community.
That's cool.
Here's a big question. How's your bracket?
My bracket's not doing too bad. I'm not going to lie.
I think for confidence reasons, I need to start filling out a women's bracket.
Absolutely.
My men's bracket's terrible.
It's a lot chalkier in women's basketball, is what you're saying? At least at this level, it is.
It is.
Yeah.
I think I need that confidence boost because I definitely would have had these Final Four teams still standing.
I think I think most of us would have.
Yes.
I picked a long shot upset, so mine isn't exactly looking the way it should. But,
So what are the challenges of framing up an event like this to kind of recognize how far women's basketball has come? Because the sport is obviously in quite a growth phase. Mm-hmm. Is that something that has to be factored into the mix when you're hosting these events?
It definitely does. When we bid on an event like this, the bid went out in 2019, 2020, and think about how big the event and the sport itself has grown since then. But it's really just truly something so exciting to be a part of. And here in Phoenix, we do basketball better than anyone else. We think we do major events better than anyone else. So it's been wonderful to partner with the NCAA in this point of growth. This event has never been bigger, and how can we help them bring it to its peak?
And obviously the goal is to get into the rotation to have this event. I mean, what would be the perfect outcome for Phoenix to be in this women's Final Four rotation?
Yeah, I think we are always looking forward, like always looking the next 10 years ahead. And it's what can the market handle? What else do we have on the calendar? But we know this is our first. This is historic for Arizona, and we know there will be future women's Final Four, and it's a matter of when they're ready to come back, and they're on a growth pattern. So we'll see when that is.
Well, we're glad it's here in Phoenix. It's obviously great for the city, great for the sport, and we know, as you said, we do sporting events very well, big sporting events, and I'm sure you guys are going to knock it out of the park. Best of luck with everything, and thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you, Jen.
Jen Barnett, Head of Operations and Social Responsibility for the Arizona Sports and Events Alliance. Of course, the Final Four. The games get underway on Friday with the semifinals and the championship game on Sunday. Coming up next, Sammy's going to get us caught up to date on the reboot this Tuesday morning. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Trying to run through all these scenarios and just trying to put myself into, we're doing the draft show on the night of the first round. How am I going to feel if it's like, hey, Cardinals just took Ty Simpson and you guys are going on the air right now? Like, what is my initial reaction going to be? I don't think you can take him at 3. I don't think you need to. I don't think you can. If he's their guy, if Mike LaFleur and Monty Ossenfort both decide, you know what, this is the guy. Like, we don't need to wait a year. Then go ahead and take him. But just, you cannot do this out of desperation.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Phoenix, let's huddle up and talk about your smile. If your teeth hurt, you're missing teeth, or you're tired of fumbling with dentures, it's time to get your life back. I did, and it was a game changer. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. That's not theory, those are reps. And with all-on-4 full mouth implants, experience is everything. You want to choose steak again, crunch apples, smile in photos? Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where I'm going to send you. Aria isn't some big corporate chain calling plays from out of state. They're locally owned and they treat you like a person, not a number on a depth chart. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center now or go online at ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I don't even know how many friends and neighbors that I've referred America Roofing to. All I do know is that America Roofing was just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. Literally the best in the biz for a quarter century now. Home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Calvisi. There's a reason why. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide are also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And right now, at AmericaRoofingCo.com, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Sammy Sepulko with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns started their road trip out on the right note with a 131-105 win in Memphis. D-Book had 36 points in just 26 minutes, and now they'll head to Orlando for their back-to-back tonight, and with some reinforcement. Dylan Brooks is set to make his return from his broken hand after missing the last 18 games. Tip-off from Orlando is at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks notched their first win of the season last night, 9-6, in which they were up 8-0 at one point. Michael Soroka dazzled in his Diamondbacks debut. 5 innings, 10 punch-outs, and 0 earned runs in the win. Tonight, Brandon Pfaadt will make his first start of the season at 6:40. And you can hear that over on ESPN 620. And the women's Final Four is all set for Phoenix. Texas, South Carolina, UCLA, and UConn will play Friday for spots in the national championship. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Locals get rates from $129 with no resort fee. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for an unforgettable staycation.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Bellata mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:30. I'm Sammy Sabolko with the Rush Hour Reboot, here to get you guys caught up in the big stories going on in sports. And we're going to start with the Diamondbacks. They got their first one of the season in the home opener. And my question to you guys is a Corbin Carroll triple the most exciting play we have in the Valley? And if not, what else?
Second most.
Okay.
The most exciting play would be a Corbin Carroll inside the park home run. Imagine the faces.
Has he had one? He
that.
hasn't had one of those yet, has he?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But the Corbin Carroll triple, he does get a lot of those. In fact,
yes.
he's the best in Major League Baseball at that. So you've got a guy who's best at that in the entire sport, doing it at a level that's entertaining on a lot of levels.
No doubt.
From how fast he's running to how he clips those bases, the lines that he takes, to, of course, the grimace.
The ones that
Jarrett running to the bathroom after bean night. What else do we have?
Man, you look like you're about to poop your pants.
I was thinking some other options is, like, especially now, a Jalen Green dunk, I think is
like a
very
breakaway
entertaining.
dunk.
How many of those have we seen?
I mean,
a lot.
2, 3.
A James Conner broken tackle run.
Oh, I like that.
Is good.
I mean, when Scadaboo was in town, Scadaboo
was amazing like that.
Geraldo Perdomo at bat, worked at bat.
Not necessarily thrilling, but
I know. But those are just some of the options. I think the Corbin Carroll triple is right up there. All right, my next question. This is a Suns and Diamondbacks question. What is a more stressful experience? Watching the Suns try to close a game in the fourth quarter, or the Diamondbacks trying to hold on to a lead late?
How did you phrase the question? What was more
stressful?
Right, it's got to be the Suns, because we've had a lot more experiences with that so far this season. Last night was flat out not fun watching the seventh inning.
I had to go do something else.
It was a lot of head shaking, and you just hope it doesn't become the norm, because Ryan Thompson is supposed to be one of the guys that you can rely on. And he looked so out of sorts that it was concerning.
Yep.
And I hate to focus on it because they won the baseball game, but it should not have been that difficult. So I'm voting Diamondbacks on that. Or excuse me, I'm voting Suns on that. But
okay,
with room for the D-backs to catch up.
Well,
obviously.
yeah, and I think last night it was also Joe Ross, who looked really, really good in that first appearance against the Dodgers.
Yep.
Not so good last night, obviously.
All right, so let's talk about Dylan Brooks and the Suns. He will be returning after missing the last 18 games. And just from a boost standpoint, what is Dylan going to bring the Suns in the last 7 games of their season?
Presence. He's going to bring that guy on the court that everybody on the other team is going to be fixated on. He's going to bring toughness and disruption. He's going to do villain things, Sammy.
Yeah, look, I think we might be, I don't think Dylan Brooks walks back onto the court and starts scoring 21 points a game again.
Okay.
But the one thing that he can deliver from the moment he steps on the court in uniform is everything that they've been missing. What Bick just mentioned, the edge, the presence, the defensive communication and leadership, that has been missing. It has been very, very obvious, and the other stuff will come around.
Yeah, and so he's coming back, and I'd asked the question about Rasheer Fleming. Has he carved out some minutes and roles when guys get healthy? But in the same token, has Kamon Malawach earned a role when Mark Williams comes back, do you think? Or is it?
I'm very, very encouraged by what Malawach has done. Because he looked, honestly, through my eyes, completely lost for about the first 60 games of the season.
I agree.
Even when he got garbage time minutes. He's been so much better.
So much more comfortable.
So much more comfortable. I think, but probably the reality of it is, if they're in a big game situation, it's only they're not going to 3 centers.
I think the bigger.
I think it's going to be foul trouble only.
I agree with that. And I think that the bigger question is, do they find minutes for Rasheer Fleming?
Fair. All right, I've got some Sammy Joe trivia for you guys today on the reboot. So,
is your middle name Joseph?
No, it's not.
What is your middle name?
Sammy Lee trivia. Then
Sammy Lee trivia.
Right,
that works
too.
Sammy Lee trivia. All right, so Victor Wembanyama last night recorded the 3rd fastest double-double since 1997-1998.
Between 1978 and 1990.
1997 and 98 in 8 minutes and 31 seconds. Can you name the 2 guys who've done it quicker? A double-double.
Shaq?
No, they're very interesting.
Jokic?
No, that's where I went.
Not LeBron.
Both Eastern European men.
Andrei Kirilenko?
No.
Luka?
No. So in 8 minutes and 13 seconds, Boban Marjanovic.
Boban had a double-double in
8 minutes and 13 seconds in 2017, and Jonas Valanciunas in 8 minutes and 8 seconds in 2025. Wow. 2 guys that you wouldn't even never really thought of.
No.
So there you guys go. There's Sammy Lee trivia today.
Okay. You might have got to Valanciunas on that, but never got to Boban.
All right, and so I want to ask this question. We talked about the Duke hatred a lot yesterday, and I thought about it. What does it take for a majority of sports fans to actually hate and wish upon their downfall like a team of Duke? Is it simply just winning, or what else does it take?
I think it goes back to the crew that started the hatred. I don't think Duke was really hated before their back-to-back championships. Now, I think there was dislike if you go back to Danny Ferry and players like that. And Duke's an interesting case because it's an institution of privilege.
Sure.
There's that, but to me, it's Christian Laettner and Bobby Hurley. Those crews got 30 years of lingering hate from those teams. That's how much they were hated.
Wow.
Once they started, and what's really ironic, because this exact same thing happened to the New England Patriots. When the Patriots beat Kurt Warner's Rams in New Orleans, everybody loved them. They were the new, fresh, we're a team. No one stands out. Everybody loved the Patriots. Same thing with Duke basketball. When they upset UNLV and Bobby Hurley was a big part of that, everybody loved them. But then success. People were convinced that the refs favored them in all the games, so they're created that level of paranoia, and the whole thing flipped. The whole thing just completely flipped.
Yeah.
Interesting. And lastly, real quick, this is a quick
and
one.
And they have a lot of annoying players over the years, too.
This is true. On the tournament front in general, normally by the Final Four, we have a star of the tournament. This year, I don't know if there's a specific one, but in your mind, who's been the star of the NCAA tournament?
It depends on how you look at it. There's been stars of moments. Braylon Mullins is the biggest moment in the tournament.
Yeah,
certainly.
He's the star of the whole thing right now.
The best player of the tournament in terms of star. I mean, you could really make a strong case for Lendeborg from Michigan. Terrace Reed, the center for UConn, has had a tremendous tournament and hasn't gotten a lot of pub for it. Koa Pete, Braden Burries. Burries is shooting 68% from three-point range in this tournament.
Nuts.
Ridiculous. One of those 3 guys,
Keaton
probably.
Wagler from Illinois is really good.
Yeah, because it feels like at least 3 of the Final Four teams have kind of just run through teams and hadn't needed like a star moment. But I'm kind of the UConn team's full of like star moment players.
Yes.
But there you guys go.
And by the way, Corbin Carroll does have at least a couple of inside the park home runs.
Oh, wow.
The last one I found was August 31st, 2024. And it was like the 5th fastest on record. Actually, this tweet from the time. 7th fastest tracked home-to-home under StatCast. He did it in 14.2 seconds.
Wow.
Wow. 14.2 seconds home to home.
That's crazy.
Yeah. There you go.
There we go.
And
All
we
right,
learned
Sammy
about
Lee.
Boban's double-double.
How about it?
Boban and Jonas Valanciunas. You learned something.
And coming up, we'll give you guys the latest on the questions surrounding the ASU and U of A basketball coaches right now. And there's a lot of them. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the third pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I've told the story about how last summer I had an air conditioning bill of $666. That is the sign of the devil, and I thought it was proof that summers are literally hell in Arizona. The truth was, and the truth is, my windows were shot. I got them all replaced by my friends at Advanced Window Products. I could not be happier with how the windows look. The installation process, the cleanup process was incredible. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, great pricing, and windows that are custom built specifically for your home, not generic sizes that are retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies, just resellers, not at Advanced Window Products. They're going to build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by a vetted, trained, full-time crew, never any subcontractors. This is why reviewers constantly praise the installers for cleanliness, communication, and craftsmanship. Their windows at Advanced Window Products are going to pay you back. And for more, here's a message from my good buddy, Joe.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Bickley special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more, but you must call now. Call us at 480-764-2110. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now, 480-764-2110 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Hey, it's Vince Murata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey, it's Wolf. Could Tommy Lloyd actually leave Arizona for North Carolina? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, he was top of our list since the very beginning. And so we got our guy. We're very excited to get Coach Bennett back to the Valley. And yeah, I think there's his track record of winning, which is well known, widely respected, very consistent, incredible what he did at St. Mary's over the 25 years there. And most importantly, his connection to the Valley and his want to be at Arizona State University specifically. And so those two things were really the pairing that we were looking for, of high basketball aptitude, incredible leader, incredible developer of talent, elite recruiter, and a track record, pairing that with the desire to be here.
That was Graham Rossini last week talking with Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports about the hiring of Randy Bennett, St. Mary's, former head coach at St. Mary's, taking over at ASU. There's been some movement on the hiring of staff. There's been some movement on swaying some St. Mary's recruits, including a pretty good recruit in J. Rob Croy, to commit to Arizona State. What we haven't had yet from Randy Bennett is an introductory press conference. It was canceled last week. Under the weather was the terminology that ASU used. Randy Bennett has since issued a statement on his own health, saying he's getting treatment for something. It wasn't specific, doesn't need to be, at Mayo Clinic. But Chris Cartman on SunDevilSource.com had an interesting post about this whole situation. He wrote, Randy Bennett's illness, which he had been dealing with before arriving in town, led to an emergency room visit several days ago. Details aren't clear enough for me to share them yet, but when doctors examined his overall health, they learned about another underlying issue that needed to be addressed. That led to some type of medical procedure a couple days ago. He's a diabetic. I'm unsure how much that contributed to the situation. So this happening at the beginning of the tenure, before even a press conference, coming to light, I don't know any of the details.
Neither do I.
It's certainly
not ideal.
A rough way for Randy Bennett to start this job.
Well, especially for the people who thought his age was an issue, even assuming good health. And Randy Bennett's going to be 64 in a couple of months here, which is not a game breaker, obviously.
Yeah.
Kurt Signetti rose to stardom. Bruce Arians rose to stardom after the age of 60.
Yes.
But that right there, it's a hard job to do without good health. And it's a very stressful job to do even with good health. So, yeah, I don't know what it means. And I think Chris also points out that, there are some other guys that maybe you would have assumed would have transferred here with Randy Bennett that did not. So, for what it's worth, I don't know. I mean, I was very, very excited about this hire. I thought this was a very, very good fit for Arizona State basketball.
Yeah, look.
And I hope it still turns out to be that.
Randy Bennett is viewed, and I think rightfully so, as a positive hire for Arizona State. But that doesn't change the number of challenges that this program faces.
No doubt.
He might be able to, once he gets his feet underneath him, gets back to full health on this job, he might be able to swing those challenges in the other direction. But right now, those challenges exist, and they've existed for several coaches that preceded Randy Bennett in Tempe.
That's exactly right.
Now, the other situation going on with an Arizona basketball coach is the Arizona basketball coach, Tommy Lloyd, getting ready for the Final Four in Indianapolis. First time they've been there since 2001. But North Carolina still doesn't have a head coach. People who are following this story closely are really focusing on three candidates, Lloyd being one of them, Dusty May, the head coach at Michigan, being one of them, and Billy Donovan, the head coach of the Chicago Bulls, being one of them. We talked to Jason Shear yesterday from WildcatAuthority.com about how real is this UNC threat when it pertains to Tommy Lloyd. Let me turn this on.
UNC's real. Like I believe that he is the top guy on their list, along with Billy Donovan and Dusty May. I think those are the three based off what I've heard. I'm sure there's mutual interest, because the reality is, and Arizona fans probably don't want to hear this, when UNC calls, you have to listen. You don't have to take the job, but you got to listen to it when a place like UNC calls you. I don't think an extension gets done until after the tournament. I think whatever happens, whether it's UNC or him staying in Arizona, will happen pretty quickly. I mean, the portal opens the day after the national title game. So I think we'll know by, let's just say, the end of next week what's going to happen with this. My gut says he's staying in Arizona, but I know for a fact that UNC is going to make a push here whenever the NCAA tournament's over for Arizona.
And there seems to be a swirling cloud too, another factor involved in all of this about several people, not necessarily reporting, but a lot of smoke about the relationship between Tommy Lloyd and the athletic director, Desiree Reed-Francois at Arizona, saying it's not exactly a great relationship right now. How much does that factor into this decision?
Well, listen, it has to factor a lot, you would think, and you also have to kind of understand Desiree Reed-Francois came to Arizona because of this big financial issue they had. They had an athletic department that was borrowing millions and millions of dollars from the university, 80 of them, 80 million, right? They had a deficit of $177 million.
Is that all?
Well, you misplaced some, forget to carry the zero now and then.
Right. But the point is she was hired to clean that up. So if this price tag gets wonky, where are they going to be with all of that? That's a big question. What do you two yo-yos think?
I'm nervous.
I just want to know how Jarrett does math if he's carrying zeros.
Well, that's why I have misplacing money. I don't think there's a price tag big enough that you shouldn't pay him. You should make him the highest paid coach in the NCAA.
He's
Why not?
also a state employee, which has always been a factor when it comes to Arizona and Arizona State coaches.
Mm-hmm. But I think Bick's asking you the question of,
am I nervous about him leaving for UNC?
And how willing do you think the current AD is to cutting that big of a check?
I would hope that the school, that the boosters, that the community sees this as important enough that they either put pressure on a Desiree Reed-Francois to do the right thing, or they find someone who will do the right thing.
Because he's on the track to be, again, he's not Lute Olson right now, okay? He hasn't won a national championship, but in the first 5 years of Tommy Lloyd being at the University of Arizona, it's the best first 5 years, one of the best first 5 years any coach has ever had at a program. And so the unwillingness to pay him or just let him walk out the door to a North Carolina would reflect just so poorly.
He's 51 years old. He could be the head coach there for 20 more years if he wants to.
He could.
Here's the other thing. It feels like he wants to be there.
Yes.
This situation would essentially be them pushing him out. Like it's not like UNC, he'll be tempted by the prestige and the money, I'm sure. But I feel like if all things were equal, he would want to stay.
Yeah.
So hopefully they're not pushing him out. That'd be ridiculous.
To me, if it comes down to if the breaking point for Tommy Lloyd is the relationship with the athletic director, sorry, AD, you got to go.
Yeah, bye.
He's that important to what they do.
And U of A basketball is that important to U of A.
No
doubt
about it.
You know what I mean?
Yes. No doubt
to the
about it.
community, to the city. It's that important.
All right, so now that you're in the Final Four, what have your emotions been like? Are you now still as nervous and on the edge, or has that been relieved now that you're in the Final Four?
Very odd. I don't know. I've been thinking about that. I think
he wants to say that getting to the Final Four is a step in itself, and whatever happens, happens. But if they lose, he's going to be a nutbag.
That's perfectly. You got that perfectly.
I didn't mean to speak for you, Jack.
I think you just did.
I feel like losing in the Final Four is the best place to lose. If you have to lose, you know what I'm saying?
In the semis.
If you lose in the Elite Eight, you just missed the Final Four
then you're
again.
a bunch of losers.
If you lose in the championship game, you were that close to a title.
You're a bunch of losers, but you're the best losers.
Yeah, that's right.
You're the number one loser.
Yes.
I don't, and it's also playing Michigan all year long. You've heard me say I think U of A is the best team in the country, and all through the tournament they've beaten 7 teams better than Arkansas. They've beaten 5 teams better than Purdue. I'm not worried. Michigan is the first team that I think that is as good as Arizona.
Yeah, I mean,
so we'll see what happens. Sammy, what do you think?
It's Tuesday. Yeah, I won't be super nervous until about Friday night. Right now,
I don't think I'll be nervous until the game starts, and then I'm going to be nervous.
The anxiety will start to seep in Friday night when waking up on Saturday knowing that they're going to play. But I'm of the belief, and I'm happy to be in the Final Four, but I so desperately want them to just finish the job because this is the best U of A team that I've seen. Again, I have a lot less experience when it comes to these teams than Jarrett.
It's very well constructed.
But it's my favorite team, man. And I didn't even go to school like with these guys.
And at the very best, we're going to have a completely different team next year.
Yeah.
At the very worst, we could have a new coach next year.
Real quick, Jared, do you know, are you watching with a dog again?
My family.
That's funny.
My family, my sister and brother-in-law and nieces and nephews and my mom and dad and everybody, they want to do a watch party. And I said, I don't think I could do that.
Yeah.
I think I either need to watch with my friends or by myself because I don't trust my emotional state during that whole game.
If there's a game I really care about, I have to watch it by myself, basically.
So true.
With a very, very small group. Coming up next, we've hit the halfway point of the Tuesday show, or Wednesday, as Bick would have you believe.
Oh, man.
The Blast is next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans, they know the importance of being number one. Nothing better than walking around with a giant foam finger, and that's what my friends at Chapman BMW are. They are the number one BMW dealer in the state of Arizona, and for very good reasons. Talking about a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades, a family-owned business that does everything right in all the little ways. You feel it the minute you walk into either of their locations. Speaking of those two locations at Chapman BMW, that guarantees you an extensive selection of new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high quality used cars, and as many of our listeners attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. As one of their young techs once famously told me, there's greatness in the DNA of every car they sell at Chapman BMW. Also, right now at Chapman BMW, you can get 0.9% APR financing for 60 months on the X3, the 3 Series, and the X1. Those are great deals. Go check that out. And remember, you got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Make sure you ask for my guy by name, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He has vowed to hook up every member of this listening audience. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Meet iPhone 17e. A whole lot for a lot less. With an almighty, all-powerful A19 chip. And Ceramic Shield 2, built to survive this. And this. And a 48-megapixel fusion camera with 2 times optical quality zoom and next-gen portraits. And double the starting storage of iPhone 16e. And long-lasting battery life for hours of watching the studio.
That's the dream!
And it comes with Apple Intelligence. And you can charge it with USB-C or with MagSafe accessories. And a whole lot more, all for a lot less. Get the new iPhone 17e at AT&T today.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks found their first win of the season in their home opener last night, 9-6 against the Tigers. Michael Soroka was immaculate, and Corbin Carroll got both his first home run and triple of the season, and the Snakes are back at it tonight at 6:40 over on ESPN 620. The Phoenix Suns used a 40-16 fourth quarter to pull away from the Grizzlies last night in their 131-105 win, and they're on a back-to-back tonight in Orlando and should have Dylan Brooks back in the lineup ready to return from his broken hand. Suns Magic will tip at 4 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The NBA's regular season has become disfigured and grotesque in utter disgrace. It just set a record with 82 games decided by 30 or more points, and that broke the previous record of 80, set all the way back in last season. It is inside this sorry context that I am going to anoint the Suns as regular season champions for the 2025-26 season, and that's because their victory last night in Memphis was their 42nd of the season, which guarantees them a winning record, which is an amazing achievement given the rock-bottom perception of the franchise after the failed Kevin Durant experiment. After all, their victory total compared to the preseason over-under of 30.5 is far better than the Boston Celtics, the other great unexpected success story in the NBA. Now comes the hard part. Can the Suns find a way to win playoff games, which are much different in tone and tempo, when size and physicality matters, when you need players who can make huge shots on command, when you have to be really good in the final 5 minutes of basketball games, which is something the Suns have clearly struggled with. But entering the home stretch, it's hats off to a team that was once left for dead, a team that is very much alive. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Just felt that we didn't guard well enough in the first half. Then the third quarter, as the third quarter went on, it was really the other side of the ball that we just couldn't break it open. And then that group at the end of the third quarter, we could really feel the intensity picking up. You know, it comes down to the possession game a lot of nights. They broke it open there, end of third into the fourth. It's the same thing we talk about every night, Dwayne. It's our defense that kind of leads it. I thought that group did a great job with their activity, their aggressiveness. And then we were able to get it in a transition, or at least our ball movement in the half court was able to break it open and get good looks. And it just like energizes all of us. You know, you can just feel it when it's going. Those stretches are so important to how we want to play, and that group was able to do it.
Jordan Ott, head coach of the Suns, last night after a weird game.
Very weird game.
Suns won the first quarter 34-31. They won the second quarter 31-30. They lost the third quarter 28-26. And then both teams, for different reasons, sat their best players in the fourth quarter. Memphis because they wanted to lose. The Suns because it was normal rest time, and it turned into a good stretch without star players. And they won the fourth quarter 40-16.
Which, on the first of back-to-backs, is the ideal scenario that you want to achieve, especially with a guy like Devin Booker. So I think the Memphis Grizzlies were not a team at one point in time that were in tanking mode, but they clearly are now. Can you believe that stat? 82 games in the NBA, which is the length of an NBA season, decided by 30 or more points. That's a staggering number.
The crazy part of it is that the longest streak before that was last year.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that is a way of saying that this whole thing, it's past the point of absurd.
I think we can get to 100. There's still a week and a half left of the regular season.
How many more games do the Wizards have left?
And the Jazz.
And the Jazz.
Yeah.
Hey,
the Kings.
The Wizards kept it somewhat respectable against the Lakers last night.
Wizards are trying. They just suck.
No, they're not.
Oh, okay, that's right.
But the Grizzlies threw out Jamal Meshack, Tyler Burton, Adama Ball.
Oh, my goodness.
DeJon Jarreau. There were two guys running around with uniform numbers in the 70s. And not because they're protecting a brand or it's because it was basically like spring training.
Who was the first guy you said?
Jamal Meshack.
Jamal Crawford?
Yes.
Sorry. The phone.
Jamal Meshack.
I'm sorry.
And he played 37 minutes. It's disgusting what's going on.
Oh, it really, really is. I mean, it's a terrible, terrible development in the NBA. Wizards have lost 11 games by 30 or more points. The Kings, 9 by 30 or more. The Jazz, Nets, and Bucks, 7.
Good thing. I mean, thank God the Suns are on the other side of this. Look, they would be anyway because they don't have any draft picks. But it's good that, if you're trying to get wins down the stretch, at least they're on the other side of it.
Yeah, so listen, in my mind, it's official. To me, they are the team with the best regular season in the association. You can make a case for the Spurs. You can make a case for the Celtics. But like I said, the over and under, the Suns were at 30.5. They've already beaten that by 11.5 games. The Celtics were 43.5 going into the year. They're 50-24. So performing relative to the over-under, for what it's worth, the Suns have accomplished more than the Celtics have, even though we all assume their head coach is winning coach of the year, which I get.
Yeah. 42 wins also guarantees a winning season for the Suns.
And that's the genesis of it all for me.
Yeah. Part of the weirdness last night was Colin Gillespie's night. He missed his first 12 shots, which meant he had missed 24 straight field goal attempts going back 3 games. Then he made his last 4. He ends up with a double-double, 11 points, 10 assists, and he got praise still from his head coach, Jordan Ott.
He impacts the basketball game in so many different ways. We talked about his just intangibles all year. And him and I spoke this morning. It's going to break. Just keep going, keep attacking. You go on Basketball Reference and any game logs across the league, you're going to see some stretches like this. I've seen it before with really high levels shooters. You just got to keep encouraging. They always have the confidence because he's worked so hard to be here. So it's going to break, and it definitely did.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Eddie Johnson coming up at 8:30, and Eddie said during the broadcast last night, he said it with a laugh too. He's like, this might be the streakiest dude in the league. But he also praised Colin Gillespie's ability to recalibrate, because normally you don't see it happen in a game. Like if you're really struggling, it's usually a fresh start in a new game. He kept shooting, and I was getting frustrated because the game was still in doubt at that point. When he made his first basket of the night, it was a 3 that put the Suns up by 7. And that kind of was the first step towards blowing them out the rest of the way.
Right.
But it was a weird performance. Here was Gillespie on it.
Yeah, I was extremely thankful and grateful to obviously see one go through. Don't really expect to go 0 for 16 from 3 and then 0 for 20 from the field. So put a lot of work into it. Just got to trust it and keep firing away and try to impact winning other ways that my shot's not going.
So tonight he'll probably have 25 points. And, of course, the other big story for tonight, Dylan Brooks coming back after an 18-game absence. playing against the team that he got injured against in Orlando as that road trip continues. An early start today, 4 o'clock is when that game tips. And like I said, we're going to be talking to Eddie Johnson coming up at 8:30. But coming up next, we will get into the Diamondbacks win over the Detroit Tigers last night. Talk about this was the capital of weird wins last night, Phoenix, Arizona. Suns got one. D-backs got one, too. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Trying to run through all these scenarios and just trying to put myself into, we're doing the draft show on the night of the first round. How am I going to feel if it's like, hey, Cardinals just took Ty Simpson and you guys are going on the air right now? Like, what is my initial reaction going to be? I don't think you can take him at 3. I don't think you need to. I don't think you can. If he's their guy, if Mike LaFleur and Monty Ossenfort both decide, you know what, this is the guy. Like, we don't need to wait a year. Then go ahead and take him. But just, you cannot do this out of desperation.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so I've got a file full of grateful clients who could not believe such a thing like Life Changer Loan existed. This is my favorite. It's the story of Vincent Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to a Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. It is proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working down towards paying off all of your debt without any fear, because you always have your access to your equity. And that is the secret of a Life Changer Loan, where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. The average Life Changer Loan client pays off their home in 5 years, but having that access and that control with your equity is a huge part of the Life Changer Loan, especially now in times of uncertainty. Keeps you liquid, gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Now, this is not for everybody. You've got to be a good fit, but I'm telling you, if you are a good fit, you are going to love the results. Find out more about the Life Changer Loan by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
Yo, Whitman. Yeah, you, Whitman. Thanks for listening to Bickley and Marana Mornings, viewing Bickley and Marana Mornings, or following us on the app. We appreciate the support coming out of Whitman.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Ball game over. It's a roller coaster win for the Diamondbacks, but they take down the Tigers in their home opener by a final score of 9-6. I mean, check your calendars. Carroll, the offensive hero, Sewald, the save, and the Diamondbacks get their first win of the season.
Chris Garagiola on the final call last night. I got to be honest. I was fighting sleep and losing at that point. So I heard it. I didn't quite see everything. Did Paul Sewald have any kind of trumpet entrance or anything like that?
No, Paul. I don't think he's built like that.
Come on,
no,
man.
but he had a nice inning.
Yeah, and Taylor Clark in the 8th also restoring order. Diamondbacks got a weird 9-6 win. A game looked like they were going to just breeze after they went up 8-0 against the Tigers, and then the 7th inning happened, and it was an ugly show for the bullpen. But a win is a win, and look, you'll take that. That's way better than the silver lining that some fans tried to subscribe to after the Dodgers series, saying, they were ahead in all 3 of the games. Mm-hmm. They lost all 3.
Yeah.
But
no, listen.
You'll take this every time.
Yeah. This was a good night. It was good to see the offense do what they did. But the opening of this being their home opener created something that a lot of fans were not ready for. The ribbon boards, the new ribbon boards at Chase Field now, has caused that first, maybe even the second row of the 300 level right behind a home plate to now they're obstructed view seats.
Yeah, they used to be transparent through the railings. Mm-hmm. You could see the field. Now the ribbon boards are up there and they block the view. And AZ Central did a piece on this. Jose Romero wrote it, and there's video. I mean, there's video of these fans submitting their views, and it's not exactly a great viewpoint for those people up in the 300.
No,
level.
It's exactly what you don't want. Derek Hall is quoted as saying, quote, "We are well aware that the view has changed for ticket holders in the first row and are also not happy about it," which means they probably didn't expect this issue. Which is interesting.
No, but I mean, for everybody else in the ballpark, it's, wow, look at those new ribbon boards. For those fans in those rows, they're like, I can't see the ribbon board. Oh, and I also can't see the field.
Well, if you can't see home plate, that's an issue.
Yeah.
It's like when the Coyotes played at America West Arena and you sat in one end and you couldn't see one of the goals.
Oh, they had a TV monitor up there.
Oh, yeah. What are you complaining about?
You can see it.
You got that giant scoreboard in center field. Just watch that.
Do you remember, by the way, those Coyotes games? Because back in those days, big screen TVs weren't as prevalent. Those were like tiny TV monitors they had up there, too.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, here's the other thing that I'm going to monitor this, particularly when I go out to the field, but there was a alarming amount of silence in that ballpark for my taste last night, especially the fact that the Diamondbacks got off to a really, really good start. Tigers had runners on second and third. I believe in the third inning, the Diamondbacks were up 5-0. There was zero participation from the crowd. Zero. No trying to get the pitcher cranked up. And to me, and this is just first glance, so I'm not making a big deal about this, but the thought I had was, okay, after 2 years of near misses and not making the playoffs, the Diamondbacks may have lost that magic they had after 2023. Yeah. When the crowd came to the stadium instantly engaged in baseball. Last night felt like the return of the Blue Hairs to me.
I didn't I didn't notice.
Okay.
I can go back and watch that.
Well, you don't have to do that.
No, it is interesting to me, but I also don't know if the home opener or opening day is the best gauge. Yes,
That's fair.
You have more bodies, but I also don't think you have the savviest baseball crowd.
Okay, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. But I do know after 2023, there seemed to be a different change in the ballpark. People went there, and that magic of it all was in the air.
Yeah.
And people seemed to be really, and they took their cue from that. I'm afraid the Diamondbacks have lost that and are going to have to get that back through the play on the field this year.
Look, we know everything's got a shelf life to it, and the goodwill, that glow of the 2023 run. We talked about it yesterday in a different realm altogether. This whole idea of Diamondbacks baseball and what it means. And when Torey Lovello gets frustrated with base running errors or sloppy defense, and he says that's not Diamondbacks baseball, I think he's holding that up to a 2023 standard that hasn't existed in 2024 or 2025. So I think maybe it's time to move on from the 2023 World Series team. And I know there's a lot of elements to the team, a lot of players left on that team, but this team needs to forge a new path. Going back to the obstructed views in the 300 level in the first few rows because of the ribbon boards, did you see the quote from the fan that was in this article? His name's Gary Carnell.
Okay.
So, quote, "Why should they block our view? They should have came up here, looked at the first panel. We were here first, so I would say I would love for them to remove them and put that money they spent on this toward better bullpen pitching."
I don't know if you could return those ribbon boards. I think it's not as easy as going back to Best Buy.
Do they have a receipt?
I don't know.
It seems like at the end of the year they'll readdress.
I wonder what they're going to do.
Derek Hall luckily would join us on Thursday.
Yes, we'll talk to Derek about this.
I bet you he's tired of having to answer questions about that ballpark, though. It feels like it's always something, unfortunately.
Yeah,
well,
that's a good point.
And this is doubly disappointing because this was one of the first improvements made with this new round of funding for all these ballpark improvements was the big scoreboard in center field and these brand new ribbon boards, which again, for 85 to 90% of the fans in the ballpark, it's a great thing. They're getting better technology, better information.
Yeah.
But
you're right. And the fact that he's not happy about it sounds like there was a lack of communication or lack of execution or lack of planning. I don't know. We'll talk to Derek about that. The good news out of last night was Michael Soroka, who a lot of people were wondering what is he going to bring this team and where is he going to bring it from? And being forced into the rotation, he was terrific last night. 10 strikeout performance. He had an immaculate inning, which we discussed earlier in the program. For those who weren't listening, that's harder to do than a no-hitter in Major League Baseball. So he gave that team everything they needed. And if that's the way he's going to pitch, and if that's the way Eduardo Rodriguez is going to pitch, then you know what?
They got a chance.
They got a chance.
Yeah, he was fantastic. And maybe a good problem to have that Merrill Kelly is coming back soon. I don't know. We'll see how that rotation gets reconfigured. But we talked about the immaculate inning just in the framework of an inning. 3-pitch inning or a 9-pitch inning, striking out all three, which is better.
Right.
For most of my baseball life, I've thought about that in terms of a perfect game. What would be a more perfect game? Striking out all 27 batters on 3 pitches or getting 27 outs on 27 pitches, which would only be possible in a video game.
Or in that one...
Nobody takes pitches in video games.
That Brendan Fraser movie.
Steve Nebraska?
Yeah. Didn't he do something ridiculous like that?
Something like that.
Probably, I don't think you could...
Either one is just... neither one could ever happen.
Right.
Ever.
Let's say if you were playing a video game. You used to play the show a lot.
Yeah.
I think...
What would be more satisfying?
27 strikeouts.
Because 27 up,
that means you're unhittable.
Down on 27 pitches. You could get done with a game in like 8 minutes.
I would rather have a 27 one-pitch at bats because that would mean I'd be back on offense sooner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which was all I care about. What I do it's all about me with the bat in my hands.
Yeah. All right, you hear that, Michael Soroka? Next time, that's your goal.
Yeah.
27 pitches.
So that's, for the back end of the rotation, that's a very, very promising beginning for them.
Yep, we'll get our first look at Brandon Pfaadt tonight as that series continues against the Tigers. Coming up next, we'll get more on the Suns the return of Dylan Brooks, their win in Memphis, their game in Orlando, all of it with Eddie Johnson, Suns TV analyst, who joins us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss! Oh, Canada! An immaculate inning for Michael Soroka here to finish out the top of the 5th inning. 10 strikeouts to boot.
D-backs Tigers. Game 2 live from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
You've seen his face on billboards, Valley buses, commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand. But know this, the work they do is very serious. And when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, they play to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have their own in-house trial team, and their experience in over 500 trials with a 98% winning record means insurance companies know Sweet James will not back down. They've got a serious reputation, and when the law firm that represents you is taken seriously, that means you are taken seriously. That is why you can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. They are the team and the fighters you need in your corner. And remember this, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. The consultation is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns started their road trip out on the right note with a 131-105 win in Memphis. D-Book had 36 points in just 26 minutes, and they'll now head to Orlando for their back-to-back tonight. And with some reinforcement, Dillon Brooks is set to make his return from his broken hand after missing the last 18 games. Tip-off from Orlando will be at 4 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks notched their first win of the season last night, 9-6, in which they were up 8-0 at one point. Michael Soroka dazzled in his Diamondback debut. 5 innings, 10 punch-outs, and 0 earned runs in the win. Tonight, Brandon Pfaadt will make his first start of the season at 6:40, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620, and that's what's trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. No rest tonight for the Phoenix Suns. They're back to work against the Orlando Magic. We'll look ahead and react to last night's game against Memphis on today's Burns and Gambo Show. 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Yeah, 25-point win for the Suns last night in Memphis, although that game was close for 3+ quarters. Here to talk about that, the game in Orlando, and everything Phoenix Suns television analyst, Sirius XM NBA radio host, the one and only Fighting Illini alum.
Whoa.
Eddie Johnson joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Good morning, Eddie.
Good morning. I mean, you feeling sorry for the Suns. They got a back-to-back. What about EJ with a back-to-back? I mean, ain't that a killer? I mean, I got to work, too. I mean, I got a 3-hour radio show before the game.
That's
then
true.
I got to do the game. I get in at 3 this morning. What about me? At 66. Why don't you feel good about me?
I feel you, Eddie. I feel those back-to-backs, too. Even when they're at home, though, I don't have to deal with the road thing.
Yeah, and you stay, and you still stay so handsome, Eddie.
Thank you. I've gone from like 3 games and 3 nights when I played.
Yeah.
So now I'm doing 2 a days, but I'm 66 years old. I mean, have some compassion for me, okay? All
You
right.
got it, man.
All right, we will. From
All
now
right,
on.
before we get into the Suns, how about your Fighting Illini? Are you stoked?
Yeah, baby. You know I'm stoked. I am big time stoked. 21 years since the last time we got to a Final Four. I think this is the best Illinois team that we've had, and that's going back to the flying line now and all of that. I'm talking about balance, right? Not talent, but just balance. Yeah, without a doubt. We got a great chance, man. We flying to Chicago on Friday. So EJ's trying to talk his brother-in-law into driving him down to Indianapolis so I can put me an Illinois jacket on and stand up in the crowd. They can look at me like, EJ back in town, So.
You are a big deal, man. I will tell you that.
Well, good luck to the Illini in the Final Four, Eddie. We've been talking about this game last night in Memphis, and it was another in a string of recent weird games for the Suns. It was strange for 3 quarters. That fourth quarter, they turned it on and pulled away. But what do you make of the Suns' performance, against teams like the Grizzlies and the losses that they had recently against Milwaukee and Chicago, teams that aren't really trying that hard to win, but the Suns have had trouble with some of those teams?
Those are the hardest teams to beat, guys. I'm telling you, they are because, I'm not saying they don't care, the opponent that they're playing, but they're playing loose and free. When you don't have pressure on you, you don't tense up. So it's like they're just out there balling. And that's exactly what they were doing that first half, man. They was just out there balling. And, I mean, just attacking the rim. I thought offensively, we pretty much did everything that we needed to do. But, yeah, on the defensive end, man, they were, like, running, man. And it wasn't pretty at first. But I felt no urgency to think that it wouldn't end up the way it did. But, yeah, you just got to put teams away like that. You just can't just mess around with them.
All right, you're going to get the return of Dillon Brooks tonight. How long do you think it's going to take him to get back to being that dude? And what do you think his return brings to the team more than anything? Is it just presence?
Oh, man, I think, what Dillon brings is he just brings everything. It's just his presence. a lot of times when you just have that quote-unquote bodyguard, right, that guy that you know is going to do all the dirty work and will protect you, all of that. You want that guy out there, and you miss that guy. And just then put on top of the fact that the guy is going to give you 20. It's just simply amazing what he has done for this team in regards to culture and just how they approach things. So I am ecstatic that he's back.
Eddie Johnson, Suns TV analyst, Sirius XM NBA radio host, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We were talking earlier, Eddie, about Kaman Malawach and what his rookie season has been about. And there was a time where I thought we knew he was green. He's very young. He's inexperienced. And he looked that green even when he got end-of-game situation minutes. Now that he's been part of the rotation, very encouraging. But what happens with Malawach when Mark Williams is ready to come back in your mind?
Nothing. I think he'll still get minutes. I think he has proven that he deserves minutes. And I think I think the key thing is obviously when Mark comes back, not to overwork him. So I can see Jordan Hart playing three guys. Even he did it, he's done it before when he had Nick Richards early in the year. So I don't think that's an issue at all. I think Man understands that, he's still got his growth to go, and it's just people that's in front of him. But that's not going to last long, man. I mean, this young man is going to be special. He truly is. And, it just gives the Suns just more insurance. Foul trouble happens. Maybe, Mark is not going to play back-to-backs. So he'll still get his reps, but, he has to be patient. But, yeah, he has definitely been a surprise in how much he has really grown over the last few months.
I thought there was a great little flex from Jordan Knott at the end of the third quarter, a couple seconds left, instead of just cutting your losses and huddling up and coming out for the fourth quarter. He designs a play, book banks in a three, and there you go. And now this team has got 42 wins, which guarantees them a winning record, which very few people thought was possible. As a guy that has seen many, many different kinds of basketball coaches, tell me what you think of Jordan Knott.
Well, I think, the key to any basketball coach, and I had like 12 of them, I think is the ones that they let you play, and they let you play to your strengths, but they expect things out of you that normally you couldn't give at a high level. And I think that's what he's doing for his team. I think they're very relaxed on offense. You never see any emotion from him. If somebody takes a bad shot, he just looks at them. And they know if it's a bad shot or not. Case in point, last night with Colin, he missed his first 12 shots. I think he's like 0 for 18 over 2 games. But, yes, after Colin made one bucket, then he looked at me and he made about 3 or 4 more as he's walking past me right now. But, no, I just think it's that kind of energy that I think everybody has on this team from Jordan Knott that allows them to just play their game.
7 games left in the regular season. Suns looking to keep that, well, they want to move up to 6, but it looks like the gap might be too much. How important in your mind is it, Eddie, for the Suns to hold on to that 7 spot going into the play?
It's vitally important. You want both home games, right? So if something crazy happens where you don't win the first one, you got a home game on the second one. But you know what? They should not give up hope that they can catch Houston or catch, Denver, whoever, maybe get to Minnesota. You don't give up hope until the end of the season. And I like that part of it because that means they got to play it out. Like some of these things right now, and really no team can, rest. Oklahoma City can't rest. They're only 2 games above San Antonio. So they got to keep playing it out. That's why I love the 82-game season. That's why I kick back on Steve Kerr talking about shortening the season. No. The fact that Oklahoma City now has to play it out for 82 games and then, what they had to deal with last year, going to 2-game 7s and playing deep into June. Once the playoffs start, maybe they are fatigued. We know they're beat up. Jalen Williams is he doesn't play back-to-backs. So, no, I think this is great, man. It's great for the other teams to at least make those top teams have to exhaust all their energy, okay, to the end of the season.
Yeah.
And I think that gives you an advantage.
Yeah. Eddie, great stuff as always. We'll be watching tonight in Orlando, and hopefully we can talk again soon.
All right, guys, always.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thanks. Eddie Johnson, Suns TV analyst, Sirius XM NBA radio host. And, yeah, he's working the back-to-backs, too. We feel you, Eddie.
Oh, well, he's got that 3-hour Sirius radio show to do.
Yes.
So he is putting a lot in.
Which, when you're doing that...
Man should be on a golf course.
When doing that on the road, that's got to be tough.
Yeah.
You're out of your element.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We feel you, Eddie. Thanks to Eddie for joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line.
Who's that? AJ in the stands? Oh, he's back.
I love that.
That was great.
That was great.
I think we're going to hear that soundbite again. Baseball is the one sport where you can have a unique home field advantage. So why don't more teams take advantage of that? We got an interesting story for you next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Royce O'Neal will do the inbounding under the basket to our right. And a throw all the way into the forecourt. Oso makes the catch. Gives to Booker for a deep three at the horn. And he banked it home. Wow, what a play.
A nice road win for the Suns as the playoffs draw near. More Arizona Sports reaction is yours on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz, and sports fans know you have to go big, as in big screen televisions built for live action sports, because these sporting events we love so much cannot be viewed on laptops and phones or tablets. They need to be larger than life, and Waltz has exactly what you need to take your fandom to the next level. Talking about big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. If you've ever wondered what a television that big looked like, check it out at Waltz. It's on display in their theater room. They have 110-inch televisions in stock. You will not find those kind of televisions in stock anywhere else. Great selection of outdoor televisions. All the major name brands you're looking for. A great selection of audio components, from speakers to sound bars. You put the right TV together with the right audio component, you will have magic. There are a whole bunch of smoking hot deals going on at Waltz right now. Highly recommend you go check them out or check them out online. When you're at Waltz, make sure you also drop my name. You get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. It's right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Murata, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 Truck Month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes. They refer you out for estate planning. They refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning, once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today. Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit MiracleLeagueAZ.com or call 480-686-8137.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us at 10 a.m. We'll be reacting to the D-backs home opener against the Tigers and what the Suns did in Memphis. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We continue on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Dan Bickley, Vince Murata, Jared Carlin, Sammy Sabolka, taking you up until 10 o'clock. Then it is Wolf and Luke, followed by Burns and Gambo for a whole hour.
Yeah. Those guys, man.
Put your feet up. Yesterday, the Kansas City Royals had their home opener at Kauffman Stadium. They beat the Minnesota Twins 3-1. And Kyle Isbell and Isaac Collins both hit home runs.
All right.
For the Kansas City Royals.
Okay.
In a 3-1 win. Both of them were no-doubter home runs. They would have been home runs in 30 of 30 ballparks. That might not have been the case a year ago. But the Kansas City Royals are making headlines for what they did, not to structure their roster, but to restructure their dimensions of their field at Kauffman Stadium.
Right.
They are tailored. They did a bunch of research. They relied on Fangraphs data. There was all kinds of data that was poured over, and they decided that they were going to move their fences in.
Yep.
They moved their left and right field corners in 9 feet, their left center and right center gaps 8 to 10 feet, and the wall height in most areas in the outfield from 10 feet to 8.5 feet. Because for years the thought was Kansas City, they're not playing at altitude, very pitcher friendly. It was costing the Royals a whole lot of home runs.
Yep. And so this is, people are wondering, will this be a new trend in baseball? What the Royals did, they actually tasked their assistant general manager. His name is Daniel Mack. He's got a PhD in computer science, and he was tasked with analyzing the team's strengths and weaknesses, like you said, and to come up with new outfield dimensions that would make a difference. And what he noticed was that the Royal hitters were narrowly missing a lot of home runs, while their pitchers were surrendering far fewer fly balls than the average team. So he said, let's move in the fences. So what this means for the Royals remains to be seen, but it's a very interesting concept if you have a stadium in which you can do that. Moving an outfield wall, I got to think, you're not doing that with a buddy on a Sunday afternoon.
Hey, I'll pay. I'm gonna get pizza and I'll pay you in beer.
Yeah, right.
Can you help me move the fences?
And it's not like you're just moving the wall in for your team. You're making it easier to hit home runs for the other team as well.
Yes.
We've seen teams move back the walls, back the fences. Colorado, Baltimore have moved back the fences to try to prevent home runs.
But so you have to consider both sides before you make a move like this. So here's some numbers on that. Fangraphs analysis modeled the new dimensions against last year's dimensions in all the batted ball data and found roughly 43 additional home runs per season at Kauffman under the new setup. 43 home runs, 30 fewer doubles and triples, and 13 fewer outs under the old dimensions.
Wow.
MLB.com StatCast analysis of the previous 5 seasons found 231 total lost home runs. Of those, 54% would have benefited Royals hitters. 46% would have gone against Royals pitchers.
Wow.
So with that big of a gap between the benefit and the detriment, they decided to do this. It's also interesting to note that the Kansas City Royals are one of only 2 teams, I believe, in Major League history that have actually, there's a couple more. They're one of the few teams that does not never had a 50 home run season.
Right.
For an individual player.
Wow. That's something.
Had I known this before we had our Dingers draft last week, I would have drafted Vinny Pasquantino.
Vinny! I wonder if you ever constructed ballparks in the future, if you could create an outfield that's like on a track of some sort.
Ooh, a retractable warning track.
Well, right like that. So you just push a button, and then you can't do. Yeah. I don't think Major League Baseball would allow that.
You can make the foul pole get really wide, and when there's a ball.
Right.
Well, it is interesting.
Aaron Judge comes up, you press a button, the ball goes back 30
fence
feet.
rises to 250 feet.
But baseball is the only sport where each home field is unique. Like every NFL.
Not totally.
Oh.
College football, it used to be a little bit more rampant. Remember the grass at Notre Dame before they went to the turf?
Well, that part is different, right?
Yeah.
It could be turf or grass or whatever. But I mean, the dimensions,
right?
literal
The
dimensions
field.
of each playing field is different, which is crazy.
Yeah, it is.
That they allow that. Imagine if you were playing, football, and one of this fields had a home field that was 120 yards,
right? Or in basketball,
or 80 yards.
Like if the Warriors, they extended their 3-point line, where if you go to Golden State, you're shooting 30-foot threes.
They played an 11-foot hoop.
Yeah, like in San Antonio.
Yeah. Or like in football, like you said, 120 yards, and a running back breaks free for a breakaway touchdown, but runs out of gas, and they say that would have been a touchdown in 31 other NFL stadiums.
You got this really fast running back and great tackles. We're going to widen the field by 15 yards.
Yeah, right. That's it. That's
Canadians
kind of what we're talking about
put their
here.
goal in the middle of the ice.
The only thing that I can think of, I think it's uniform now, but once upon a time in the NHL, not all rink dimensions were. There was
correct.
There was bigger and smaller rinks.
There
but
was
that
more
not
room behind.
Not by choice. That was due to arena dimensions.
More room behind the goal in some of the arenas, but now that's all uniform. And it's funny. It's also what nearly ruined the aesthetics of baseball. What would you say in the 70s and 80s?
Those
the cookie cutter, multi-use,
Three Rivers, Riverfront, the Vet, all of those.
The stacked bowl stadiums.
Brutal,
Oh,
just
gross.
circular, nothing, no unique.
Yep.
That's a perfect. One of those stadiums, Busch Stadium in the old Busch Stadium in St. Louis. That was it working in opposite fashion, and that was those mid '80s Cardinals teams. They fashioned their roster around the dimensions. So they had a bunch of guys that didn't hit home. They had one guy basically that hit home runs in those days. That was Jack Clark. Everybody else was like
Willie McGee,
slap hitters, and
Vince
just
Coleman,
really fast guys. Tommy Herr,
Ozzie Smith, obviously.
They tried to bounce the ball off the turf and just leg out a single. Remember that?
And they stole a ton of bases.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a unique concept. I don't know how it's going to work for them.
And I guess this is something you would say, well, why would you do this if you're not going to make it permanent? I guess nothing is all that permanent, but
I think it's because that the time of Kauffman Stadium is coming to an end.
It's one of the oldest stadiums in all of baseball.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
it might be the fourth oldest stadium.
Wow. I remember being a kid and I always wanted to go to Kauffman Stadium. I hated the Royals because the Yankees and Royals had a huge rivalry in the late 70s. But the water fountains, I always wanted to go there just to see a game. And I've heard it's still a pretty cool place. You've been there, right?
I have, yeah.
Is it cool?
Yeah, it's nice. It's a weird that whole complex. You literally have a baseball stadium and the football stadium right next to each other with 10 miles of parking lot. It's just a gigantic concrete jungle.
And the Chiefs are moving to Kansas, right?
And the Chiefs are moving to Kansas.
Right, so that'll be different.
Speaking of dingers, by the way, we're into week 2. It's a Jarrett Carlin domination. Of all of our players yesterday on a full slate of games, there was only one home run. That was by Corbin Carroll. So Jarrett's got 5 total home runs. I have 2. Bick and Sammy have yet to have a home run from any of their players this year.
Yeah,
which is very weird.
We're 4 games into the season.
But Shohei Ohtani doesn't go 4 games without hitting a home run.
Yeah, well, the hitters will catch up. Jeez.
Don't want to dig that big of a hole. I'm telling you. Jared's running away with it.
Okay.
Come Making myself laugh. Coming up next, we're going to roll into the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. That is a high fly ball out to deep right field. Carpenter going back. He is at the track. He is out of room. It is gone. Halfway home to the cycle for Corbin Carroll. It's his first of the year, and it's 5-0 Diamondbacks to the bottom of the second.
D-backs Tigers. Game 2 live from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
When you are struggling with private student loan debt, it is no fun. You feel awful, you feel stuck, you feel embarrassed, you might feel like you've run out of moves. I've heard from people in that situation, but for those people, they need to know there's a way forward. It is called YRefi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and YRefi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do, and they don't judge you in the process. They won't grill you with questions about why you didn't fix your situation sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, that's when YRefi shines the brightest. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. YRefi helps you take back control and breathe again. If this is your situation and you want to get out, give YRefi a call today at 888-YRefi-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks found their first win of the season in their home opener last night, 9-6 over the Detroit Tigers. And Michael Soroka was immaculate. 5 innings, 10 Ks, 0 earned runs, and yes, an immaculate inning in the 5th. Corbin Carroll got both his first home run of the year, and we saw the wheels turning for his first triple of the season last night. And the Snakes are right back at it tonight at 6:40 over on ESPN 620. The Phoenix Suns used a 40-16 fourth quarter to pull away from the Grizzlies last night in their 131-105 win. Devin Booker had an efficient 36 points on 16 of 24 shooting, and Colin Gillespie a rare double-double for him in the win. And the Suns are on a back-to-back tonight in Orlando and should have Dillon Brooks in the lineup tonight as he's returning from his broken hand. Suns and Magic will tip at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, the 9 o'clock hour on a Tuesday, that means it is time for Social Studies, and you can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Murata on X, where we post these questions daily. We're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and you can watch us on YouTube every single morning at Arizona Sports on YouTube. So let's jump in to the questions, and this is for Suns fans. What are you expecting from the return of Dillon Brooks? What will change, and how will the chemistry fit with Devin Booker and Jalen Green?
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any issue. It's not like he hasn't been on this team before, and I think that he's just going to bring, a toughed up presence, and I think the Suns can use that. See, I think they've gotten soft defensively in his absence, is what I think.
I'm expecting the opposite. I'm expecting him to be polite and very sportsmanlike at his return.
He's learned his lesson.
No, Bic's right. I mean, we know exactly what to expect from Dillon Brooks. He's going to bring what he brings.
Yep.
And he's seen it. He's had a front row view of watching how much his absence has affected this team. So it might even be ramped up.
Yep. Daylight Films says, think Heath Ledger as the Joker. Chaos, but a good fun time. It's going to take a little time for both of them to get used to each other. Let's see. Daryl Lee said, I'd bet the mortgage on a technical foul. And then Jesus Gutierrez says, he's going to do what he does. He's going to make the opposing players mad, give this team an edge we've been missing in those weeks that he's been gone. And Green and Brooks played together before, so they do have some chemistry. Or he asked, I could be completely wrong. They've played together before.
Nobody else has.
Right. So,
I mean, what was the stat that Tim Ring unloaded on us? The Ringer.
The 7 minutes, right?
That Jordan Knott has had his full rotation of available players at his use for 7 minutes all year.
Okay.
For 7 minutes, not 7 games, 7 minutes.
I didn't know you did a Tim Ring.
Wow.
Spot on, huh?
I don't know if that
sounded just like him.
And lastly, Narf said, more focus and energy that won't allow the team to play like the Suns did the first 3 quarters of last night's game, which we can all agree was lacking. All right, so we just talked about the Kansas City Royals kind of tailoring their home park to some of the batters on the team. And so we asked what stadium, arena, or ballpark best provides the best home field advantage? Why, and what is the worst as well?
The first one that came to mind was Cameron Indoor Stadium at Duke. Historically, I think the numbers will bear that out. Not a fun place to play. Global Credit Union Arena.
That's a place.
For GCU. Very good one.
Yeah.
Anywhere with weather.
I'm really, I'm very partial to outdoor stadiums that really rock, and so I vote Seattle. Whatever the name of that football stadium is now.
Lumen Field.
Yeah, it is. That scene for Sunday football games is fantastic.
And that was
Arrowhead is up there.
Seattle one was architecturally designed, right, to give them a home field advantage where the noise would be funneled in and all that stuff.
So Ryan said Lambeau in the winter. It's freezing and that little town sucks, so everyone wants to go to the game. Sun Devil Doug said, I had the opportunity to travel to Seattle with my fiance to see her best friend during football season. Went to Lumen Field. Hands down, one of the loudest places I've ever been. My ears were ringing the next night. And George said it has to be Fenway. Opposing teams are baffled by all the corners and the green monster. They adjust their stances in really weird ways to try to take advantage of the edges. Don't really exist. So I've been to Fenway, and I went to Wrigley. The game that I went to Wrigley got rained and lightninged out. But I feel like...
Oh, brutal.
Oh, I was devastated. I wanted to see a game at Wrigley so bad. But I feel like Fenway and Wrigley and those kind of older stadiums, I feel the people that go to those games are strictly only Red Sox and Cubs fans. And B, as a player, you probably you have to enjoy playing there so much more, right? You would think?
You would think.
Or do you think because of how old it is, they don't really...
I think that evens out because I think modern amenities are something that players do want. You don't get those to the same degree at Fenway, but I mean...
Oh, you should see the visitors' clubhouse at Wrigley was a joke. I don't know if they've improved it, but it used to be embarrassing.
I feel like, Sammy, I want to see a game at Wrigley in the worst way, too. Bick, have you heard from Tom Ricketts yet? Are we still waiting?
I'm down for a trip to Chicago. I know all the places. At least I used to.
Summer's coming up. It's the best time, I say. All right, and our last question.
Also, the other side of that was the worst.
Oh, yeah.
State Farm Stadium right now is one of the worst.
One of the worst.
Just based on results.
Yeah. No, listen, I can't argue with that. The Cardinals have earned that.
Yeah.
Okay, our last question. This was brought up. We were talking about Tom Candiotti, right, this morning, and his ability to bowl, knuckleball pitcher, just kind of like weird talents all over the place, right? So what is the most impressive, odd, unusual, or surprising fun fact about yourself?
This could be really, really damaging to one's own psyche. I have nothing.
Wow.
I mean, we put out this stuff about ourselves all the time. You got anything that comes to mind?
I know how to juggle.
That is, I did not know that for the longest time.
But only 3. No more.
I can only do 3 too.
I can't even do 3. You wouldn't know it to look at me, but I've got washboard abs.
Nice, man.
That's a fun fact.
That is.
Show the camera. Show the camera real
It's a
quick.
total Jarrett fact.
Jarrett Carlin, any that come to mind for
I
you?
can wiggle my ears.
Oh, can't do that.
Oh, I can wiggle my nose and my ears.
That's
Can you
really-
do your nose? Your nostrils?
I can't do my nose.
Here we go. This is for the people
All right.
on YouTube.
Give them what they want, Jarrett. Oh my goodness, you can.
Can you do your ears on camera?
It'd be hard to see.
It's hard to say. I can do my
I'm
Adam's
doing 'em right
apple
now.
too.
Here, step up and stand on that
thank you.
chair.
No, thank you.
Can you do your Adam? I can do my Adam's apple.
Oh my! Wow. Yeah.
And
You are a freakazoid.
Impressive fact about Sammy: 9 threes, 31 points for the Butter Boys.
That's right.
The Butter Boys.
I'm absurdly good. So I grew up loving the Harlem Globetrotters. So I can spin a basketball on all 10 of my fingers and do wild tricks with them.
I used to be able to do that, but my arthritic fingers don't.
Oh, no.
They don't cooperate
So yeah,
anymore.
I got that issue too, brother.
My college roommate used to be able to juggle, spin anything, any object he could spin on his finger,
Wow.
and he could ride a unicycle.
Ooh.
At the same time?
Yes, at the same time.
Wow.
That's crazy. All right.
He was like a circus performer. Also, not so popular with the ladies.
Yeah, there might be that. A couple quick ones, and then we'll bounce. But Ricky said, I have personally built equipment that is now on 3 different planets. Pretty interesting.
Wow.
Yeah. Mr. Green says, I'm always one of the, quote, live YouTube viewers, but I'm never live. I'm always 1 to 2 hours behind. So, Mr. Green, if you're hearing this at about 11 o'clock, there you go. And James Barner said, at 68 years old, I'm still averaging nearly 200 in my bowling league. I'm not dunking on breakaways nowadays, but neither is Dr. J. So 200, I feel like that's pretty good. But there you guys go. At Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And if you saw Jarrett move his nose and ears on YouTube, I apologize.
No.
That Adam's apple thing was freaky.
Yeah.
Wow.
Coming up next, more on what Mike LaFleur had to say at the NFC coaches breakfast yesterday at the owners' meetings at the Biltmore. Some other football items straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Trying to run through all these scenarios and just trying to put myself into, we're doing the draft show on the night of the first round. How am I going to feel if it's like, hey, Cardinals just took Ty Simpson and you guys are going on the air right now? Like, what is my initial reaction going to be? I don't think you can take him at 3. I don't think you need to. I don't think you can. If he's their guy, if Mike LaFleur and Monty Ossenfort both decide, you know what, this is the guy. Like, we don't need to wait a year. Then go ahead and take him. But just, you cannot do this out of desperation.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Vince Murata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar for dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Before you put your home on the market, know your options. Most agents bang a sign in the yard and pray the right buyer comes along. Not Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She has a proven system that works. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 12 cash offers on your home or choose her guaranteed sale offer, where Carol will sell your home at a price and time frame acceptable to you, or she'll buy it. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar, you'll know you're making the right decision. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Marotta.
Good morning, Avondale. I appreciate all of our listeners and followers in Avondale of Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Yeah, good dude. You had 18 minutes, and with a quarterback, you need about 18 hours, like 18 days in a row. So it was a good 18 minutes with them, just getting to know them. It's very surface level. These guys aren't dummies either. You throw on 5 plays, like they know the 5 plays. Now, we don't give them the 5 plays what they're going to be, but they're quarterbacks, right? They're going to know. And but no, really impressed with him as a person. Good dude, and see where it goes.
Mike LaFleur, Cardinals head coach, yesterday at the NFC Coaches Breakfast at the owners' meetings at the Biltmore, asked his thoughts on Ty Simpson because the rumor, people are talking, Bick. They're talking about the Cardinals and Ty Simpson about a possible connection. Today we got a development that Ian Rappaport has put out there. He tweeted earlier this hour, Bama quarterback Ty Simpson, one of the NFL's top players at his position, has scheduled top 30 visits with the Arizona Cardinals, Miami Dolphins, and Cleveland Browns. In addition,
he's already
Simpson
met with the Jets.
Had a private workout with the Jets already.
Yes. Okay. So I guess that would assume that the interest is real. But with the Cardinals, the thing that I'm wondering is if this thing continues to spin and spin and spin and grow in heft to where now everybody is looking at Ty Simpson like, gotta have that dude. Are the Jets really thinking we got to get him at 2 so the Cardinals don't get him at 3? Is it going to get that nuts, stupid?
We are talking about 2 teams that don't always do the right thing on draft day.
The Jets have 3 chances, essentially, to pick him before the Cardinals do.
Yes.
They have 2 before they pick at 3. Then they have another one at 16. Then they pick right before the Cardinals in the second round, which is
at 33.
At first seemed like the more likely scenario, but you never know as Ty Simpson moves up. Would you like to hear a draft profile on Ty Simpson?
Sure.
Yeah, I got nothing else to do.
Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama.
This quarterback brings the kind of poise coaches love to build around. He's efficient, composed, and capable of keeping an offense on schedule. Simpson operates with quick eyes, sharp timing, and the confidence to push the ball down the field when the window opens up. He's comfortable working through progressions, delivers a clean, catchable ball, and has enough athleticism to extend plays when protection breaks down. He has a solid arm talent, but it's his decision-making ability that really stands above the rest. NFL comp, San Francisco 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
To put that in perspective, and thank you, Lauren, for that tidy draft capsule on Ty Simpson. To put that in perspective, the NFL comp is Brock Purdy, who was the last player drafted in his draft class.
Yeah.
Now, it's the NFL comp. It's not the college
So you're saying
comp.
they should
Although
hold out.
Brock Purdy had a really good college career at Iowa State, and he wasn't burdened with the 15 start questions. I don't think my stance on this is going to change. The Cardinals considering drafting Ty Simpson at 3 is absolutely ludicrous. Just because somebody else might do something rash to get him as the second quarterback drafted doesn't mean you need to. If you can get him second round, I might even be willing to listen to a first-round scenario where the Cardinals move back up into the back end of the first round. But that high, it's ludicrous. It would be 2018 all over again, potentially. And look at the track record of Monty Austinford's draft picks in 3 years at the helm. He's still waiting for his big superstar hit. Is he not?
Yeah, I can't find one.
And here we are in year 4, as you pointed out. There's still this much heavy lifting to be done in year 4 of a rebuild.
It's nonsensical to me. Yeah, no, it's. So I think that all those things considered, the idea of drafting Ty Simpson at 3 has got to be out the window. I just don't think looking into him, talking to people who have been around that program, they all say the same things. Great kid, really good. Teammates really like him, but it's not over the top. The people I've talked to they're not raving. And these are people who know him.
They're not saying he's a can't-miss prospect you have to draft him.
That's
right?
not what I've been hearing.
Yeah, no.
And then there's the injury issues and how those came about. I brought up that elbow bursitis issue, which baffles me for a kid that age who doesn't throw the ball that frequently. He's got the fewest pass attempts of any quarterback expected to be taken in the first 5 rounds of the NFL draft. He's got 15 career starts. And we know that if the Bill Parcells rule, if you ain't got 30, you ain't for me.
What has Bill Parcells done lately?
Yeah, what has he done lately? Yeah, exactly.
There was more talk about quarterbacks, too, and quarterbacks not currently on the roster of the Arizona Cardinals. Mike LaFleur said in his media session yesterday that there were discussions about a bunch of different options, including maybe keeping Kyler Murray. There wasn't a whole lot of elaboration on that. Murray has moved on a 1-year deal with Minnesota, but here was LaFleur offering more on the decision to move off of Kyler Murray as the Cardinals franchise QB.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I just said, like it's one of those things that sometimes it's just good for both parties to part ways, if you will, and so again, we wish him the best. He had a lot of success here. I know when I was on the other sideline, albeit not Saleh or one of the defensive coaches, but he was a problem, and again, wish him all the success, but that we felt like this was the best thing moving forward.
If the Cardinals' PR stance was a boxer, it would be Floyd Mayweather Jr. Tremendous defensively.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's a good point. It's a really, really good point. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of talk too, and you have focused on this, and you're exactly right. The national media's fascination, even in the down times, the lulls of the NFL schedule, the fascination with these storylines. This morning, I saw it again on the crawl of the television.
Yeah.
How is Kyler Murray going to fit with Minnesota? Why? I mean, I get it. It's somewhat juicy. It's not really that juicy on March 31st.
That's the thing. It strikes me as too. It's like the Heat a couple of weeks ago in Arizona. It's too early for this.
Yes.
It's too early for this kind of intensity.
Especially when the calendar's about to turn to April. That's draft month. Like, we know the talk shows are going to be littered with draft content here soon, but like,
how about when OTAs start?
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean, there are great basketball stories out there right now. Like, what was Danny Hurley doing headbutting a referee after his guy made a game-winning shot?
Talked about that. I had seen the celebration in a bunch of different angles, but I went back and watched that footage yesterday.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Oh, so weird. He's a weird guy.
It is weird. The 2 explanations that I heard was they're leaning in closer to hear what the ref was saying. They asked the ref about it. He didn't even remember it happening.
Really?
Yeah. So I think
that's good when the referee is blacked out.
I think,
right?
No. I think it was something that appeared, especially because he had his jacket all cockeyed and he was looking like a lunatic.
Like you said, yeah.
So I think it looked. The video looked more.
He looked like a businessman who went out and had 6 cocktails at lunch and didn't walk out of the restaurant till 4:30.
Right.
Had his jacket half off, and
he looked like Kevin O'Neill used to look like all the time as U of A coach. Kevin O'Neill used to have his, like when your glasses get a little cockeyed,
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Those
and then
days
you got,
are over for
then you got all
Jarrett.
this madness in Tucson where there really honestly might be a lot of smoke behind this athletic director. I mean, I just saw glimpses of a podcast from a local person who's got information that nobody at that school likes her. Oh, great.
Yep.
So there's a lot of basketball stuff to talk about.
She was brought in to fix the money problem. Is it fixed?
Yes.
All right. Thanks for your service.
She's probably saying, we don't want to create a new money problem.
Right.
It's not a problem. This is what the money's for.
That's right. If you can't give it all to a basketball coach, who are you going to give it to?
I mean, what really is important? Let's have your priorities straight.
Exactly.
We both know Jared and I didn't go to U of A for the education.
No.
Well, come on. Harvard.
Jarrett's over here carrying zeros when he's doing math.
Carrying zero.
Uh-huh. Listen, you got to give him credit. Jarrett learned how to move his Adam's apple at Arizona.
Jarrett,
that education did him
what
wonders.
was your official major at U
I
of
think
A?
I met my wife. Journalism.
Nice. Same.
Wow.
How about that?
I had multiple shows on the student radio station.
Why would you have multiple shows? At the same time, you mean?
Not
Well, because
not
one
doing
would,
two at one time. But
one
no,
would get canceled, and then
no, I did. I famously,
Flamed out?
infamously, I had the first ever comedy show. Me and my friend.
Oh my gosh.
And we were so offensive, according to them. that we only did 5. We did 5 episodes. We used.
Do you have tapes?
We don't have time. I'll tell you
have
that.
tapes. Do you have tapes?
He probably has the MP3. Yes.
Can you get some of it?
I don't know.
I want to hear it.
Okay. I could tell the story more at the end of the show. We're running
yeah.
late.
All right, cool. Coming up, we got to get to the important stuff.
Yeah,
It's Tuesday.
Right. Yeah.
It's time for Mustache.
Not a mustache.
It's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The local sports leader is all about the NFL Draft. We know you've got your home team sensibilities, so we're looking at the entire NFL Draft, not just the Cardinals in the 3rd overall pick.
With the 3rd pick.
Though we are definitely taking strong interest in that one. What's Monty going to do? Trade it? Pick O-line or edge? Decisions, man. Cardinal decisions. NFL Draft coverage on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley. I'm here with JT Lee, the COO and co-founder of Moving Team 6. How you doing, JT?
Doing fantastic.
Tell me a little bit about Moving Team 6 and their involvement in the Pat Tillman Foundation.
Well, first off, just want to say that we're just blessed to be a part of it. Pat Tillman Foundation is incredible, but just not just about him. It's about our veterans that gave their sacrifice for our country.
Moving season is quickly approaching right now. I didn't know this, but summertime is moving season?
Month of May.
How can people prepare for moving season?
Most importantly, we always tell our customers, our clientele, call at least 2-3 weeks out. We're here to help. We're not here to just take advantage of you. And that's the big key. A lot of moving companies will just go in, do their estimate. It's going to go way over. We don't do that. I'm not here in business to do that. I want to make it right.
That is JT Lee, the COO and co-founder of Moving Team 6, proudly supporting our veterans. Go to movingteam6.com.
Your move is our mission.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger, to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Suns started their road trip out on the right note in a 131-105 win in Memphis. Devin Booker had 36 points in just 26 minutes, and they'll now head to Orlando for their back-to-back tonight. And with some reinforcement, Dylan Brooks is set to make his return from his broken hand after missing the last 18 games. Tip-off from Orlando will be at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Diamondbacks notched their first win of the season last night, 9-6, in which they were up 8-0 at one point. Michael Soroka dazzled in his Diamondbacks debut. 5 innings, 10 Ks, and 0 earned runs in the win tonight. Brandon Pfaadt will make his first start of the season at 6:40, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620. And the women's Final Four is all set for Phoenix, Texas, South Carolina, UCLA, and UConn will play Friday for spots in the national championship. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Locals get rates from $129 with no resort fee. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for an unforgettable staycation.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right. Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is after Michael Soroka's dazzling debut, how many runs will Brandon Pfaadt give up tonight? 0, 1-2, 3-4, or 5 or more?
1-2.
1-2. Vic, 1-2?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. 3-4 got 42%, 1-2, 37. 5 or more, 13, and 7% believe Brandon Pfaadt will go scoreless tonight. So his first start of the season, first pitch at 6:40. But there's your Arizona Sports Poll Question.
Yep, Sanderson Ford Poll Question at ArizonaSports.com. Thank you, Sammy.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you've only got a mustache.
Maybe you'll find out, maybe you won't. I don't know. That's the elegance of having a mustache. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, you don't know what's going to happen. And now, officially today, for 6 years, we have been finding out what happens. Because this is the 6-year anniversary.
Oh, it is.
Of America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, Mustache.
Not a mustache.
6 years ago, we were about 2 weeks into the global pandemic. the shutdown, no sports. We had to come up with a concept.
Do you remember that, though? The critics said it wouldn't last.
They did not.
It didn't have a chance to get off the ground.
This is why you have to give things time to grow, to develop, to mature.
It's like the Seinfeld of facial hair related.
To grow, to develop, to mature. You have done none of that, Ferret.
Hey, I've developed.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway.
Yes.
I will be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley and Murad to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. You get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person first when the 10 points wins. And because there's been so much talk about Tommy Lloyd, what is Tommy Lloyd going to do? Is he going to leave? No. Today's topic is all things staying. Staying.
Staying. Okay.
Staying is what we're hoping for. Dan Bickley, would you like to go first or second?
Sure, I'll go first.
Okay, Dan.
There's a twist.
Darling, you got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go? If you say that you are mine, I'll be here till the end of time.
That is The Clash. I believe their vocalist is Joe Strummer. Not a mustache.
Very good. That's a good name for a guitar player.
It really is.
Yeah.
All right.
I might be wrong about that, but I think I'm right.
Sounds familiar, that name. All right. Vince Murata.
2 points for Dan Bickley.
Oh, won't you stay with me? 'Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see.
That is Sam Smith. Not the guy who wrote the Jordan rules. The other one. And I think at that time, not a mustache.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And it's from this century, that song. How about
That's
that?
the newest song you've ever played
I
in
can't
6
believe
years.
it. All right.
That song was only 10 years old when this game started.
That's right. That's right.
All right. Dan Bickley. Dan, there are some bleeps in here, but you could hear
Okay.
who's
Vance
talking.
Bickrada.
I'm not leaving. The show goes on. This is my home. They're gonna need a wrecking ball to take me out of here.
I have no idea. I don't get a clue.
All right.
Not a mustache.
Not a mustache is correct. Leo DiCaprio from Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh, okay.
All right. Vince Murata.
Yeah.
Come on, this affects all of us, man. They're basic freedoms. I'm staying. I'm finishing my coffee. Enjoying my coffee.
I believe that is John Goodman from The Big Lebowski, Mustache.
That is correct. All right. Off to an early lead here. Dan Bickley.
Yes. That would be the Brothers Gibb, the Bee Gees, and if you're talking about the lead singer that has a mustache and a beard.
That is correct.
Barry Gibb.
The Bee Gees.
The Brothers Gibb. I'm glad they shortened it.
Yeah.
That sounds like
Right?
something that Harry Carey would say.
Yeah, it does.
The Brothers Gibb.
The Cub.
All right, Vince.
I see them every day. We get along, so why can't they? If this is what he wants and it's what she wants, then why is there so much pain? So here's your holiday.
So that's two different guys. You want the first voice?
Yeah, I think they both have. Just the band's fine.
Okay, Blink 182. Neither one of them has a mustache.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's kind of a heartbreaking song if you are a child of divorce.
I'm not going to give my thoughts.
Why?
Okay.
I got some really good friends who are just Blink 182 fanatics.
I got you.
I just don't get it.
Yes,
I'm
I'm right there with you.
I declared that earlier this week already. That's when pop music trended in that direction, as I said. Not my cup of tea.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
All right.
6'5" me.
Dan.
No Phoenix? You don't want to do Phoenix? You hate Phoenix? Is that what you're saying? You stay classy, Phoenix. You stay classy, Phoenix. You stay classy, Phoenix.
Ron Burgundy mustache?
That is correct. I guess he was doing local hits.
Oh, really?
During the promotion of the movie.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. I had never heard that before.
Yeah. All right, Vince
We
Marotta.
should get more use out of that.
Yes. All right, Vince. This is going to be a hard one for you.
Okay, good.
Stay here. Stay as long as you can. For the love of God, cherish it.
That is Adam Sandler, Billy Madison, not a mustache.
That is correct. All right, last two here.
Okay.
Stay edition. Dan?
Ooh, baby. Let's stay together. Loving you
So I've told the story. I bought tickets when I was living in Chicago for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame opening concert because Alice in Chains was part of the initial lineup. They canceled because their lead singer was caught in the throes of a heroin addiction.
This will happen.
The highlight of it was watching Al Green sing that song at that concert. Al Green, not a mustache.
And when Alice in Chains canceled, did they just go alphabetically down the next person to perform? Is that how it works?
They had a whole bunch of people performing.
All right.
Yeah, that's funny. That's a really good point.
All right, Vince.
If Al Green did, what would they do with Alison Krauss? Was she up next?
Yeah, right?
I think you can get this, Vince.
Oh, I knew it was. I think you can get this one.
All right, here we go.
9-8 Bic.
I love you so, and I want you to know that I'm gonna miss your love the minute you walk out that door. Please don't go.
Do you remember that song?
I do. It's a remake.
It's a remake.
I don't remember the name of the. This is one I'm going to know when I hear it, but I'm going to guess not a mustache.
Okay. The band is KWS.
Yeah.
The lead singer
has a mustache.
Has a wispy mustache.
Wow. You got me, Jarrett.
And I didn't mean to get you. I thought you might know. I knew you would recognize that song.
Oh, you know, that's my forte is like bad
early 90s.
Bad 90s dance
synth
music.
pop. I thought that was
Don't
your
even say synth pop. That's just crap.
Well, either way.
No, it's fine.
Still a good addition.
I didn't know. I don't even. KWS doesn't even.
Oh, it doesn't even ring a bell?
That, yeah.
Well, either way, 6 years of magic on
mustache.
Not a mustache.
Not a mustache.
The magic continues. Is there a name for a 6-year period? Like a decade is 10?
What's the 6-year anniversary gift, I wonder?
You can look that up. Final thoughts coming up on this Tuesday. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and let's talk about retirement, as in, are you ready? Now, if that question alone makes you uncomfortable, chances are you do not have the peace of mind you need or the peace of mind you deserve, and that means it is a great time to pick up the phone, schedule a free consultation with Trajan Wealth. Let me tell you about my experience. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I was super impressed with pretty much everything. Their knowledge, their transparency, no sales pitches, no financial jargon. They just gave me straight honest talk, just the way I liked it. They asked the right questions. They showed me things I never knew existed, like ways to potentially earn higher returns. They showed me the benefits of comprehensive and personalized strategies, from income to taxes to estate plannings. At Trajan Wealth, they understand no two retirement plans are the same, and as an individual firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound to one line of products or portfolios, and as fiduciaries, their advice is built around what is best for you. I walked out knowing I was in really good hands, and that is a really good feeling. Plan smart, dream bigger by calling Trajan Wealth at 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC makes service simple. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? We're making it easy to win. Drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and we'll have you back on the road by the next morning. Plus, mention this ad and receive $25 off any oil change. And when you buy 3 tires, you always get 1 free.
And don't forget, you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $239 a month for 36 months. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. This is one of the best times of the sports calendar, and that is good news for you. You have the craziness of college hoops, baseball starting up, hockey and pro basketball playoffs aren't far off, and the football draft is right after that. So get to Twin Peaks for all of it. With their wall-to-wall TVs, you won't miss 1 second of the action. Plus, they've got a scratch menu made for MVPs, smoked in-house wings, flatbreads, burgers, steak salad, so much more, and happy hour deals. And a high-energy, fun-friendly atmosphere. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
It's Desert Wind Harley's Keep the Same Payment event. Trade your bike for a brand new 2026 Harley with no money out of pocket and keep the same payment. Ride out of Desert Wind Harley with the same amount of cash you walked in with. Finance specialists on site with the best financing in Harley history. You don't need perfect credit, don't need a cash down payment. Desert Wind Harley has over 300 bikes in stock and the largest inventory in the state. Trade up today for a new Harley and keep the same payment at the Keep the Same Payment event. Only at Desert Wind Harley.
On approved credit and Sunday.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
I don't want you to misunderstand me.
Remember this tune, Beck?
Yeah, I don't think I've heard this thing in decades.
Chicago.
Yeah.
It fits along with the Mustache Not a Mustache theme because it's Stay the Night. This popped into my head after that topic.
Okay.
I want you to go back and find it on YouTube. Watch the video to this song. It was on heavy rotation for a really long time.
All right.
And when I was a kid, I thought it was like semi-cool video.
Uh-huh.
It is like absolute peak 80s stalker behavior.
Wow.
It's like one of those videos that has a plot to it, kind of.
Okay. I gotcha.
Stay the Night by Chicago, back in the Peter Cetera days. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata, going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I got a little, we already had Sammy Lee trivia today. I had a little Vinny Joe trivia for you yesterday and forgot about it, quite honestly.
Okay.
But I have it for you today. Little group project for you.
All right.
Mentioned on yesterday's show, Nolan Arenado in his second game as a Diamondback had the dreaded golden sombrero.
Uh-oh.
4 strikeouts in one game. In the franchise's history, there's been only 4 players that have 5 or more golden sombreros for the Diamondbacks. Can you name the 4?
Oh, wow. Richie Sexton.
No, he only played in a handful of games.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So no.
Okay.
Mark Reynolds.
Mark Reynolds is far and
great
away
guess.
number 1. Yep. 14 golden sombreros, twice as many as anybody else. And if you asked him about it, he'd say, so?
Yeah, he would.
He was a trailblazer, that Mark Reynolds.
Paul Goldschmidt.
Paul Goldschmidt's number 2 with 7.
Oh, man. Struck
Gonzo?
Gonzo, no.
Yasmani Tomas.
No, good guess.
You got to think of guys that were there a long time, right?
That's why I went Paul Goldschmidt.
Part of it or no? That's why I went Gonzo.
2 of these guys both made all-star teams as Diamondbacks, too. One was a third baseman.
Matt Williams.
One was an outfielder. No, Matt Williams, good guess.
Chris Young.
Chris Young had 4.
Justin Upton.
Justin Upton is the outfielder.
Third baseman. Jake Lamb.
Jake Lamb had
go.
6.
Wow.
Randy Johnson as a pitcher had 3.
Wasn't super productive
You know
at
what?
the plate.
It doesn't matter. He was so good at his job, it doesn't matter what he did with
If your
that
starting
bat.
pitcher gets 4 at bats,
That's a good
doesn't
sign.
matter what he does.
Yeah,
That's a good.
right.
That's a good
very
sign.
good sign. That's a great sign.
You know what 5 strikeouts in a game is called?
Oh, I don't.
You're on a bus to the minors immediately?
The Adam Dunn.
The platinum sombrero.
Oh.
And 6 strikeouts in a game.
Diamond sombrero.
No. It's called the horn. Apparently, unofficially. Because Sam, do you remember Sam Horn? Big dude that used to play for the Red Sox and Orioles?
Okay.
He once struck out 6 times in a game, and one of his teammates called it a horn.
Wow.
That's a tough night at the
You
plate.
should. That would be a good stat to find out how many times in the last 5 years has a major league pitcher was posted
Had
4
4
at bats
at-bats.
in a game.
Well, they don't hit anymore.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, that's true.
So 0 times in the last couple of years.
Duh! That's like my old trick question. Who holds the record for most
Wow.
complete games in the All-Star game?
Listen, I thought it was Wednesday. You know I'm having a bad day. My goodness.
The tallest college basketball player in history is in the transfer portal.
No way. That dude?
Olivier Ryu of Florida.
Whoa,
7'8".
7'9". Oh, he's 7'9" now?
Yeah. He's got the
going
Wemby
every day.
treatment.
Yeah, exactly.
He's going to be 8'2" by the time the season starts. Did you see in their first round game, they were absolutely blowing out Prairie View, and he got time at the end of the game?
Yeah.
He had a dunk where he didn't jump.
Did you see that one time when that dude who was 6'8" was talking to him? Like, and it was like, my goodness.
But imagine this. If you've seen Victor Wembanyama in person, it's jaw-dropping.
Yeah.
Just to see somebody that tall. This guy's 5 inches taller than that.
That's insane. That's insane.
But he's
Now-
too big.
He's an international player. Make it happen, Randy Bennett.
Speaking of official heights and measurements, because of the ABS in baseball,
This was great.
they had to go in and accurately measure everybody so they could adjust the strike zone for them. And after accurately measuring everybody, the heights came way down.
Yeah. Bob Brenly had the figures last night. Like 200-plus players are actually shorter than they were last year.
How about that?
There's several players that are taller than they were last year.
That's
But
funny.
there's this whole statistical formula that goes in, and
Right.
it has to be exact heights.
Look,
That's right.
That was a fascinating part
I've
of the
said on the
broadcast
show,
last night.
no man in history has ever been 5'11". Because if you're 5'10", you say you're 5'10". If you're 5'11", you say you're 6 foot.
I go by 5'10". When I was younger, I claimed 5'11".
Really?
Never have I claimed 6 feet.
Oh, I know, but I'm saying if you're 5'11", you don't say you're 5'11". If you're 5'11", you say you're 6 feet.
True. But I might have been 5'11". I might be old enough to be shrinking at this point.
you ain't 5'11" now, let me tell you.
And apparently, according to the affidavits of the Tiger Woods accident, He told the police he was looking at his phone right before the crash.
Oh.
Had pills in his pocket, too, by the way.
Yeah. That's going to do it for us on this Tuesday. Thanks to Eddie Johnson. Thanks to Jen Barnett. Thanks to you for listening. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks got in the win column with a nearly dominant performance against the Tigers. With Tommy Lloyd to UNC rumors, it's a nervous week for Arizona fans, and new ribbon boards were causing problems for D-backs fans on opening day. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit MiracleLeagueAZ.com or call 480-686-8137.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at K2VisionRLE.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and your family and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. QC Kinetics takes care of your pain in the office, and you go right on with your day. It's that easy. So if you say yes to any of these, you're the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every day. I have joint pain in my knees, hips, shoulders, or back. The pain keeps me from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities I enjoy. I don't want surgery or a long recovery. I'm taking medication just to get through the day. If you answered yes, today could be the day you turn the corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are done in the office and the consultation is free. So don't wait. Call today. It might be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain weight loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks found their first win of the season in their home opener last night, 9-6 against the Detroit Tigers. Michael Soroka was immaculate. 5 innings, 10 Ks, 0 earned runs, and yes, an immaculate inning in the 5th. Corbin Carroll got both his first home run of the year, and we saw the wheels turning for his first triple of the season. And the Snakes are right back at it tonight at 6:40 over on ESPN 620. The Phoenix Suns used a 40-16 fourth quarter to pull away from the Grizzlies last night in their 131-105 win. Devin Booker had an efficient 36 points on 16-24 shooting, and Colin Gillespie a rare double-double for him in the win. And the Suns are on a back-to-back tonight in Orlando and should have Dylan Brooks in the lineup ready to return from his broken hand. Suns and Magic will tip at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha, chaw.
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning, the Wolf and Luke Show. What's going on, Wolf?
What's up, Luke? How you doing, man?
Doing good.
Good?
Doing good.
All right, that's good. Command and Control, how are you doing? Doing well?
Fantastic.
Back there? Okay, you're doing well. Where's Rick?
What happened to Command or Control? There's only one of you now.
He's I don't know. I'm not sure what Rick's doing.
He's preoccupied right now. The show is starting. He's preoccupied.
He knows the show starts.
Sammy
at 10,
the Bull,
right?
what are you doing in the Blue Wedge? How are you, Sammy the Bull? You ready to broadcast? Oh no, you have been broadcasting. That's right. Yes, of course.
Ready to go home.
Ready to stop broadcasting.
Ready to go home. Okay, Sammy the Bull is ready to go home, doing an excellent job of broadcasting. Sammy the Bull, by the way, is going to be here for the next 4 decades. So, basic audience, settle in if you know what I'm talking.
But he gets to go home occasionally.
Oh,
He's
of course,
not
he
the
does.
next 4 straight decades.
Right, exactly. But he does have a career. There's no doubt about it.
Oh yeah. Can we, Sammy? Before you go, can we
Sure.
test your where's your level of confidence in U of A?
Confidence is through the roof.
Okay.
I think there have been the best team in the country and still are. Michigan, would I have liked to see them in the national championship? Sure.
Yeah.
But hey, you're going to have to go through them eventually. Why not on Saturday?
Are you surprised at all? And I think these teams are really even. But are you surprised at all? Michigan's favored. in
Yeah,
that game?
I was. When
I
the
am
lines
too.
came out, and I've been hearing a lot of people on podcasts saying how Michigan should be favored, and I don't know about that. Let's just say I know where I'll be on, what side I'll be on Saturday.
That's
Yeah. You know what? I totally agree with you guys. I can't believe that, the U of A. But, man, if I'm Tommy Lloyd, that's exactly what I want. That is exactly what
that's
I
true.
want.
He
That's
probably
right.
doesn't hate that
That's
a lot.
right. We're the underdog. You better believe it. Nobody's going to give us a modicum of respect. Nobody is going to do it. I will promise you. Tommy Lloyd is going to milk that.
He should. We're going to start, though, with baseball today, Wolf. And it was great being out at Chase Field yesterday. It was great having Torey Lovello on the show yesterday. I thought it was really apropos that he pointed out to us that he would be watching his team in the first 5 innings specifically. Remember he said that?
Yeah,
He's
he
like,
did,
I'm going to be watching closely how my team responds in the first 5 innings. And then I realized around the 7th inning last night, I should have taken his advice and only watched the first 5 innings of that game. But a win for the Diamondbacks nonetheless.
Yeah, man, what are your thoughts, Basin audience, when you think about this? The Arizona Diamondbacks, 1-3 right now. What are the thoughts that come rushing over your head when you think of last night's game? Number one, the Predator was hunting last night, was he not? Oh, and he was doing it early, I might add. That's number one. The monkey is off their back. That's number 2. Michael Soroka was immaculate. That's number 3. And Paul Sewald closed.
He did.
Those are the first 4 things that I think of right now.
Those are the first 4 things you think of?
That's what I think of. Those 4 things right there. Okay. Incredible.
Do you think at all of the 7th inning where they gave up 6 runs and
no,
it looked like Joe Ross just couldn't get an out? Well, he couldn't. And it looked like Ryan Thompson all of a sudden was going to come in and just not get any strikes.
Yeah, you know what? This is it's good. I think a team has got to win games in a lot of different ways. I think that has got to happen. And might as well get the one where you almost threw it away. Let's get that one right out of the way early on, shall we? Man, that 7th inning was unbelievable to actually watch that. And to have it happen this early in a baseball game blew my mind. 6 consecutive hitters came to the plate for the Tigers with 2 outs. Think about that for a minute.
I've been putting in my, we send the emails back and forth to each other the night before. Here's some ideas for the show or whatever, right? And the first few days of the baseball season I've had in my email, just sort of the daily question of when can we feel comfortable trusting this bullpen? And last night, I sent the email in like the 4th inning. And I didn't send it like, oh, the Diamondbacks have won the game, but I just sent it as, obviously we're going to add in from my end whatever else happens in this game tonight, but I have all the other stuff set up and the Suns game was already over and all the other. For the first time, I took that out. I was like, I'm not going to ask about the Well, I'm back to that question, Wolf. When can we trust this bullpen? Because right now, I mean, Sewald, okay, it was good. It was absolutely good to see Paul Sewald just come in and get the save, low event. But other than that, like, I know it's early, but like Jonathan Loizaca's looked good. And everybody else has raised some questions early on. I guess Andrew Hoffman's looked pretty good, too.
Yeah.
I mean, he's thrown an inning in 2/3, but like, Murillo was huge last night. He finally was the guy who came in and was like, this is ridiculous. We were up 8-0. We're winning this game. But I mean, Gink has given up, runs already this season. Ryan Thompson actually hasn't, but he sure made things interesting. Murillo obviously had the game against the Dodgers where he let the lead slip away. I don't know what to say about Joe Ross last night, and Taylor Clark had a rough outing earlier in the year.
Yeah, once again, what I think ultimately it builds confidence when you can go out there and you can get an 8-0 lead the way the Diamondbacks did, and it looked like you were rolling. You were rolling. And this is a pretty good Detroit Tigers team as well, I would say, a team that I think is going to win the AL Central, but we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But to me, again, to go out there and have an 8-0 lead and then watch your bullpen implode. Joe Ross couldn't get anyone out. Ryan Thompson couldn't throw a strike. That was terrifying. 13 pitches, 2 strikes is what he threw.
It's an empty feeling. We were just talking to Vince about this as he was leaving the studio. There may not be a more empty feeling in sports than when your pitcher can't throw a strike. Because anything else that happens in sports, like your quarterback, if your quarterback's having a bad game, but he's a decent quarterback, you feel like, okay, maybe you can rein it in. There's other ways. Like run the ball, win with defense or whatever. In hockey, if your goalie can't make a stop, typically if your goalie can't make a stop, that means they're only stopping like 80% of the shots instead of like 94%, right? They're still stopping some shots. But if your pitcher can't throw a strike, the other team doesn't even have to do anything.
You know what I'm thinking of? It's interesting because if your pitcher can't throw a strike, it's very similar in the game of football to a wedge buster who can't hit you in the face.
Well, that would be bad.
Okay, because if you can't hit the other guy in the face, you're not really going to do the requisite amount of damage that you truly need to do. Okay? Never forget that, base audience.
Speaking of, since you brought this up, how are the arms after you wedge busted the mesquite tree in your yard over the weekend?
Yeah, once again.
Thank you to all wedge
if
busters.
you haven't noticed, yes, they're all bloody and everything else. Don't get me started on the mesquite tree and just ripping my way through it, literally ripping my way through it. Having said that, once again, Ryan Thompson couldn't throw a strike. Had a very good first outing of the season, of course, and that Dodger really looked good. Now, all of a sudden, it was wow. When Ryan Thompson came walking onto the infield, did you not think to yourself, Basin O'Neill's, okay, now we're going to shut it down. Just be quiet. Thank you for coming. And that was not the case. He couldn't throw a strike, and my heart went out to my brother because that is a tough place to be.
Hi, I'm here, by the way.
Hi, Rick. How are you?
I think that the Ryan Thompson outing, I think the whole Bach situation got in his head, and he was totally rattled by that.
No doubt about it.
And those Bachs were dumb calls.
It's you got to have consistency with that. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, that's the wrong call by the book. But it's just that's how he always pitches. So if I'm a pitcher and I'm doing the same thing I always do and it's always fine, and one day, it's like if somebody walked into the studio today and they're like, Wolf, sorry, but you got to actually be running around in circles while you're talking to the mic.
Our video team probably will do that.
Can I honestly though? Yeah, absolutely. I guarantee you right now, every team is going to jump on that and they're going to challenge. Every time Ryan Thompson is out there, he better come to a full stop. It's the rule. The rule is the rule. And the rules are fair.
That's like if you were going to suddenly enforce traveling in the NBA. Okay, well then, so every player travels on every play. What are we doing?
I know. I'm just saying it is the rule.
Well, okay. Either way, they got, we focused on the negative there. We'll focus more on the positive as the show goes on, because Michael Soroka just dealing in that game. An immaculate inning.
Oh, my goodness.
Corbin Carroll with a triple and a home run, his first 2 at bats. And their first win of the
Predator was hunting last night, brothers.
There is more good from last night. First of all, there's that.
Indeed.
Just let that echo throughout
Predator.
Chase Field. How about good for the Suns? A win last night, and also how much of a boost will Dylan Brooks provide them when he returns tonight? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Ball game over. It's a roller coaster win for the Diamondbacks, but they take down the Tigers in their home opener by a final score of 9-6. Check your calendars. Carroll, the offensive hero, Seawald, the save, and the Diamondbacks get their first win of the season.
D-backs Tigers. Game 2 live from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. Life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number 1, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes, call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gamble for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
Is your closet overflowing? Your garage packed, but unusable? That's where Space Solutions comes in. We design custom closets, garages, and storage systems that turn wasted space into organized, functional living. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years in a row. Family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home design consultations. Spring appointments are filling fast, so book yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com. That's spacesolutionsaz.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. No rest tonight for the Phoenix Suns. They're back to work against the Orlando Magic. We'll look ahead and react to last night's game against Memphis on today's Burns and Gambo Show. 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Shout outs to Gilbert. What's going on, Gilbert?
Wait a minute. Psych!
Gilbert.
What's
That's what they say
going
in the
on?
NHL.
Former
Gilbert, Arizona.
There was a coyote named Gilbert.
Oh,
Gilbert Brule.
How about a Buffalo Sabre? One of the greatest Buffalo Sabres of all time.
True.
Google it, my young crunks. Gilbert
Wolf,
Parole.
am I going to get you like fully in on the playoffs this year? Because the Sabres could like win the cup this year. Like seriously, that's how good they look.
I'm all in on it. You better believe it. I thought it was awesome to hear that Torey Lovello actually wore a Buffalo Sabres jersey.
Josh Doan jersey. That was awesome. To the game yesterday.
That's right, Torey. Here we go.
Yeah, that was cool. Let's get to basketball because this is pretty cool as well. Wolf, Dylan Brooks is coming back against the team, actually, that he got injured against. He'll be back tonight or today because the game starts in like 5.5 hours against the Orlando Magic. Here's Devin Booker on the return of Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, I'm excited for him. I always say he's one of the hardest workers I've been around, so I know it kills him not to be on the floor, so we're looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to tomorrow, man, which is today, of course. He has 7 games to get right before the play-in. And just enough time, I think, to allow him to assimilate with his teammates and annihilate all that would oppose him. Assimilate and annihilate.
That's what he's programmed to do.
And you know what? And do it responsibly, I might add. Luke.
Yeah.
Do it responsibly.
Yeah. I heard them talking about this on the morning show. And then I did not do the research myself to actually figure it out. But the whole suspension thing, right? You get suspended. He gets suspended now every other technical foul. And not like I expect him to come back and like, oh, he's going to get a tech tonight. He's going to get a tech in the next game. But it is now every other game he gets suspended. And it resets in the playoffs. But what I haven't researched yet, and I should, is the play-in considered the playoffs?
Yes.
That's something worth noting because it resets in the playoffs. He's not going to get enough technical fouls in the playoffs to get suspended. But if it like carries over now, because basically every even number technical foul he gets a suspension, that would be a problem if that happened against the Clippers.
Why would the play-in not count as a playoff?
It's technically not considered the playoffs.
I know that. Yet you are playing games.
Hey, look, I'm with you.
So okay. So, anyways, for me right now, that's what I want to see from Dylan Brooks, Basinonians. I want to see him compete the way that he does. And never be selfish and miss games because you can't shut your mouth.
I'm also not worried. 7 games, I think, is plenty of time for him to fit in.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. It's not like It's not like, hey, the first play-in game's tomorrow. Is it how quickly he has a quarter to figure it out? 7 games is plenty of time.
Well, remember when he first got hurt, we were doing the math, and we were all kind of looking at it thinking, oh, man, are you telling me you might have 2 or 3 games to actually get ready to play? That was a little weird, and you were the one doing the math, so I kind of looked at you and thought, well, Luke knows what he's talking about. If I was doing
that's not
the math,
the look you gave
that
me.
would be that would be a problem right there. For me, again, he's got to play hard, play physical, encourage your teammates, and keep them accountable as you hold yourself accountable first. This is big now. You can't just go out there and allow yourself to be undisciplined and get teed up and get tossed from games. And by the way, can I also say this? You know what? Wouldn't it be an easy strategy for teams that are playing big, high-leverage games to just run some goon at you, basically?
Yeah.
Some guy, bring him on and just be as physical as you possibly can with Dylan Brooks. Yeah. Get him into some type of altercation because he is undisciplined. He will break down. He will not think of his teammates or his team. He will act.
Yeah, teams are going to do that. Certainly, teams are going to do that. The Clippers are going to do that when they play the Clippers. They're going to play the Clippers in the play-in. And now, even with the win last night, it's again back to feeling fairly confident that they're just going to be the 7 seed because now you're 3 games up on the Clippers, and you've got 7 games to go. And what the Clippers have, the Clippers have 7 games to go as well. So you're in a pretty good spot to host that game. It's going to be against the Clippers almost certainly, and the Clippers are going to. They're going to throw everything they can at you. I maybe there's no reason for this, but I sort of feel like Dylan Brooks is going to be able to rein that stuff in. It's more the getting into it with the officials that I'm still a little concerned about.
You know what? Once again, that's part of the discipline-based learnings. You just can't speak. You can. You can go ahead and you can do anything. You just play as tough and as hard and as aggressive and as physical as you possibly can. And don't say anything to the officials. Just don't do it. You can't. This is where discipline matters, and it's one of the things about athletics that I love and appreciate. You as a player, you as a competitor, you've got to be disciplined. It's one of the things you need to have. It's one of the things that coaches try to develop in young people. They try to develop it in their players that are developing. Discipline. It's important. Dylan Brooks has got to be disciplined.
I'm trying to find the stat. I think it was Dwayne Rankin that had it, and I'm not going to be able to pull it up right now. But, I do know part of it. And the Suns obviously don't have Mark Williams back yet. But if they get Mark Williams back in time for the postseason and they run a starting lineup out there with Dylan Brooks and Devin Booker and Jalen Green and Royce O'Neal and Mark Williams, you realize that'll be the first time all year they've been able to run that starting lineup out there. And it's not that maybe that won't be their starting lineup even if all those guys are healthy. But it's not crazy to think that would be it. The stat I was looking for, and like I said, I'm pretty sure it was Dwayne Rankin that had this and did all the math, but I believe that group has played like 11 minutes together all season. Like it's some absurd thing because on paper you would look and say that might just be like if everybody's healthy, your most ideal starting lineup. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's changed, with Oso and his evolution this season, and Mark Williams was trailing off before he got hurt. I understand that. And maybe you play Colin Gillespie over Royce O'Neal. I don't know. Not the way Colin was shooting last night, but it's not inconceivable that those 5 would be Jordan Ott's preference for a starting lineup in a play-in game, and they haven't started a game yet together all season. Here's Jalen Green on the return of Dylan Brooks.
Man, he's super ready. I don't think he ever plans on missing no games like that. So just to see him back in rhythm, even him just getting in the gym after the injury and still putting the work in with one hand, it's crazy to see. So. Excited for him to get back out there.
All right, how funny would it have been if Jalen Green was like, I think he's on leave or something. Remember Dylan Brooks said that about him?
Yeah.
like 2 months ago?
Yeah.
That would have been funny.
Yeah, again, this is really, really exciting stuff right now to see how this is going to work. How is it going to work with Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green, and Devin Booker on the floor? How is this going to work? You were talking about the minutes and the lack thereof for the most part. All I know is this is going to be a work in progress. and highly explosive, I might add.
Combustible, maybe.
Combustible. That's the word.
Maybe
That's a better
the
word. Combustible. And the reason why I say that, Basinoni, is because not only could this be really combustible and bad for the rest of the Western Conference if these three guys suddenly click and the chemistry is there, but it's also combustible for them. It could blow up in their face as well. We're going to have to wait and see. And that's the great thing about it. How cool is that?
Lost in the shuffle of all that. A win last night pretty comfortably. You know, not a perfect game by the Suns by any means, but you don't need a perfect game to beat Memphis right now. You just need to take care of business. They did take care of business last night, so that guarantees them a record above 500 this year. Wolf, 42 wins already. So worst case, they're going to be 42-40, considering how last season played out, how the offseason looked, especially before the draft. When the draft happened and they got Malawach and they were able to trade up and get Fleming, that to me was kind of the turning point of the offseason where you could feel Suns fans getting excited. Maybe not about this season, but just, hey, there's some direction here. Malawach wasn't supposed to be there at 10. We weren't supposed to be able to get Fleming in the second round. But prior to that, it was a lot of like, wait, they hired who? Wait, what's going? It was just a lot of the Michigan State fight song and alignment and like, where's this going to go? Hey,
this year is a in your face to every one of us that doubted the Suns. It is in your face, bro.
All right, we come back. Some of these top 30 visits for NFL teams are starting to leak out, and the Cardinals are going to have some top 30 visits with some quarterbacks. So what does that mean for the draft that is now basically 3 weeks away? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Stolen by Oso, ahead to Fleming in transition to the rim on a big-time jam. Rush near Fleming finishes.
A nice road win for the Suns as the playoffs draw near. More Arizona Sports reaction is yours on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime when you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona. The qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good. Ew, what's that smell? If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood. Now what do I do? If you suspect a leak
gas in my home.
Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas.
I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying 2 mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
It's Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned spring clearance sale this week. Hundreds of Harleys tagged with liquidation pricing. Say 2, 4, even $6,000 at Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned spring clearance sale. Good credit, bad credit, no credit, no problem. Desert Wind Harley is considering 100% of all credit applications. The owner says 50 used bikes must go this week because we need to make room for the new 2026 Harley. You don't need perfect credit, don't need a cash down payment. Desert Wind Harley-Davidson is the #1 volume Harley dealer in Arizona. Pre-owned spring clearance sale ends this Sunday.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for back-to-back wins tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Casey Mize gets the ball for the Tigers. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns take on the Magic tonight in Orlando. Tip-off for that one is at 4 with pregame coverage starting at 3 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will get Dylan Brooks back tonight after an 18-game absence due to a broken hand. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, the NFL draft, the first round is 3 weeks from Thursday.
Wow.
And, Wolf, I think we at least need to prepare ourselves for the possibility that the Cardinals take a quarterback in this draft.
Listen, I'm just trying to prepare myself for tomorrow and April Fools. Just saying.
Well, yeah,
Can I get over that first before I start preparing for the NFL draft?
Tomorrow's like the antithesis of Thanksgiving for you. Like, I've never met anybody who likes Thanksgiving more than Wolf or dislikes April Fools more than Wolf.
That's right. The whole April. I got you, April Fools. People love this. Like, they plan on what they're going to do on April Fool's Day, Basinonians.
I'm a big fan.
I see. I mean, Rick.
Wow.
Rick, you know I love you. Yet at the same time, can we talk about that? The whole April, please don't do it. Don't even try to do anything to me in regard to April Fools, okay? Don't do it.
I'm just going to
I'm
sit
thinking
back
of what I can do.
and watch. I'm just going to sit back and watch Rick get himself fired. It's going to be amazing.
No, Rick would never do that. Okay,
I would never do that, but will I do an April Fool's joke on Wolf?
It's got to be funny.
No way, because my antenna is going to be way up, okay? It is every April Fool's. I literally do not believe anything anyone says to me.
That's the thing. I have to fool my mom because she won't be like paying attention to it. So I've got to tell her something.
So you got to focus your efforts on that first before you mess with Wolf.
Yeah, I don't think I can't mess with Wolf because again, he's got his antenna raised. My mom will not have her antenna raised. It's just not who she is.
Well, just have your antenna raised tomorrow when you're on social media and looking for breaking news, because that's when it's always just like, hey, breaking news.
Yes.
Kyler Murray's back with the Cardinals. April Fools.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
But this,
I'd love to do a PSA on that too for the station. Just to, right now, let me just record that. We'll lay it down in the not so beautiful part of the program. A little PSA on, hey, listen, it's April 1st. Don't be a fool, if you know what I mean.
Can you say, hey, this is your Uncle Ron at the start of the PSA to make it sound more serious? PSAs always sound serious.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That would be kind of cool. Hey, this is Ron Wolfley, your Uncle Ron.
Yeah. With some advice for you.
That wouldn't be bad.
Okay.
Yeah. If somebody says something to you, don't let them get you on the April Fools.
Don't trust anybody in your life tomorrow.
I'm just saying right now, don't do it.
Well, I think we can trust this stuff, though, because it's still March. And this is Ian Rappaport, okay?
Okay, Ian.
Ian Rappaport said, Ty Simpson, ever heard of him? Well, he didn't say that, I'm asking. One of the NFL Draft's top players at this position has scheduled top 30 visits with the Cardinals, Dolphins, and Browns. And then he says, in addition, Simpson had a private workout with the Jets. Now, beyond that, Wolf, Mike Garafolo. Miami quarterback Carson Beck's pre-draft visit slate. Cardinals, Dolphins, Steelers, plus meeting and dinner with the Jets ahead of his pro day last week. Everything's, hey, plus they talked to the Jets. But Carson Beck, we haven't heard a whole lot about him recently.
Carson Beck, quarterback, Miami.
The 6'5", 233-pounder nearly tied the perfect bow on his college career with a national championship appearance as a Hurricane. Even with the loss in the champ game, Beck has plenty to write home about, including his ACC-leading 72.4% completion percentage and 157 passer rating. He has a quick release and works through his progressions, but struggles under pressure. He may not be a first-round talent, but plenty of quarterback-needy teams could take a chance on the signal caller in the later rounds. NFL comp, Carolina Panthers quarterback Kenny Pickett.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Do we actually try to compare certain prospects to names that will explode in their face? Do we actually try to do that? NFL comp, Kenny Pickett. You know what I mean? Are we saying they might have the same kind of career as this person?
Now I'm going to be distracted.
Or are we saying, the physicality, his frame, his athleticism, his whole, the way he throws the ball. Is this the comp that we're doing? Or is it a situation where we're saying, he's going to be Kenny Pickett?
I'm going to be distracted watching that video of Kenny Pickett throwing the ball into the ground and sacking himself again. It's the greatest highlight in NFL history, where he turns and falls, throws the ball right into the ground and just tackles himself.
When we say that, though, in other words, if you draft Carson Beck, he's going to be Kenny Pickett for you.
Well, that's not going to help his stock. But it's probably, well, I don't know. I guess it's not better. I mean, some of these guys, who's the Mendoza comp? Do we know in these?
Oh, boy, I'd love to hear it.
Now, we're going to have to play the Mendoza draft capsule here at some point. Yeah, just to kind of, I mean, we're not going to play it on draft night because the Cardinals aren't going to draft him.
Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana.
The Heisman Trophy winner, national champion quarterback from Indiana has all the character traits you want in your franchise quarterback, but will this success translate? The toughness and grit will carry him as far as they can, but the lack of elite arm talent and athleticism lower his ceiling. He is the pick at number 1 in a one-quarterback draft, but looking deeper than his smile, I'm somewhat of a skeptic. NFL comp Detroit Lions quarterback Jared Goff.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right. Well, you want Jared Goff or Kenny Pickett?
Can I just say right now, what's really interesting is, kind of a skeptic on Fernando Mendoza. Carson Beck, his profile sounded better than Fernando Mendoza's. Okay, interesting. All right. I can't get hung up on this. I can't do that. Everyone's a little bit different. What I do know is this. Fernando Mendoza, when he played in super high leverage games, would you say he played in high leverage games?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say he did.
Played better in those games.
He played better in those games than he did in a regular season game for the most part. Ron Wolfley reporting.
My source
So can I just say right now, that weighs heavily to me. When you do it matters to me. When you play your best, it matters. Championship game, it matters.
Mendoza got better as the season went on. Ty Simpson, in theory, got worse as the season went on. Now, it doesn't mean that, it doesn't guarantee you anything about their NFL careers, but that's how the season played out last year. Mendoza got better, Ty Simpson got worse. So just those two news nuggets right there, though, that the Cardinals are going to have top 30 visits with Ty Simpson. I don't think that's a shock, especially the way everything's been going lately, and with Carson Beck. So at the very least, Wolf, the Cardinals are looking at quarterbacks in this year's draft. There's been a lot of talk about the Jets. The Jets are another team that needs a quarterback.
Sure.
Let me play this cut for you. This is Todd McShay from the Todd McShay Show, talking about why, and this is a question I've kind of wanted answered. All these mock drafts, all this talk is, hey, Ty Simpson's moving up draft boards to the Cardinals. Okay, well, why don't any of these other teams that need quarterbacks like Ty Simpson? Well, this is Todd McShay talking specifically about the Jets and their plan.
Chief among all organizations when we talk about looking ahead to the 2027 quarterback class, the New York Jets. I promise you. That's a no. That's not a tea leaves. This whole plan has been built on let's get our organization right. Let's build our defense. Let's make sure our front line. Let's get some more receivers and with Garrett Wilson. And let's build this so that when we do, and hopefully it doesn't require us moving up to go get it and giving away one of those first round picks or maybe all three to go get the quarterback they want. But whatever it takes, it's build this year. Get your quarterback, and then whatever's left over compensation-wise next year, utilize that to continue to build around that quarterback you just inserted in 2027. That's a fact.
So the full context there, why he's saying that's a fact, is it's a long, can't play the full section of the podcast, but essentially he said in there, he didn't say who or how he knows, but he's not projecting that the Jets are waiting till 2027. Basically, he's been told outright that the Jets are looking at they are trying to build their team now, draft their quarterback in 2027.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. What's interesting about that cut, he could have been talking about the Arizona Cardinals, exactly their approach right now. What do you say? We go ahead and we develop players. We build.
I like that approach more. We go out and
we get players, and we do it, and we angle for 2027. He could have been talking about the Arizona Cardinals, but there's no doubt the Arizona Cardinals are interested in Carson Beck and Ty Simpson. But to what extent, Basinonians? That I want to talk about a little bit more as the show unfolds. I want to talk about this again because I do think it's important. And there are some reasons you may not be thinking of as to why an NFL team might want to actually talk to a rookie coming out, even if they're not going to get him.
I've never said this before, but if that's really the Jets' plan, I like it. Build your team. Get your quarterback next year. And the Jets have 2 first-round picks this year and 3 next year. I think the Jets have been pretty clearly and definitively working with one specific plan lately. Not throughout their history, but lately, where it's like, okay, we got a couple first-round picks this year, and we've got 3 next year when, at this point, nobody's trading first-round picks next year because of that quarterback class. All right, when we come back, over to college basketball, is Tommy Lloyd leaving U of A for North Carolina actually still in play? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Right now, I wouldn't even want to guess who the last 5 guys would be to close out a game in a must-win play-in game if everyone's back. Like who?
Without knowing who the opponent is?
If you know it's Devin, and would you agree we know it's Devin and Dylan?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So if we start there, who's the next most likely player that you know would be on the floor in a closing moment like that? I think it's either Grayson or Colin. It's not Jalen.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. All right, baseball's here. You need somewhere to watch all these baseball games. You should try Twin Peaks. The hockey playoffs are starting up here in about 2 weeks. You should try Twin Peaks for that. Basketball playoffs starting in 2 weeks. You should probably try Twin Peaks for that as well. And, college basketball, there's still 3 games left, and they're all pretty big. Probably check out Twin Peaks for that. Plus, you got a football draft coming up as well. So Twin Peaks for that as well. Wall-to-wall TVs, massive screens, perfect sightlines. You'll be sure to catch every single memorable moment right as it happens. Twin Peaks really is the ultimate man cave sports lodge. And then while you're there, you can try some incredible food off their menu made for MVPs. The burgers are great. The wings are fantastic with over a dozen sauces to choose from. They're smoked in-house. But they've got chips and queso and loaded fries and ribs and fire-roasted salsa and chips and flatbreads as well. Plus, you get the great atmosphere and great scenery that Twin Peaks is known for. And it's not like you even have to wait for the weekend. They're serving scratch food and pouring quality drinks every day after dark. Twin Peaks has you covered with 5 convenient Valley locations. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive. That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app. Upside? Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive. Does that actually add up to anything? Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app. Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Diamondbacks fan in their home opener and get you ready for Game 2 of the series against the Tigers. Join us at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
So, two pretty good college basketball games coming up on Saturday, Wolf. You got Illinois, UConn. That'll be a good one for sure. Coming up Saturday afternoon. Illinois has been a really good story. UConn has won 6 national championships since 1999.
Oh my goodness!
If they win again this year, that'll be 3 of the last 4. Like, this is absurd what UConn's doing, and it's not just Dan Hurley. I mean, they've won with 3 different coaches since 1999.
That is truly incredible when you stop and think about that. And what's also amazing is what's going around in regard to Dan Hurley headbutting the official. I honestly, I did not notice that.
Like live during
yes.
I didn't either. I just saw him walking around with his suit coat kind of pulled back. He looked like he was about to get in a bar fight and was like, hold me back. Like, that's what he looked like after the game. I didn't realize he had, I don't know, what would you call that? Lightly headbutted and then stared down the official after the game?
I kind of felt like the official walked into him and then Danny Hurley just kept his head there.
Yeah, no, I don't think I agree with that assessment in regard to that. The reason why I say that, based on it, is because back when I was younger and working the door, I many times saw that happen. Many times.
Can we get you to write a book just called Working the Door? And then can you read from it on the show each day at 1:45?
I mean, it just looked, I thought Dan Hurley leaned into that one a little bit more. For all you know, he may have been coming over the referee to say, hey, good luck to you, coach. See you down the road, whatever it might be. He stared at him. And there was no way in the world that was done accidentally. He did that on purpose.
It's weird. I mean, I guess there's a world where, I don't know. Don't ask me to try to explain Dan Hurley. He's just a great coach. Very animated, obviously. I guess there's a world where he thought he was turning and walking into like one of his players or coaches, and then it was the official, but then he stared him down. So I don't know. So I whatever. Illinois, UConn on Saturday, and then Michigan and U of A Saturday night. Wolf, I know you're a big BPI guy, and that's about as BPI as a game gets. Somebody just posted the Ken Palm, who a lot of people like to use, and they fill out their brackets. It's one of the best Ken Palm ratings ever.
Wow.
Michigan in a game, Michigan versus U of A.
Yes.
So these are two teams that a lot of people felt all season were the two best teams. Duke certainly deserves to be in that conversation. And then you get you kind of, to me, have the next tier of like UConn, Florida when they were in it, Houston of like, yeah, if you're not careful, one of these teams will take you out. But it's been Michigan, U of A, and Duke all season.
Yeah.
U of A's out. Or I'm sorry, U of A's not. Duke's out. Michigan and U of A are playing before the championship, which I know makes some people unhappy. But either way, it's not like they're playing in the second round. It's the Final Four. Here we go.
And BPI, once again, it was U of A, it was Michigan, and it was Duke. The highest BPI right there. And guess what? Save for a miracle shot, and that's what happened. A miracle end. It was a miraculous ending for UConn. Otherwise, Duke is in there. 3 of the 4 would have been there.
Yeah, and I didn't look at BPI, but I'm guessing those 3 were there was probably a drop-off after. Like, it was probably, you could use your tier system and BPI at the same time.
Yeah.
So we talked briefly about this yesterday, but it's worth getting back into. I didn't, this is maybe on me. I just sort of assumed last week, the whole Tommy Lloyd situation, yeah, if they lost in like the Sweet 16, well, that's not great timing because North Carolina is looking for a coach.
Right.
And, all of a sudden some questions. I sort of assumed, though, if U of A beat Arkansas and beat Purdue, that conversation would maybe go away. But North Carolina has not hired a coach yet. This is Jason Scheer on with Bickley and Murata yesterday talking about the fact that is still absolutely out there.
UNC's real. Like I believe that he is the top guy on their list, along with Billy Donovan and Dusty May. I think those are the 3 based off what I've heard. I'm sure there's mutual interest because the reality is, and Arizona fans probably don't want to hear this, when UNC calls, you have to listen. You don't have to take the job, but you got to listen to it when a place like UNC calls you. I don't think an extension gets done until after the tournament. I think whatever happens, whether it's UNC or him staying in Arizona, will happen pretty quickly. I mean, the portal opens the day after the national title game. So I think we'll know by, let's just say, the end of next week what's going to happen with this. My gut says he's staying in Arizona, but I know for a fact that UNC is going to make a push here whenever, the NCAA tournament's over for Arizona.
Oh, man. Wow, that is – okay, so I found it interesting, Luke, that you said, when they beat Arkansas and Purdue – that you thought it was going to go away.
And
why did you think that?
I guess it was
because to
back,
me it makes me think, UNC wants him even more.
Well, that's the other way to look at it is it drives up his value. And honestly, I don't even know why I was thinking that because it's not like. I guess in my head I was thinking like, okay, well, UNC doesn't want to have to wait around for a coach, but it's not like they have to wait around that long. It's not like we're in the college football break before the playoff, and college football teams have to hurry up and hire their coach because of recruiting and the transfer portal and all that. And hey, we're looking for a coach on December 15th. We can't wait until the national championship's over on January 15th. This is moving quickly. U of A could win the whole thing, and Tommy Lloyd could still leave, honestly, because North Carolina.
Can you imagine how bad that would be when you stop and think?
It wouldn't be great.
How bad that
it would not be great.
It just honestly. The NIL and the transfer portal, and there is no loyalty. What's amazing about this, college fans, I think, are the most loyal fans of any entity that is out there.
Yeah.
I do believe that. I think college fans are the most loyal fans that are out there. College football, college basketball. Just hardcore fans, period. And guess what? The loyalty at the player level and at the coaching level is not legit.
Somebody,
it is awful.
Somebody who had been in this industry for a long time and is very highly in this industry mentioned this to me when I first got in the industry, and they were like, "Look at it this way: fans of a pro team will look for anything their team is doing wrong, and they'll complain about it, and they'll be upset about it. They will look for everything their college is doing right, like." Whoever your college is,
great.
they've never done anything wrong. Whoever your college is the greatest team ever. It's the great. They've been wrong, but your pro team doesn't know what they're doing. That's just, and he was right. That's kind
so
of the way it is.
spot on.
That
it
has
really is.
Stayed with me for a few years now, looking at that. This is our own Dan Bickley yesterday on Bickley and Murata in the morning. I want to get your read on this, Wolf.
I'm not as 100% convinced as you are.
Really?
No. The rumor, I brought this up last week about Michael Jordan's plane landing right near the university, and that rumor's grown now to where there's a rumor that Michael Jordan has already reached out to Tommy Lloyd. That this isn't a Final Four in Indianapolis. With Michael Jordan involved, it's a Final Five because he's there either to poach the Michigan head coach or the Arizona head coach. Then Doug Gottlieb also said that there's reports in the industry that Arizona just doesn't have that much money, and that there's a fracture between the head coach and the athletic director.
Boy, I heard Danny say that. I really did. Wow, if all of those things are accurate, and I believe there's reason to believe they're accurate, based audience, you know what? I think this could be a fait accompli. I think it could be already be over. That's just me.
That's why I got to say, like, just from the perspective of somebody who covers sports and loves sports in this state, I'll say. And again, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm rooting for U of A to win the national championship. Like, don't give me that. It's not going to be like, hey, I understand the Suns and the Cardinals and the Coyotes when they were here hadn't won, and the D-backs haven't won in a while. But if U of A wins, that's good enough for you, right? No, it's not. But it's nice to have a college football coach that everybody wants in this state and a college basketball coach that everybody wants in this state. It's not great if Tommy Lloyd leaves after this season.
I agree with that.
But I will also say this. If he doesn't leave for North Carolina, that's a long-term commitment from Tom. If you're not going to leave for UNC, you're not leaving for almost anybody. This to me is a higher level than even Michigan calling in college football. UNC is about as blue blood as it gets in college basketball.
There is one way that Tommy Lloyd does not leave the U of A. Like, I think he's gone. There's one way he does not. That's if they win the whole thing.
But don't you agree, like, if you're going to turn down North Carolina, then you may as well not even pretend to listen to other jobs for the next few years? Like, we need to turn down North Carolina, but then, hey, Xavier called. I have to take this call. Like, if you're not going to North Carolina.
Is coming as well.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, you know how it works in college sports. Okay, you turned down North Carolina this year, but then, I don't know, somebody that's better than Xavier, but isn't North Carolina calls in 2 years. Are you really going to pretend that you're listening to that job? It's North Carolina. If you're turning them down, you're staying in Tucson for a long, long time.
There is Duke.
I guess that's true. There's a couple teams on that level.
I'm just saying,
but
there
not
is
many.
Duke.
There's not a lot of teams on that level. All right, when we come back, over to baseball, how much upside did the Arizona Diamondbacks find when they signed Michael Soroka this offseason? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, it's Gambo. Men over 40, this matters. If you're working just as hard as you always have, but your body isn't giving you the same return, less energy, slower metabolism, weight that won't move, that's not about discipline, it's biology. After 40, things change. The same habits don't get the same results. Most guys just push harder, more caffeine, eat less, try to outwork it. But willpower isn't the problem. Support is. That's why I like M-Drive, Boost, and Burn. It's built specifically for men over 40. Steady energy and metabolism support without extremes. No hype, just real support for real life. M-Drive Boost and Burn is now the #1 men's health supplement at Sprouts
And Sprouts is one of the strictest specialty retailers in the country. If you're over 40, don't ignore it. Go to mdriveformen.com and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first purchase. That's GAMBO at mdriveformen.com. mDrive, for men who still show up.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for back-to-back wins tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns take on the Magic tonight in Orlando. Tip-off for that one is at 4 with pregame coverage starting at 3 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will get Dylan Brooks back tonight after an 18-game absence due to a broken hand. And that is what is trending now.
Calling
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Diamondbacks stack victories at Chase Field? We'll discuss our baseball team and how they did with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, hour 2 of the show. So far, so good with the back half of the the rotation, Wolf.
Yeah, no, I totally would agree with you. Michael Soroka last night was on display for all to see, was he not?
So Erod looked really good against the Dodgers in that number 3 spot, and now Michael Soroka. I guess the back part of the bullpen hasn't looked bad yet because Paul Sewald has been good through essentially one save situation. But no, look, Erod, we talked about him a lot yesterday and what he did on Saturday against the Dodgers and what he did at the end of last season and what he did in the World Baseball Classic. Michael Soroka's kind of the unknown, just in the sense that he hasn't pitched for the Diamondbacks before. Last night was his regular season debut, and I would say it went pretty well. Anytime you can throw an immaculate inning in there and you can strike out 10 and you don't give up any runs and you have the slurve working to the point where Steve Berthiaume and Bob Brenly were just yelling out slurve like every 2 or 3 pitches as Tigers hitters were just waving at it, looking like they'd never seen that pitch before. I'd say a pretty good beginning to his Diamondbacks career.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. I don't know how you could have a better start than what Michael Soroka did. He only pitched 5 innings. I understand that. But you're going to be a little careful, especially early on in the season in terms of his pitch count, of course. 5 innings, 4 hits, obviously gave up no runs, no earned runs, 1 base on ball, and 10 strikeouts. 10 strikeouts. He was absolutely, the slurve was on display for all to see, and he got stronger the more pitches he threw.
Yeah, he did. And, again, we kind of looked at it yesterday just real quickly. Just, we saw him in the World Baseball Classic, obviously, but his numbers. So the seasons where he's really been able to just start a bunch of games in his career, Wolf, because this is a guy that was a pretty highly rated prospect for the Braves, and he came up in 2018, and he started 5 games, 3.51 ERA. But he's dealt with a lot of injuries. He's pitched out of the bullpen at times. The seasons where he's made a bunch of starts, which I guess would be last year between the Nationals and Cubs, he had a 4.52 ERA over 17 starts. Okay, but that was, again, it was kind of working back. He had a lot of injuries, 21 and 22. The only season where he's really made like a full season of starts was 2019. He started 29 games. He went 13-4 with a 2.68 ERA. So the pedigree is there. When he has had a full healthy season, he was a really, really good pitcher for the Braves. It's just that 2019 was obviously 7 years ago.
Yeah, right. Yeah, for me, Luke, just watching Soroka go about his business last night, it's all I could think of was Torey Lovullo. That's all I could think of. He was talking about filling up the strike zone. Have you heard Torey actually talk about filling up the strike zone and wanting his pitchers to do that? And it was amazing because Major League Baseball pitchers throw about 62% of their pitches as strikes. That is with better pitchers for the most part. You're going to get 62 to 65%. Michael Soroka last night was 67% in terms of balls to strikes. 67%, man. That is exceptional right there, and he was really, really good, and all I could think of was Torey.
Well,
Torey had to be smiling.
Here's Torey. He talked about Soroka and how good he was. I'll save that cut because I want to make sure I get to play this cut from Soroka, but I will play this Lovullo cut, and this will be a nice problem to have when it happens, but it also makes these starts for Erod and Soroka and Brandon Pfaadt tonight that much more meaningful because Merrill Kelly's coming back, it sounds like fairly soon. Gallen and Ryan Nelson are staying in the rotation. So I think a lot of people sort of assumed, it'll be Soroka that gets bumped, right? Well, not if he's going to pitch like that. He better not get bumped. Here's Torey after the game.
For
when Merrill comes back.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to worry about that right now. So I like when guys pitch well, and no matter what happens, I don't even know what we're going to do. We got to get Merrill through his Albuquerque rehab start, and then we'll figure out where we go with it. But I'm going to enjoy it with Michael tonight. He deserves that.
That is great.
Arizona sports.
Whoa.
Breaking news.
Good or bad, Rick?
Awesome.
Oh.
This is from Shams Charania. Amari Stoudemire, Candace Parker, Elena Deladon, and Doc Rivers are among the members inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame class of 2026.
Oh.
Wow. All right.
Amari to the Hall of Fame.
Amari.
I like it.
Love that, man. What's up, Stat?
I like it. Amari was on the team one of the first games I ever covered. He was hilarious. Like, off the court, hilarious. Like, one of those, when you first get into this business, well, you got into it by playing in the NFL, so it's a little bit different. But, when you first get into this business, you're like, okay, wait, what am I doing here? Like, how different is this world? Different, and in a hilarious way. So, yeah, great news there. I do want to play this cut from Soroka before we go to break, because he did throw the immaculate inning, just the fourth in Diamondbacks history. And he was asked about that, obviously, afterwards.
In pro ball was my first one ever. Yeah, it was pretty special. Obviously, I think I've talked to you guys about, not putting too much stock in results, but I think that's one that's worth celebrating. I think it's something I wasn't really aware of until the last pitch. And Gleyber is a good hitter. He's quite passive, too, so I want to make sure it was something in zone. Yeah, just give myself a chance to get it done right there. So, pretty cool. I tried to play it off, but started smiling off the field. So,
were you thinking about it right before that last pitch?
Yeah, like I said, that last pitch, the crowd started to get loud, and I knew I struck out the 2 games prior, but I realized I don't think I'd been out of the zone that inning yet. So just gave it a good rip, and got the result we were looking for.
Are you aware of how rare immaculate innings are?
I am. Yeah, I think I watched Chris Martin do it with the Braves in 2019, maybe. And yeah, seen all that. I've seen a couple, but it is extremely rare, and it's going to be something pretty cool for me.
Boy, that is going to be really cool. Can you imagine that? A pitcher that strikes out all 3 batters in a single inning using the minimum possible number of pitches. 9 strikes, 0 balls. The immaculate inning. And sure enough, Michael Soroka experienced that. I thought it was so cool that Randy Johnson was
just there.
Sitting there. He was just sitting there. He was watching the game like anybody else. Randy Johnson, who also in 2001 had an immaculate inning.
Yeah, I mean, if you're telling me, okay, that's the 4th time the Diamondbacks have ever done it. Randy Johnson had at least one of those other ones. But yeah, and the other cool part about it is that Soroka, he threw 5 innings last night. That was the 5th inning.
Yeah.
So he gets to leave. He gets to go into his next start fresh off of a 10 strikeout, 5 shutout innings performance. But also his final inning was Javier Baez, strike looking, swinging. Kerry Carpenter, looking, swinging. Gleyber Torres, swinging, foul ball, swinging. That's it. I got 9 pitches for you, and that'll be 9 strikes. You're done.
And Wade Miley, the last pitcher to actually record an immaculate inning.
For the Diamondbacks?
For the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, it's
in 2012.
It's been a while.
Wade Miley.
It's as our friend Stained once sung. It's been a while. My Chemical Romance is coming to Chase Field in September, and Arizona Sports wants to send you. Enter now for your shot at free tickets to the Black Parade Tour. Head to the contest page at ArizonaSports.com. When we come back, Suns won last night over Memphis. What stood out from that game? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Royce O'Neal will do the inbounding under the basket to our right. And a throw all the way into the forecourt. Oso makes the catch. Gives to Booker for a deep 3 at the horn. And he banks it home. Wow, what a play.
A nice road win for the Suns as the playoffs draw near. More Arizona Sports reaction is yours on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind?
For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll look into Dylan Brooks' effect as he returns for the Phoenix Suns in Orlando. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Walked out into the newsroom.
Yeah.
Kind of see what they're talking about out there. It's on TVs.
Yeah.
The headline on one of the TVs was, "Could flying cars be in our future?"
My goodness. There's no doubt about it.
Wasn't that supposed to be a thing already by now? Like, why are we not
now? I mean, no. I think 2050, maybe.
I feel like we're living in the future, though. Like, it's 2026. There's all this AI, but we still don't have flying cars.
Well, let me quickly shout out Deer Valley. What's going on, Deer Valley? I want to make sure I get that in there.
Well,
I could fly to Deer Valley.
You could.
I think flying cars would be originated in Deer Valley.
Well, my first thought when I saw it was like, flying cars, and then I was like, I'd still get stuck though at that intersection, like on the 10 and the 17, where the 10 like turns north and the 17 goes west, even though it's like the 17 north and the 10 west.
Yeah.
And everybody that doesn't live in the state gets confused every single day, and they're like, I'm just gonna switch lanes at the very last second because that's how you do it, right? Even if you had flying cars there, it would. And in fact, it wouldn't help because it's right by the airport, so you wouldn't be able to fly your car there. I'm still going to get stuck there, even in 2050.
How is that going to work when they do figure it out? When you think about flying cars, Basinonians, how is that going to work? Because there's a three-dimensional nature to it, is there not?
Yes. I can tell you what road I won't be flying over when they have flying cars is Lincoln. I'm not flying over that.
That's the one that you get pulled on.
You're still gonna.
They don't get pulled over. They have the yellow lights calibrated to be 1 second.
Wolf will still get the letters in the mail.
Yeah. I'm gonna get popped.
Flying too fast.
Right.
Sorry, you were flying too close to Lincoln.
I mean, at what point are you out of the system as well? Because there's got to be a road system. And then there's got to be flying as well.
We're probably
talking about flying airplanes.
We're both going to get like a letter in the mail, even for mentioning Lincoln on the air. Like we noticed you mentioned it, and so here's a ticket for $200 or whatever. The Phoenix Suns won last night, Wolf, in Memphis. They've now won 3 of their last 4, actually. So I know you were big on this on the Suns finishing strong in the regular season as well. 42 wins already. Still could win as many as 49 games if they keep going like this. They get Orlando tonight, which means we'll talk to K-Ray soon. And by tonight, I mean at 4 o'clock Arizona time. So Orlando is, of course, the team where it felt like a real bad turning point earlier in the season back in late February where they won that game in double overtime. Jalen Green hit the crazy shot, but Jalen Green did not shoot well. Dylan Brooks got hurt. They had a couple injuries in that game, but that's the game Dylan Brooks left, and he will make his return tonight in Orlando.
Man, I'm so jacked up to see Dylan Brooks, of course, and the impact that Dylan Brooks is going to have on this team. And, to me, I think this is the most important thing. The fact that they have 7 games left. You and I were talking about this a little bit earlier, but I thought there was going to only be about 2 or 3 games based on where you were going to have to get up to speed with Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green and Devin Booker and how you were going to play basketball in 2 or 3 games going into the play-in. And this seems so much more appealing to me. The fact that Dylan Brooks is coming back and you have 7 games. 7 games. I think that is a pretty good sample size right there in terms of trying to get these guys up to speed on each other. And last night's game was really, really encouraging as well in regard to how they played that fourth quarter specifically, because this was a contested game. And after the first quarter, after the second quarter, and after the third quarter, it was contested.
Devin Booker talked about what changed in the fourth quarter, specifically when the bench came in.
They just took the defense to another level. I'm going to keep saying it. That's what it's going to come down to. Can we guard and do it earlier in the game? But you see when we turn it up on the defense end, we get easy opportunities offensively. So that has to be our MO.
There it is. Once again, and I fully agree with that. The identity of the Phoenix Suns in 2025-2026, Basinonians, is on the defensive end of the floor. Yes, you have Devin Booker. Yes, you have Jalen Green. But to me, it is on the defensive end of the floor, and it's not even close. You look at where the Suns are. They're near the bottom, 25, 26, 27 in terms of offenses in the association, and they're top 6 in terms of their defense.
Yeah, they all say it. I mean, they consistently say it, too, that they know defense is going to be what wins them games, big picture, and certainly in the postseason. And it's true. I mean, just look in the Western Conference, okay? We all love Devin Booker and his game and everything he does. Dropped 36 last night on Memphis like it was nothing.
In 26.
Yeah, no big deal. But look at the other teams. Look at the playoff teams in the Western Conference. Okay, they all have guys that can score. They all have plenty of guys. I mean, Oklahoma City's got SGA, and I'm just giving you one. But I mean, we're talking Wembanyama, Luka, Jokic, Ant, KD. I'm just going down maybe the top scorer on each team of the 6 teams ahead of the Suns. Obviously, Kawhi can score. Now, the Suns have guys that can score too, but if they're going to differentiate themselves, they don't have the depth of scorers that most of the teams they're going to see in the playoffs have. They know they have to do it with defense. It's why they were so successful earlier this season. It's why they're in the position they're in now. And it's why Jordan Ott brings it up every game, and Dylan Brooks is bringing it up every game before he got hurt, and Devin Booker just brought it up again last night. Like, they know what it's – Book just said it right there, basically. That's going to determine where we go.
Yeah, you know what else I thought was really, really cool, too? Think about this, Basinonians. What was the moment of the game? I think it was Rasheer Fleming. He grabbed an offensive board, put it back, and suddenly it was 93-91. Okay, the Suns, 93-91. Iguodala followed with a dunk. Gillespie hit a three and a mid-range two. And then Jordan Goodwin got a steal, and Ryan Dunn fed Ryan Dunn. And he got a dunk, of course, on a fast break. Suddenly, it was an 11-0 run. An 11-0 run by the Phoenix Suns. Goodwin and Fleming, of course, they made threes, 21 seconds apart. And suddenly, it was 108-95. You know what I loved about that? Think about the names I just said, Basinonians. Rasheer Fleming, Oso, Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, Ryan Dunn.
Two of them started last night, but those are largely bench players.
Absolutely. Yeah. And for me, again, this is the Phoenix Suns, and the fact that they've got a culture, and this is how we're going to play the game, and these guys can go out and model that culture as well. No Jalen Green, no Devin Booker, but names that are going to go out there and ball.
You know what I loved was outscoring any team 40-16 in the fourth quarter.
40-16. Stop and think about that.
Generally speaking, you're going to win every single game.
After it was so contested.
Yeah. For basically 3 quarters, you're like, what?
What is going on
messing
here?
around with this team right here? And then all of a sudden, 40-16. Here's Jalen Green afterwards.
Yeah, big credit to them. You know, they held it down. We got back-to-back. We went tough one, so shout out to them. They work hard every day, getting in there and getting in the lab every morning. So, that's expected. We already know what they're capable of every time they step on that floor.
That was him crediting the bench, not crediting Memphis, crediting the bench for giving them a little bit of a rest because they do play tonight.
Sounds exactly like Vetter James, my 16-year-old, I have to say right now. He does. He's a young guy. Of course he is. But, once again, I thought it was great. Devin Booker scoring 36 in 26 minutes, and I thought 21 points from Jalen Green, efficient in his shooting as well in 24 minutes. About those two things right there. Man, you'll take that 57 points between those two guys every game, won't you?
And you'll take the 57 points, and you will take the 50 minutes the night before a back-to-back. The first half of a back-to-back, 50 minutes total between those guys. I also feel like every time they interview Jalen Green, he's putting on, like, more shirts and more jackets. Like, if the interview post-game went on for, like, 10 minutes, he'd walk out with, like, 9 jackets on, just bumping into things.
Yes.
But he has his shooting, you mentioned the efficiency, it has gotten better and better since Devin Booker came back. And now we're not talking about, like, 2 or 3 games. We're talking about, like, a month.
Yes.
Where it's gotten a lot better.
Boy, it's looking good, is it not, Book?
When we come back, was the future of the Cardinals quarterback situation decided well before Mike LaFleur ever even got to Arizona? You're going to hear what he said about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss! Oh, Canada! An immaculate inning for Michael Soroka here to finish out the top of the 5th inning. 10 strikeouts to boot.
D-backs Tigers. Game 2 live from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. And I want you to consider this to be your green light right now. Yeah. How about a brand new Ford truck, man? They got them over at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you're driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, Toyota. Well, this is your moment right now where you can step up into America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. I drive a Ford F-150. I call them blue, Basinonians. Maybe you don't want the Ford F-150. Maybe you're thinking of something smaller. Well, you know what? Santan Ford is loaded with Rangers and Mavericks as well. The right size at the right price for you. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. Go test drive the toughest, smartest truck on the road at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, located off the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to FultonHomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for back-to-back wins tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Casey Mize gets the ball for the Tigers. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns take on the Magic tonight in Orlando. Tip-off is at 4 with pregame coverage starting at 3 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will get Dylan Brooks back tonight after an 18-game absence due to a broken hand. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, teach me how to plug it. Hey.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Diamondbacks fared in their home opener and get you ready for Game 2 of the series against the Tigers. Join us at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Command and Control, knock it off. Come on, boys. We don't need you back there busting it.
You don't want to see Rick dancing?
I mean...
Can you do the Dougie Wolf?
Rick, believe me, I don't know what you're talking about in regard to the Dougie. I just know that I could bust it out there if the Warrior Queen was out there on the floor.
Wolf was out there doing the gritty by the printer, though, earlier.
I was not.
Oh, well, maybe you didn't realize you were
I
doing
saw
that.
no idea.
Yeah,
I saw
Teach Jamal saw it.
Doing the gritty? What are you talking about, the gritty?
You can't hide anything.
You're actually the one who taught Justin Jefferson that move.
Oh, I see.
Isn't that you?
No.
Oh. A couple comments on the YouTube live chat. I want to read through some of these real quick. Garrett said, most of us can't drive on the ground in relation to flying cars. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's right, Garrett.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine that?
Especially in Arizona, eyes on the road, people.
He made a good point of like, yeah, we don't need flying cars. He was like, people would just be falling out of the sky if we had flying cars. So, yeah. Inspector Todd said, Stat is his all-time favorite Suns player. I think if you did, we've talked about this in the past. Maybe we should just do it at some point. Who your top 3 favorite Suns are of all time?
Man, that's June.
Because you're right. We'll do that in the middle of June. We'll do that right. But like Amari's going to be really high on that list. Right into that.
Well played.
Book obviously will probably be number 1. Mikal Bridges will be pretty high. But now, like Mikal didn't play for the Suns that long compared to some of the other players that are going to be on that all-time list. But that would certainly be a good conversation right there to have. And there was one other one I wanted to read. I'll find it later. It was Alex wrote it. It was pretty good. He wrote Randy Johnson was the best pitcher in baseball during the years he was a D-back. Yeah, he won the Cy Young like every year. When you go back and look at what Randy Johnson did, you're like, oh, he was just absolutely dominant compared to the rest of the league.
Right.
So there is that as well.
The only thing I haven't seen is Randy Johnson get into a brawl. Did you ever see Randy Johnson get into a brawl? Because I have not seen that
Nobody
footage.
killed a bird on accident.
I know. I did see that. I did see that.
I don't know if that's the sort of pitcher you charge the mound on because you're going to have to face him again.
Can you imagine? How'd you like 98 off the side?
98? Like he's taking it easy on you.
Well, yeah.
All right, let's get into some more of this audio from Mike LaFleur yesterday. The owners' meetings in here at the Biltmore. Actually, they keep showing it on TV. Notice all these leagues don't mind coming to Arizona this time of year. Like, we'll just we're all going to hang out at the Biltmore in Arizona. So this is Mike LaFleur talking about the decision to move off of Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I mean, I think like I just said, like it's one of those things that sometimes it's just good for both parties to part ways, if you will, and so again, we wish him the best. He had a lot of success here. I know when I was on the other sideline, albeit not Saleh or one of the defensive coaches, but he was a problem, and again, wish him all the success, but that we felt like this was the best thing moving forward.
And if there were any conversations to keep Kyler?
We had discussions, Monty and I'll keep it at that, I'm not going to discuss what was discussed with, Kyler and that group, but definitely had discussions about everything. I mean, you name it, we were talking about it. Let's call it what it is, guys. I mean, the quarterback position is the most important position in all sports. We know that, and so there was lengthy conversations in so many different aspects of it, and there will continue to be until we figure out, exactly how we have the most perfect room possible. And we like where we're at right now, but like we said, if there's a guy to add, we're going to add.
Your biggest takeaway from that, Luke, what was it that he said?
Well, I understand what you have to ask Michael LaFleur. You have to ask him these questions.
Right.
But I think most of us believe the Kyler decision was made in early November.
Yeah.
And I think on both sides. Like Kyler even posted something on Instagram. I want to say it was like December. Maybe it was late November. Where he was like, never again. And it was a vague post, obviously. He was like, what a weird year, never again. Or whatever. It just feels like the Cardinals and Kyler already decided how this was going to play out.
Sure.
2 months before Mike LaFleur was ever even hired to coach the Cardinals. He was an important part of the Rams at that point. So I understand why he has to be asked, but what is he really supposed to say?
Yeah, number one for me right now, class act, take the high road, of course, and do nothing but wish Kyler Murray well. And he has no skin in the game, Basinonians. He really does not, when you think about it. Mike LaFleur has not coached Kyler Murray in any way, shape, or form. So because of that, to take the high road and wish him well, I love that. The second thing that I picked up on was the fact that he just admitted the fact that quarterback is the most important position in all of professional sports. That's what
totally.
It is.
Totally.
Totally, Mike. It is. And this is one of the reasons why you may have to sit here and wait. You may have to bide your time or not. It's one of the conversations that we're having about Ty Simpson. Is he worthy? Is he really Brock Purdy? Because if he is Brock Purdy, now all of a sudden you can say with certitude, he is worthy. Do you see him as Brock Purdy? Do you see yourself jumping up to the first round and into the first round to draft Ty Simpson because you think he is Brock Purdy? And this is what scouting is all about, Basinonians. It is. You see something nobody else does, and you're convicted when nobody else is convicted to the level you are. And this is why it's really, really going to be fascinating to see what happens. Class act, good job. Never thought Mike LaFleur would ever say anything that was controversial, of course, in regard to Kyler Murray. But, man, Kyler, I wish him well. I think we all do for the most part, do we not? Now, when he plays the Cardinals, I hope that, there's a ball that gets snapped that he drops and doesn't try to recover it.
Off his face mask?
Yes.
He's not playing the Cardinals
I'm
this
just
year,
saying, boom! I'm just saying, maybe, that, and I'm joking, Basinonians, but, yeah, I'm not going to wish him well when he plays the Arizona Cardinals, but I do wish him well. Man,
he's definitely going to have the next laugh. Like, this is setting up for him to have a lot more success in 2026 with his team, with Justin Jefferson and a team that was a playoff team 2 years ago with Sam Darnold and at times looked like a playoff team last year anyway before he even got there. Then the Cardinals, who are either going to be running out a similar quarterback situation to what they did last year when they won 3 games or a rookie quarterback. Like, it's set up for Kyler to have success next.
Yeah.
It's just... And Mike LaFleur said it right there, probably better for both sides to move on at this point.
Do you have any other Mike LaFleur son?
Yeah, he was asked what makes a quarterback great in this league.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton. One, toughness. Like, if you can't sit back in the pocket and you're a no flinch guy or you're flinching back there, you got no chance, right? So just the ability to sit back there. Now, what you got to decipher is a lot of times guys aren't in those pockets, particularly the smaller school, whatever it is, because you're not going against those pass rushes. But there are a handful that you can find that you got to say, is that it or is it not? And then natural thrower, like, is it coming out tight, compact, all that? Decision-making, timing, accuracy. I mean, there's so many factors that go into quarterback play, but the first two that I just said, if you don't have toughness and you can't sit in that pocket and you're not a natural thrower, it's hard to play in this league.
Well, and I guess we know why Kyler Murray is not here. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
It makes exactly what I was thinking.
I know, we were all thinking it. We were all thinking it.
You just have to speak truth, Basinonians, and it was one of the things that Kyler struggled with. There's no doubt about it. It was remaining calm in the pocket. Now, many times he could use his legs to move out and make something out of it, and he did. But, yeah, you can't play scared, period. You can't do that. And from time to time, we saw that from Kyler.
It had become his biggest weakness, and maybe he fixes it in Minnesota. But there was a lot of, I don't know if they keep track of this stat, but quarterback sacks where the quarterback just slides down behind the line of scrimmage. You just don't see it very often. I don't even feel like we saw it from Kyler early in his career either, but we definitely saw it from him more recently, and he's got plenty of time to fix it in Minnesota. Like I said, he's gonna. We all have to brace ourselves.
Given the opportunity.
Yeah, like, just be ready for the fact that Kyler's going to have, I don't want to say he's going to have an amazing year, but get ready for him to be in a position to succeed this year, whereas the Cardinals are probably not going to be in the playoffs. There's a much better chance that Kyler Murray is in the playoffs this year than the Cardinals.
I've said it over and over and over again. If Kyler Murray ever went out and played offensively like Budda Baker plays defensively, if he goes out there and runs the ball and does it fearlessly, he will be the most popular guy in the locker room.
But you've also said he probably won't make it through 17 games in a season.
True.
Yeah, it's double-edged sword there. All right, when we come back, what stood out to our own Alex Weiner from the first few Diamondbacks games, and particularly the win last night against Detroit? We're going to talk to the Arizona Sports D-backs reporter. He'll join us in here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros, 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 truck month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Can the Diamondbacks stack victories at Chase Field? We'll discuss our baseball team and how they did with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Alex Weiner's joining us in studio. Talk some D-backs baseball. Of course, he is our D-backs reporter here at Arizona Sports. What's going on, Alex?
Not much. We're back.
I was trying, and you were kind of helping me try to find the exact stat because somebody wrote in on the YouTube chat to talk about the season that Landon Harrison's putting together at ASU baseball. And there's one specific stat I'm trying to find to like truly convey what he's doing because he's drawing like Barry Bonds comparisons, and every game he's hitting a home run or something.
I think you could just say his home runs and games played, and that would do quite the trick.
That's true. He's already got 15 this year, which is pretty good in college. And I'll find the exact stat here during this conversation. But Alex, let's just start here. Home opener last night, get the win, great start. Corbin Carroll looked outstanding. And the bullpen made things really interesting. What was your biggest takeaway from that game? Because you could go positive or negative from that.
Yeah, I'll go positive. I think Michael Soroka and what he was able to do. You're always curious. It's his team debut on opening day in front of the home fans. He's a guy who we have, some curiosities about. Obviously, he was really good early in his career, dealt with injuries, has been trying to find his place in the league since then. And the Diamondbacks have a crucial decision coming up when Merrill Kelly gets back, hopefully, at some point on, early in the road trip that they're going to go on next week. And Soroka did just about everything you could have asked for him and more there. I mean, an immaculate inning to see that live is incredible. It's only the fourth time it's happened in Diamondbacks history. And it's interesting about that is 2 of those times there was a pitcher among the 3 hitters who struck out when before the DH was in both leagues. So Byung-Hyun Kim and Michael Soroka were the 2 with immaculate innings where all 3 were position players that they struck out. It was a pretty crazy moment for him to have. But just how sharp everything looked, the swing and miss he got with the slurve. It was as promising a debut as you could have asked for somebody who's new with the team.
Yeah. How jacked up were you that the Predator, of course, Corbin Carroll, was hunting? Wasn't it awesome to see that?
It was
a great way to... Home opener, it was a great way, I thought, to kick it off.
Absolutely. I mean, he's got to be thinking cycle after that home run, right? He got the 2 hardest ones out of the way early.
Yeah.
It was good to see him rip a couple of baseballs to the pull side in the air. I remember in spring training, he had an opposite field home run. It's like, all right, the power's back. But he was like, I want to see myself pull one out of here in one of these games. And the triple, to see him, classic Corbin Carroll zipping around the bases, the home run to really break things open off of a future Hall of Famer and Justin Verlander. I think it was an encouraging sign of where he's at. He didn't really get a hold of a ball at Dodger Stadium like that. So I think it was a good sign of where he's going in terms of getting comfortable with where his swing is at after the offseason.
Do you ever get tired of seeing him round the bases as he's running?
Has any baseball player ever run like him? Like he looks like he wants to run into somebody.
He literally has the die look on his face as he's running to third. Does he not?
He does. He did it in the outfield. He had that look, just catching
that face has been described in so many different ways,
but never quite like that.
Never quite like that. I don't think.
Oh my goodness, I love that, man. That was my favorite part. Like just watching the Predator.
If you're the third baseman, you're probably like, if this ball gets here late, that's fine. I don't need to get run over by this dude whose batting helmet is like bouncing above his head, but somehow always lands back on his, or like half the time lands back on his head.
Triples are just so exciting, just in general, and with him and or with Alec or some of these guys that are the speedsters of this team.
Yeah.
It just adds another element to it.
But, Wolf, you are right. Like, Alec Thomas hits a triple, and he's like, round and second. Okay, I'm going to get in there to third.
Yeah.
Corbin Carroll's like, I am going to hurt you if you try to stop me from getting into third base.
The look on his face, the intensity thereof, it truly is incredible. But I thought it was important they won the game. Did you not think so as well?
Yeah, of course. You got to get the first one out of the way, especially when there was a little bit of frustration at the end of the Dodgers series because they felt like they let a couple slip away. It was 4-4 going into the bottom of the eighth inning in that second game. They were up a run going into the bottom of the eighth inning in that third one. So even though the Dodgers are basically an all-star team at this point, they hung in there in those last couple of games to where there was some moments of encouragement, but also some clear mistakes that kept them from getting over the top there. So to be able to have a game where you jump on top of a good team early, you're able to build on top of that. You withstand getting hit in the mouth a couple of times in that seventh inning, and then are able to respond with the Vargas home run, which was huge. It was a huge moment of the game. I think all of that was pretty encouraging, even though it wasn't a perfect outing.
We're talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, going back to something you said a little bit earlier, and Torey Lovello was asked this last night, and kind of, I wouldn't say he dodged it. He was just like, I'm not going to answer that yet, because how do you know, right? But Merrill Kelly does loom out there. At some point, he's going to come back. It might not be that far off. So I'm not going to ask you to tell us who's going to be out of the rotation when he comes back, but I guess the question is more, how much is up in the air with a guy like Erod or certainly Michael Soroka pitching last night or Brandon Pfaadt pitching tonight? Because when Merrill Kelly comes back, he's going into the rotation. So how much are these guys pitching for a rotation spot right now?
Yeah, I'm glad you're not asking me who's going to be the odd man out, because I don't know.
I don't think they know yet.
They know yet either. Yeah, Torey wanted nothing to do with that question. He was like,
we're
not thinking about that.
He's like, I want to enjoy a win.
Please. Exactly. Yeah, I think so. I think there's, competition doesn't stop if you're competing, for your job. It's as Major League Baseball. You got to continuously compete for your role in the league. And it's going to be interesting, right? Because I think the default was, okay, Kelly comes back and Soroka, who's been a reliever before as well, goes in the bullpen. But Soroka sees himself as more impactful as being a starter. Last night was, again, terrific. If he can put together another strong start, he's going to make a heck of a case to stay in there. I don't imagine Eduardo Rodriguez loses his rotation spot just based on the commitment to him and the way that he pitched in his debut against the Dodgers, how he looked kind of towards the end of last season where it seemed like he fixed some things. That doesn't mean he's going to live up to the $20 million label necessarily.
But they want him to start.
He does seem like he's had some good signs lately. And then you have Brandon Pfaadt, and tonight maybe that lights a fire under him. Maybe there's more of a microscope on what he looks like these next couple of outings if Michael Soroka can apply that pressure and make this decision particularly difficult.
The slurve was on display for all, right? Was it not? This is a pitch he's been developing, right? Over the last year, correct?
Yeah, and it looked really good last night. It's interesting. After the game, he was kind of explaining it, and he said he's kind of always thrown like a slider curveball hybrid, but he's kind of developed the ability to manipulate it a little bit to where if he needs it to be a little bit more curveball-y, he can do that to attack you in a different way and give you a slightly different look. So it was really working. I think he got 9 swings and misses on it. Last night, obviously, he used it prominently in the immaculate inning. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a weapon for him. He threw it more than any other pitch in his arsenal last night.
Slider curveball hybrid does not have the same ring as
slurve.
Yeah. We're talking to Alex Weiner. Alex, the bullpen, I know it's early, but I also think D-backs fans are sensitive about the bullpen after last year. Now, a lot of these guys weren't here last year, but, a few games in, how do you feel about the bullpen? Are there players in there right now that when they come in, you're like, okay, I trust this guy? Like Jonathan Loaiza, I know it's only been a couple innings, but he's somebody that when he comes in, I'm like, okay, let's see what's going to happen here. It's going to take a little bit of time for Joe Ross to earn my trust back after last night. I got to be honest.
Yeah, it's been a mixed bag, and there was always going to be some bumps in the road going into the season with a bullpen without some obvious roles. You don't have a left-hander. You're still kind of figuring out how the back end figures to be. The assumption was Paul Sewell was going to be the closer, and he's obviously getting the first cracks at being that. And it was good to see him have a 1-2-3 inning last night to be able to put a ball game away. But yeah, it's definitely been a mixed bag, and that's why it's going to be so important for these starters to put as little stress on the bullpen as possible. That's why it's important for the lineup to not stop after the 4th inning like they did at Dodger Stadium and put the bullpen in some tough spots. Jonathan Loaiza's looked pretty promising so far. It was good to see Juan Murillo be able to bounce back and record a critical out last night after the Dodger Stadium game he had the other day.
He should have got a save just for that out.
Yeah,
exactly. What about Taylor Clark?
Taylor Clark, the same deal.
Was big.
It was like the most forgettable inning of the entire game last night, which is exactly what you want out of a late inning reliever. Just go in, do your job, and get out. It's been hit and miss. I think it's going to be a little bit adventurous to start the year. We're just trying to figure out who fits into what kind of role. But internally, they have some belief in some of the guys that are in there, and it's just about figuring out who best fits where.
Alex, it's always good talking to you, man. Thank you so much.
Appreciate
Alex.
it. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
You drove all the way in here just for this segment, right?
Did a little podcast with Burnsy, too, so we'll have that going up later.
Burnsy got him to come in here. Thanks, Alex. When we come back, we'll take you to the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Yeah, Wildcats win the West Region. They beat Purdue by 15. We haven't really focused on the angst, the inner angst.
No.
Because at halftime, I was getting tweets from people. Has anybody done a well check on Jared Carlin?
I was so stressed out in that first half. My knees and legs were bouncing in directions previously unseen by man. Once the second half started, luckily, within a couple minutes, they erased the lead, and it was a new game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God, was that delicious.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Let's talk about your smile right now. You all jacked up, your teeth jacked up, you're missing teeth. Well, maybe you're tired of messing around, right? With dentures, you need Aria Dental Implant Center. At Aria Dental Implant Center, my good friend Dr. Joe has helped over 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed 20,000 plus implants. Man, that's not theory. Those are actual reps, man, and actual cold, hard numbers. And when it comes to the all-on-4 full-mouth implants, Experience is everything. I have had the All On 4, and I can tell you it is a game changer, no doubt. Maybe you want to bite into a steak, crunch into some apples, smile for the photos, whatever it may be. What you need to do, brothers, is go to Aria Dental Implant Center now. You can go online and schedule today. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying two mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit CarolHasTheBuyers.com.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit MiracleLeagueAZ.com or call 480-686-8137.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Ready! Outstanding service. Ready Services replaced our home hot water heater with same-day service. From estimate to completed installation, which felt nothing short of miraculous.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns legend Amari Stoudemire has been elected to the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame class of 2026. Stoudemire will go into the hall with WNBA legends Elena Delle Donne and Candace Parker, as well as longtime NBA coach Doc Rivers. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for back-to-back wins tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Casey Mize gets the ball for the Tigers. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Suns are in action tonight at the Orlando Magic. Tip-off is at 4 with pregame coverage at 3 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will get Dillon Brooks back tonight after an 18-game absence due to a broken hand. This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks. College basketball is in full swing, and the best place to catch every game is Twin Peaks. Enjoy scratch-made favorites, legendary wings, and 29-degree draft beer with wall-to-wall TVs. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Tuesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
What's up, guys? It was a spectacular Diamondbacks debut for Michael Soroka last night. He went 5 innings, struck out 10, and had an immaculate inning, which I've actually seen 2 of those now in the past 2 seasons, which is pretty cool and pretty rare.
Wow.
It's more rare than a no-hitter that those happen, and to be in the ballpark for 2 of them the past 2 seasons
you've
is
seen him in
pretty
person.
crazy. Yeah, it was. I was at Mason Miller's last year. When I went to, remember when I went on the vacation to San Diego?
Surprised Mason Miller doesn't have one like every week.
And the funny thing was he threw no fastballs.
That is saving him.
Yeah,
Wow.
9 straight breaking balls. But could bringing on Soroka be one of the best moves in baseball if he keeps this up at least somewhat?
It could be a true Mike Hazen move. You know what I mean? The sort of move that when it happens in the offseason, everybody's like, oh, Soroka, I remember him when he was like kind of an upside guy with the Braves. And didn't he have like a good year with the Braves a few years ago? And then, but you don't really talk about it much anymore. It's not like, certainly nationally, it didn't get talked about at all. It's not some high end move. Like even the Arenado move got more press nationally, certainly. But at the same time, for it to be like a true Mike Hazen success story, it's kind of a off-the-grid move when the move happens, but then everybody takes notice when the season happens. I'm not expecting him to throw immaculate innings and 5 shutout innings every night, but we talked about this yesterday before he even pitched in the game. Like, he's got some upside, and what if he pitches his way into the rotation to the point where like you can't move him out for Merrill Kelly? Then what does that mean for tonight's starter and Brandon Pfaadt?
Yeah. Listen, Michael Soroka he looked absolutely dominant.
I mean, he looked unhittable last night.
Dominant.
I know they got hit, but he looked
night.
unhittable.
And yeah, he dominant when he struck out 10 hitters in 5 innings of work on 89 pitches. It was incredible to see him do that. If he continues to do this, there's no way in the world they're going to take him out of the rotation. They're not going to do that. Somebody else is going. It's not going to be Soroka if he continues to pitch like that.
Better not be.
We'll stick with D-backs pitching. Our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, after Soroka's dazzling debut, how many runs will Brandon Pfaadt give up tonight? 0, 1 or 2, 3 or 4, or 5+?
I mean, Detroit's got a good lineup.
Yeah.
I'm going to say 1 to 2. I do think, I mean, we've seen this from Brandon Pfaadt before, and I'm not that he's going to go out there tonight and be like, oh, I'll show you, I'm better than Michael Soroka. But he does pitch well. He pitches well more often than not. It's just when he has a bad game, it destroys his stats for the month or whatever. But he also seems to pitch better when he really needs to step up. I think he goes, man, they're all just going 5 innings right now.
I know.
Maybe 5 innings, gives up 1 or 2.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to say 3 or 4, somewhere in there. Not because I don't believe in Brandon Pfaadt, I do. You got to fight for your right to party.
First start of the year.
You have to. There's no doubt about it. I'm picking this largely out of want, Basin Onions. This is what I'd like to see from him, seriously. A lot more consistency. Go out and instead of giving up 8 runs, give up 3. Instead of giving up only 1 run, give up 3 or 4, somewhere in there. It's more like I want to see him balance things out this year and be way more consistent, because we saw it last year. Really good outing, and then all of a sudden a really, really bad outing.
Yeah.
Where he doesn't get anyone out.
8 runs, no outs. I mean, that was obviously the worst. That was an outlier.
Right, I'm firing for a fact.
But it did happen. I mean, that game did happen. But you're right. He has other games where it's just like he'll give you 6 innings. He'll give you innings. He makes his starts. He'll give you 6 innings and give up 1 run. But then the next start, he gives you 4 innings and gives up 6 runs. And it's just, I'm with you. Spread it out evenly.
Yes.
Because a lot of times last year when his start just kind of dictated how the game went. He either pitched so well you didn't need to score runs, or he pitched so poorly it didn't matter how many runs you scored.
Yeah, if he wants to go out there and consistently give up 1 or 2 runs every outing, I'm all for that. I'm all for it, Brandon. But I'm just going to say right now, just based on what we have seen over the years, 3 or 4. Man, go 5, 6 innings somewhere in there and give up 3 or 4 runs. I'd take that.
I'll also say, though, friend of the show, and they don't make the World Series in 2023 without him. So
we love Brandon.
More power
Pfaadt.
to you.
Are you kidding me? He is going to fight.
I'm going to go with 1 or 2.
Okay.
I'm going to agree with you, Luke, because he's a good April pitcher. That's all I got to say. 3 to 4 leads 43%. So I guess that you're right, Wolf. 1 to 2.
I think we'll know after the game.
I was going to say, how could you be right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right in the eyes of 43% of the people that voted on this
Which is all that really
particular
matters.
poll. 12 or 38% 1 or 2, 5 plus 12%, 0, 8%.
5 plus. Get out of here with that. Not giving up 5
Come
plus
on,
runs.
bruh.
Better not.
The Arizona Cardinals are reportedly hosting quarterbacks Ty Simpson and Carson Beck for visits. Would you guys rather the Cardinals draft Ty Simpson in the first round, either at 3 or they trade up, get him in a later pick, or Carson Beck in a later round?
Beck in a later round. And don't take that as me banging the drum that Carson Beck needs to be the quarterback of the future. Carson Beck in a later round is the sort of thing where you can draft him. Doesn't cost you a ton. See what you have this year. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to have a potential quarterback of the future on your roster this year, because you know it's not Jacoby Brissett or Gardner Minshew in terms of long-term quarterback of the future. Now, maybe Carson Beck doesn't show enough in practice. He doesn't get into games. You know he's not the guy you just move on next year and you take somebody in the first round. Or maybe he does get into some games and you keep him around and maybe he's the backup going forward. You know, I would much rather that than if you take Ty Simpson in the first round, he's also your quarterback in 2027, and you probably won't know how good he is going into 2027. I'd rather go lower risk with this year's draft.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would go with Carson Beck in the 3rd round. I'd be okay with him in the 3rd round. Now, could you get him in the 4th round? That would be even better, no doubt. But for me, again, I don't want to see them commit in the first 2 rounds. To me, they're just too important, those picks. I realize every pick is important. I get that and I understand that. But for me, I think, man, if you could get Carson back in the 3rd round and say, hey, let's just take a flyer on this guy. Let's just see. We've got 2 veteran guys who are quality backup guys that we can trust and we know will go out and be professional. But maybe this guy at some point in the 2026 season, maybe you'll run Carson back out there just to see what you really got.
Just see what you have. If he's decent, you can keep him around and still draft somebody in the first round in 2027. You will need 2 quarterbacks. If he's not, it didn't really cost you anything. It cost you a 3rd round pick. I get that, but it's not a 1st or a 2nd, especially where the Cardinals are picking in the 1st and 2nd. And again, the thing that you have to remember, and you've mentioned this a few times, Wolf, but I think it bears repeating, it's not just the pick if you take him in the 1st or even 2nd round. It's the commitment. You're basically, if you take him in the 1st, even if you trade up to take him at 24 or something, you have committed to him beyond 2026 as your starter at that. Otherwise, you're just wasting a pick. If you're taking him in the 1st round and being like, we probably will draft somebody again next year, then don't take him in the 1st round. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Suns fans, get to cold beers and cheeseburgers at Cactus Road and Tatum Boulevard today from 4 to 6 and enter the Ultra Suns fan giveaway. This is your shot at 4 tickets to Suns Rockets on April 7th, plus an exclusive pregame on-court experience. Learn more on the contest page at arizonasports.com. We come back. Corbin Carroll was in full midseason form last night. Just how big can that be for the Diamondbacks over the course of this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. That is a high fly ball out to deep right field. Carpenter going back. He is at the track. He is out of room. It is gone. Halfway home to the cycle for Corbin Carroll. It's his first of the year, and it's 5-0 Diamondbacks to the bottom of the second.
D-backs Tigers. Game 2 live from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And
John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey, it's Gambo. We'll react to how the Diamondbacks fan in their home opener and get you ready for Game 2 of the series against the Tigers. Join us at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Shout out to Litchfield Park. What's going on? Litchfield Park.
Man, I love Litchfield Park.
Oh, I thought you were going to say more. I was trying to pull these stats up. Just
trying
because
to let it hang in the air. You know what I mean?
Should we not say anything for the rest of the segment? Just think about how much Wolf loves Litchfield Park.
Litchfield Park.
The Landon Hairston stats, ASU hitter, who's been going off, who is starting to get like Barry Bonds-esque comparisons at the college level.
I see.
ASU's leading home run hitter last year had 18 home runs. He already has 17 in 29 games. He has 15 in his last 17 games and 7 in his last 5 games.
No.
Basically, every game he's hitting at least one home run, which is
cool.
wild. And I'm only bringing that up because somebody mentioned it in the YouTube live chat. It's like, hey, talk about this guy because he's on an unreal run. And you know what? You're right. He is on an unreal run.
By the way, you can't say Litchfield Park without thinking of Lincoln Park.
You can't.
You can't.
We should come back with Lincoln Park every time we shout out Litchfield Park.
I was just going to say that.
We should.
Yeah,
We should
well
come back. There's what's the song that has like a?
It starts with
It starts with one.
What's the
basically.
one? No More Sorrow.
Always.
No More Sorrow is a great, like if you were a closer, music walking out there. Rick, can you find that before the end of the show?
Okay.
Just the
some closing music.
Yeah,
Is that
like
what you're saying. Okay.
When Command and Control pulls it up, because we were talking with Kevin Ginkel about this when we were out there at spring training, like good closing music.
Yeah.
Like you're walking out there on the field. When they pull it up, you'll hear it, Wolf, and you'll be like, yeah, this is definitely like great, like walking out of the bullpen music.
I like that.
Hey, I have another June segment idea. This is courtesy of Jamal. What would be our closer entrance song? All four of us.
Well, this might be
just
it.
kind of our walk-up music, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What
Well,
would
no,
be-
I have different music if I was a walk-up song than I would as a closer.
Now,
Closer's got to build. Walk-up songs got to start well.
Are we picking for each other or are we picking for ourselves? Because Rick's would be Who Let the Dogs Out.
That is just not true.
Oh, okay.
But you did that now, so I'm going to find that
The
drop
fact
and
that you
play
have it on hand shows me that this would be
Okay.
your song. Yes.
Right.
Okay. Wolf's thinking now. Wolf's
no,
going to be
you've
lost.
got me thinking about it now, and I'm going to have to choose carefully.
Wolf's going to be thinking about this for the rest of the show.
And nobody else is going to pick my.
The fact that I referenced a Linkin Park song that you don't have right there, but then you have the Baja Men right there means you've at least considered it being not your closing music, but your walk-up music.
You know, I think you're the only person in the world that doesn't like this song. Who Let the Dogs Out is the classic.
I will open that up to everybody else in the world to vote.
I'm thinking about it right now. Oh my goodness.
Everybody, Rick, where do you come down on Smash Mouth?
I like Smash Mouth.
Okay.
I got good childhood memories from both Who Let the Dogs Out and Smash Mouth.
I'm thinking like if you like Who Let the Dogs Out, you like Smash Mouth.
Yeah.
They're tied together.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but they are.
Because they're like both really big in 1999.
Yeah, but there's other songs that were big in 1999 that don't fit in with those songs. All right, well, you heard Rick. It's open to the entire world to vote on Who Let the Dogs Out. When Corbin Carroll's rounding second base, going for third, how did you describe it, Wolf?
The look on his face is die.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable when you see him round second and run to third. It is always like that.
Can we save that audio for the next time Corbin Carroll hits a triple? Wolf right there just doing that. I made sure to not laugh audibly during it.
Man, you know what? Honestly, it just he looks like he is running into a wedge. He does. He looks like he is running into a wedge. That's the way every wedge buster's face ever looked, except for mine.
How did yours look? Just calm?
Just stone cold, bro.
That's almost more alarming.
Stone cold, bro.
If Corbin Carroll was rounding second base at the speed he rounds it at, and he just had this casual look on his face, that would be much more terrifying.
I enjoy watching Corbin Carroll play the game of baseball so much because he is he seems like a low-key guy. Does he not, Command and Control? Does he not seem like a low-key guy? Corbin Carroll, for the most part, he's under control, not really loud, not going to be a loud guy in the locker room.
Everything's intentional.
And then you see him go out and play the game of baseball. It is incredible to watch somebody. When you hear Torrey yesterday, we were talking about the intensity that Torrey wanted in spring training and bringing that intensity. And to see him actually go out and play the way that he does, you think of the intensity for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and I think of Corbin Carroll.
Yeah, you're right. He does seem so, I don't know, calm, mellow, whatever, off the field, just kind of a low-key personality. But when he hits the ball and it's clear it's going to at least be a single, he seems to just like let everything out, like all of the whatever pent-up aggression, energy, frustration he might be feeling in his life. If it is a grounder past the second baseman, he's running to first with the intention of, if they are lazy about this or anybody bobbles anything, I might be going to third.
Yep.
That's basically the way he runs. Here he is after the game talking about the win for the D-backs.
Yeah, I felt really good, especially after a tough LA series, just to come out and put them on early. Just it was what we needed.
And here he is talking about switching around.
He loves talking about himself too, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just see how quick that was and whatever.
Yeah. Next. Here he is talking about switching from the one-handed swing to a two-handed swing.
I can't control it. It's just happening, and so we're rolling with it.
Has it occurred how you didn't think about it?
No. It's something where years in the past I've always swung with two hands in the cage and then get in the game, and it's a one-hand swing, one-hand finish. And then I think maybe just with the hand stuff this year, I think it's just happening.
This is one thing I would say about Corbin Carroll and maybe how he could improve his approach at the plate. Don't change anything. That would be my
That'd
advice.
be big right there.
You just keep doing exactly what you're doing.
That's well done. You know, it's interesting you brought up Torey Lovullo. And Torey, we talked to him yesterday, and he was talking about wanting to see how the Diamondbacks responded in the first 5 innings of that game specifically. Why do you think he said that?
Well, he said that's specifically what he was going to look for, but it was tough to walk away from that interview not thinking that's what we need to look for, too. He said it to us in the context of coming out of the Dodgers series.
Yes.
And he talked about how they had won a bunch of innings, and he even told us, he's like, yeah, I didn't sleep real well after game 3 or Sunday night going into yesterday's game, because despite the fact that they had played well, you have no wins in the standings. And at the end of the year, it's not like, oh, you missed the wild card by 1 game, but you know what? You guys tried really hard, so here, you get in. This is a team that won 89 games 2 years ago and missed the playoffs because of the tiebreaker. So to me, the way I took it was he wanted to see how his guys responded right out of the gate.
Yes.
And they responded really
well. I would
well.
agree with that. And you know what? The Predator was the tip of the spear, was he not, brothers? He was. Came up and he tripled to right in the first inning and scored Ketel Marte. And then he came up in the second inning and hit a 2-run jack over the wall. I don't know. Is there any correlation there whatsoever? I don't know, base earnings. We'll never know that because it's not like Corbin Carroll, the Predator, is going to talk about himself. He's not going to do it. But it seemed like, to me, Torey was going to make a point of emphasis to his guys. Let's go. Let's get after this thing. And they came out. They scored 8 runs. They were up in this game 8-0. They came out and they were balling. And the Predator was the tip of the spear, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think that was an accident.
Corbin Carroll, best contract in maybe all of sports when you consider what he brings you and then how much he makes. And look, he's fine. He's making a living. He's making a great living.
He's doing well.
But when you consider how much other players that aren't anywhere near as good as him in Major League Baseball make, compared to, that is, and that's a deal that he signed early, and it, I guess to a certain extent was a risk for the club too. Like they both kind of were like, hey, we're going to just do this. And we've talked to Corbin Carroll since he signed that deal, and he's like, you know what? I want to make it look like I'm getting ripped off, essentially. That's how he worded it. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that's roughly, he's like, I want to be a steal at that price. And he said that a couple years ago to us, and he is. He could be making 3 times that, and he would still be a steal.
It was the conviction, once again, from the freaky Mike Hazen, who saw it and knew, oh, my goodness, we know exactly where you're headed. Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
You make moves like that, that's how you compete in a division with a team that can drop $1 billion in the offseason. All right, when we come back, Dylan Brooks is back tonight. So how much is that going to help the Suns, and how quickly is that going to help the Suns? We're going to talk to Kevin Ray. Game Day with K-Ray is next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Die!
Cardinals have some big Cardinal decisions coming due before the NFL Draft.
With the third pick.
And Arizona Sports is all over breaking Cardinals and NFL news on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 NFL Draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, official beer sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. You know what I love about Moving Team 6? They really do have a deep knowledge of Phoenix, of course, and really the whole state of Arizona. And one of the reasons why that's a big deal, it's smoother routes, of course, faster moves for you, and less stress for you as well. And once again, this is what Moving Team 6 wants to do. They want to remove the stress from the equation for you. We're talking about a full-service solution, Moving Team 6, whether it's local or a long-distance move. Maybe you're going to move all the way across the country. Don't worry about it. Moving Team 6, they've got you covered. Maybe it's your home, your residence, of course, or maybe it's your business. You need to move your business. Guess what? Moving Team 6, they're qualified and ready to do that as well. Professional packing services. Listen, go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
The future stars of the LPGA return to TPC Scottsdale's Champions course the week of April 27th through May 3rd at the Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic, boasting the strongest field on the Epson Tour, with past LPGA Tour winners and major champions, along with NCAA All-Americans and Elite Amateur champions expected to compete. Don't miss the action. General admission and hospitality ticket packages are available now at CarlisleLPGA.com. Tickets starting as low as $12.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
QC Kinetics provided amazing pain relief for a former professional baseball player, and you have access to the same life-changing treatments as retired pitcher Jose Alvarez.
I put a lot of stress and strain and work on my right arm, but my right elbow took most of the damage with 3 surgeries.
Arthritis developed, and the pain was unbearable.
It wasn't just pain when I was trying to play sports. It was anytime I was moving the right elbow. It was pretty excruciating at times.
That's when Jose discovered QC Kinetics and their regenerative treatments that help the body heal itself, restoring damaged tissue and providing relief with no surgery or downtime. Jose's message to the medical professionals at QC Kinetics?
My elbow is feeling outstanding. Where were you 10 years ago, for crying out loud?
QC Kinetics is right here. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns legend Amare Stoudemire has been elected to the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame class of 2026. Stoudemire will go into the hall with WNBA legends Elena Delle Donne and Candace Parker, as well as longtime NBA coach Doc Rivers. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for back-to-back wins tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs while Casey Mize gets the ball for the Tigers. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns take on the Magic tonight in Orlando. Tip-off is at 4 with pregame coverage starting at 3 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will get Dillon Brooks back tonight after an 18-game absence due to a broken hand. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Right now, the Funk Soul Brother. Check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. We'll look into Dillon Brooks' effect as he returns to the Phoenix Suns in Orlando. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The Funk Soul Brother. Right about now.
And they all lost their mind. Playing the organ.
This would not be your closer music.
No, this is not it right here. This is not. Hit the post with the organ.
Let me get you that injury report for that Suns Magic game tonight. That game, by the way, that starts in 3.5 hours. Dillon Brooks is not on it. He's
Dillon
not on the
Brooks
injury reports.
Is going to play. He's going to come back and make his debut again, all over again for the Phoenix Suns. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, actually, I don't. The only people on the injury report. Am I looking at the right injury report? Yeah. Amir Coffey, Haywood Highsmith, and Mark Williams. So Dillon Brooks is back.
Okay,
That would be,
getting healthy.
Grayson
That's
Allen.
nice.
Okay. So I mean, this is a good time of year to be. The one, with all due respect to Highsmith and Coffey, Mark Williams was a guy that you were building things around at the start of the year. So that's the one name left on there that you're like, okay, need to get him back before the play-in. And ideally, he probably needs. Ideally, you would have liked to have even maybe gotten him back before Dillon Brooks, because Brooks with the hand injury, he could at least keep the cardio. Like, I'm guessing he's in shape. Mark Williams can only do so much to stay in shape with the injury he has right now.
Yeah, and I honestly think Dillon Brooks, once again, his mere presence, Mason Orleans, is going to fire up the Phoenix Suns. The Suns looked ready last night, but not on guard. Literally, not on guard. They scored 34 points in the first quarter, which is really good. But they gave up 31 points. And, once again, it was 65-61 at the half. Suns were up, but still 61 points to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yes.
It was they looked ready, but not on guard until that fourth quarter rolled around. And that's where they look like the Phoenix Suns.
3.5 back of Houston for the 6th seed, 3 up on the Clippers for the 7th seed with 7 games to go. So they're almost certainly going to be that 7th seed, which means we get to go to at least one postseason Phoenix Suns game. At least, actually, I guess even more than that, because if they would lose, the second one would be, the second playing game would be at home. And if they were to win, then they would have some actual home playoff games too. So there's going to be some games in the Mortgage Matchup Center here this postseason, which was not expected by many, certainly when this season began. And it really does look like they're kind of going to be locked into that 7th seed, which means the return of a guy like Dillon Brooks and just getting healthy as a team is really what these final 7 games are about. How quickly can you work Dillon Brooks in?
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to take that long to work him in. I don't. You're not going to disrupt what Devin Booker does. Book's doing his thing.
Yep.
So are you going to disrupt what Jalen Green's doing? Jalen Green's been better, but I don't think it's like, hey, I really don't want to mess with Jalen Green. I think Jalen Green will be able to produce similarly to how he is right now with Dylan Brooks in there.
Yes. Yeah, I'm with you on this. I don't think it's going to be a long process for Dylan Brooks. I think they know Dylan Brooks. I think they are comfortable with Dylan Brooks. I think there's no way that it's going to be any type of issue with Dylan Brooks coming back. Having said that, though, he's got to control himself. And if he doesn't, and we get into a 7-game playoff series, what are you going to do if you're the opposing team? You're playing the Phoenix Suns. Well, you know what? I'm going to run some goon at him is what I'm going to do. I'm going to say be as physical as you possibly can with Dylan Brooks and see if he's going to lose his cool, because he will lose his cool because he's undisciplined. And because of that, we're going to go out there and we're going to poke him. He's not going to poke us. We're going to poke him. We're going to poke bears. That's right. He's going to get poked. And, again, you've got to be able to. You do, and Dylan knows this. I'm sure he's been talked to about this with many of his teammates as well. This is where Book can walk up and say, you realize we cannot have you doing this.
They really – so Vince brought this up on the show this morning. They were 9-9 without Dylan Brooks. So they the way Vince said it was like the goal was to tread water without that's the definition of treading water right there at 500. But if you take a step back and really look at it in totality, when he first got hurt, like they really kind of struggled. And so to your point, maybe you don't even need to say anything to him. But if it gets to the point where you do, it's just like, dude, we are an average team when you're out. Like we're missing whatever, heart and soul, whatever you're missing something. If you're this year's Phoenix Suns when you don't have Dylan Brooks. It's not like he's on Oklahoma City and they can just be like, whatever, we got 19 other guys. Like he is a huge part of what has made the Suns successful this year, and he cannot take himself out of the lineup because we've seen what it looks like when he's not out there now.
Yes, the only thing I would say, Luke, I would disagree with you in regard to this. You do need to say something to him. And the one guy that needs to say something to him is Devin Booker. This is what Book's got to do. This is Book's team. This is him. He is the leader of this team. And this is exactly what a leader does, Basinonians. It's not the rah-rah, we got to do this, we're going to go out there and we're going to hit him high, hit him low. No, it's not that. It's walking up to a teammate and saying, we need you. You cannot allow yourself to get tossed from a game because you can't shut your mouth. This is where it's eye to eye. And this is where Dylan Brooks is going to have the opportunity to show that he can be responsible. He can. He can still go out there and ball and be physical and be aggressive, of course. That's who he is. You just can't say anything after it. You can't allow yourself to lose your mind on the court. And this is where Devin Booker needs to be able to walk up to a Dylan Brooks and say, look at me. You can't do it.
Don't you think it's easier to say that too now where it's like, look at the last month. We didn't have you. Look how we looked. It's not even like a hypothetical, like, hey, if you get yourself tossed, because then in the back of your mind, if you're that player, you're like, I'm not going to get tossed. I'm not going to get suspended. We'll be fine. It's like, yeah, you were out for 18 games, and we weren't right. Like, credit the Suns for persevering and being resilient and finding a way to hang around in that 7 seed. If Dylan Brooks doesn't get hurt, are they the 6th seed right now? I mean, it's not his fault he got hurt, but it's just if you're Devin Booker, you're looking at that and saying, how much better are we when you're out there? You cannot get tossed. Not now.
I think you're right on it, too. Of course, Devin Booker could use that in his conversation, but this is what's got to happen. Book has got to be the guy to walk up to him and say, what are you doing? Knock it off.
All right, we'll effort to get K-Ray on. He might be at Epcot Center right now. They're in Orlando, so we don't really know.
Yeah, he's working or something.
Is a quick side trip to Barbados. He had like 3 hours to get there. When we come back, is it looking more and more like the Cardinals are looking at drafting a quarterback? There are reasons to believe that, and we'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Stolen by Oso, ahead to Fleming in transition to the rim on a big-time jam. Rasheer Fleming finishes
A nice road win for the Suns as the playoffs draw near. More Arizona Sports reaction is yours on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home. That's not easy, but you find it, and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it, and that's why Orchard has their Move First, Sell Later program. With Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time. Just go. Do that. Then sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. If you ever tried to do a double move before, then you know that you don't want to do another one. The Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and they make price-boosting upgrades. Then once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later. You can focus right now on buying and moving into your new home. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gamble for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
The D-backs face the Atlanta Braves on Saturday, April 4th. Enjoy a free post-game concert featuring the All-American Rejects. Get your tickets and field passes at dbacks.com/concerts.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
NFL draft in just over 3 weeks. We played the cut earlier of Todd McShay talking about the reason that a lot of people seem to be thinking about the Arizona Cardinals as a landing spot for Ty Simpson. We played the cut about why he doesn't think the Jets are interested in him. He talked about, also this is on the Todd McShay show, about the Cardinals liking Ty Simpson potentially?
Arizona likes Simpson enough to maybe go up and get him?
I've heard that that's a strong possibility. I don't know for a fact yet, and maybe we'll never know for a fact, but people I've talked to believe that they're a team to circle. I also was told by someone to keep an eye out and try to put together, because they don't know. I think they know definitively, but there's another team lurking out there, and I can't quite put my finger on it. But this person who shared this information with me is absolutely cannot share for obvious reasons, but this person has been reliable. So there's another team that's potentially lurking, and this person has no skin in the game, so he wouldn't be trying to force a team like Arizona up.
Another team lurking.
See, there you go, right there too, because he would. Again, you have to acknowledge the fact that there's a season of disinformation that is going on right now. That there is the wanton, willful desire to mislead by other teams that are out there. Of course, this is part of the draft strategy. It's so cool.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if it was Todd McShay or not, but I had heard somebody in the last couple of days bring this up of the Rams were for a while fairly openly interested in Ty Simpson. And then it was just kind of like, hey, Matthew Stafford's, he's good to go. I mean, Ty Simpson trailed off at the end of the year. Matthew Stafford did not. The only reason I care about that is Mike LaFleur was with the Rams when they would have been interested in Ty Simpson. So, I don't know. Do I think the Cardinals are going to take Ty Simpson? I a month ago would have said no. Now I would say maybe 30, 40%, just because it's not because he keeps getting mocked to the Cardinals necessarily. It's not because, hey, this writer thinks it would be a good fit or that one. It's more that there seems to be this feeling around the grapevine that you always talk about in the NFL that the Cardinals might be interested in Ty Simpson. That's different than just a writer putting him as the third pick in the draft or coming up with a hypothetical trade where the Cardinals move up. Is the Ty Simpson to Arizona talk, is that just simply a bunch of people on the East Coast being like, well, Ty Simpson's got to go somewhere, I just put him on Arizona?
Yeah.
Or is there something around the league fueling that? That's the question.
Yeah, I know, exactly. And, that is the problem. You really do not know this time of year who to trust. And who is trying to mislead and who is telling the truth for the most part. I do know that going into the last week of the draft, right up before the draft, going into that last week, a general manager could literally say anything, and nobody's going to believe him. Nobody would believe him. He could be telling you exactly what it is they're going to do, and nobody would believe him. So that's going to be part of it, what we're going to have to see here. We were talking about Ty Simpson and Carson Beck. They're visiting the Cardinals. What does that mean? The Cardinals are definitely interested in them. There's no doubt. But to what extent, once again? Do they have a plan to draft Ty Simpson? And if so, what is it exactly? How are they going to do that? Is Carson Beck the backup plan? And if so, what round is he the backup plan?
Well, yeah. Yeah, and if you are following this from the Cardinals' perspective, if you want them to draft Ty Simpson, then when Dan Orlovsky said last week, hey, he's my quarterback one, you were probably like, hey, listen, there's something here. There's something here. Now, I think it's just, no matter how good of a talent evaluator you are, I just think it's so risky to say that he's definitively your guy. Orlovsky was saying in the entire draft ahead of Mendoza, but I'm just saying from the Cardinals' perspective because he's only played in 15 college games. But this is more from Todd McShay. Now, this time he was on the Bill Simmons podcast reacting to Dan Orlovsky saying that.
One person comes out this week, right, Orlovsky, and I don't think he's wrong with what he's saying in a lot of regards. And it's cool if you want him to be your number one quarterback ahead of Mendoza. He's not alone. I've also talked to people in the league who would take Simpson over Mendoza. But A, the Raiders are taking Mendoza.
Yeah.
And B, I don't know why it has to be this huge, it is the story. The March Madness is going on. Everything on my timeline, every show I turn on is Orlovsky, CAA. How do you have Ty Simpson? He said that Mendoza didn't play in big games. It's pretty wild, to see how one person can have these opinions, which are not wrong in a lot of regards, but are not shared by the majority of teams in the league, can now set off this brush fire,
I just thought it was interesting that the way he said it there at the end, it's not shared by the majority of teams that Ty Simpson's better than Mendoza, but he did say there are other people around the league that feel that way. Yeah. Here's more. So this is Todd McShay just comparing the two quarterbacks.
You compare all those things, and then you look at one guy who's 6'5" and 232 pounds and did all those things, but progressed, but in an offense where RPO, stressing defenses, they've got to play honest. He has one read, makes a decision, balls out, and he's awesome at it. But it's not that easy in the NFL.
And he had
got
awesome receivers.
Two guys who are going to be drafted. I just told you probably in the first 2 rounds. And a third one who might be the best of them, Charlie Becker, who came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And 2 running backs that could be drafted. So all those things. And now you've got Alabama, right? 6'1", down to 190 pounds, bulked up to 212. Couldn't stay healthy as 1 year as a starter. 15 starts, it means you are the outlier of outliers. Anyone with fewer than 25 starts, it's been a struggle. Anyone with fewer than 20 starts, it's been an outright bust as a first-round pick at quarterback. So it's this juggling of, like, my eyes tell me Ty Simpson's every bit as good, in some ways better and more NFL ready than Mendoza. But history and general managers who have to assess risk are saying Mendoza's the safer pick.
Yeah, I think Mendoza is the safer pick. You know, I'm a little confused in regard to saying that Mendoza did not play in big games, right?
That one I didn't get, and that wasn't McShay. That was okay. Where Orlovsky took a lot of criticism last week, because when he said that, I don't understand why he said that. But Todd McShay right there saying, I mean, he's not the first person that has said, okay, how much of what Mendoza did is the system in college and the coach he had, and does that system work in the NFL anymore? Or I took all that more so as Mendoza has question marks, even though he's the clear-cut number 1 pick in this draft, more so than, hey, Ty Simpson's just as good. He could go number. Yeah, you know what I mean?
This is, for me, though, it's a little fascinating, because every time you get in that last month leading up to the draft, you know what, Basin Orleans? You stare at the sun, you're going to see spots. You are. And this happens to every top 10, top 15 prospect. Suddenly, you just stare at it. You stare at it, and you start picking. You start seeing things, and you start picking at it. I think it's human nature. It's what happens, and it happens year after year after year after year. This is what's going to happen. Fernando Mendoza is the unanimous for the most part. I don't care who anyone says. He's going to be the first guy drafted in the draft, whether it's by the Raiders or somebody sells the farm to move up in draft. He's going to be the first player taken in this draft. And for some reason, there's people out there that try to act like it's not going to be the case. That he's not deserving of that. When you watch him play, I'm sorry. He was lights out.
It doesn't all add up, because if Ty Simpson is viewed as good as Fernando Mendoza by more than one person in the NFL, then why isn't Ty Simpson going second? Why isn't somebody trading up with the Jets to take him second? You know what I mean? Or trading up the Cardinals to take him third.
Correct.
Because even when you hear people like Todd McShay or Field Yates.
That's a great point, Luke.
Even when they say, like, hey, you know what? He could make a lot of sense for the Cardinals. They're all like, but they're not going to do it at 3. It's too early to take.
If Mendoza was 6'1", 212 pounds, I would totally understand what you're saying.
But he's 6'5".
He's 6'5", 230. Bro.
A little different. All right, when we come back, 4 games in, especially after what we saw last year, I know it's a lot of different players, but how concerned do we need to be about the Diamondbacks bullpen? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. He got spring cleaning on the to-do list. Well, don't forget to refresh your finances as well. Trajan Wealth's family office can actually help you tidy up scattered accounts, taxes, and estate details into one clear plan. Call today and let them help organize your wealth management strategy right now. When you picture your retirement, what do you see? Everyone's got different goals, right? And that's why your plan should have a different goal as well. The fiduciary advisors at Trades and Wealth, they take time to understand what matters most to you, and they will build a plan around that. Find out how at TrajanWealth.com, or you can pick up the phone and call 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate at Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and getting one free. And that's exactly what you'll get through the end of March. Purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you will get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns legend Amari Stoudemire has been elected to the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame class of 2026. Stoudemire will go into the hall with WNBA legends Elena Delle Donne and Candace Parker, as well as longtime NBA coach Doc Rivers. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for back-to-back wins tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Casey Mize gets the ball for the Tigers. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns take on the Magic tonight in Orlando. Tip-off is at 4 with pregame coverage starting at 3 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will get Dylan Brooks back tonight after an 18-game absence due to a broken hand. And that is what is trending now.
Get you ready for Game 2 of the series against the Tigers. Join us at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
See, Wolf, tell me this is not good walking out of the bullpen closer music right here.
Yeah, it's pretty good. There's no doubt. Who is this?
Lincoln Park.
Lincoln Park.
And it's got that ominous start. It hasn't even really gotten going yet.
Yeah. Are you going to pot it down, Rick? Really?
Now it sounds like Corbin Carroll rounding second base.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Yeah, that's nice.
See, if Joe Ross, if he had that as his entrance, now it's just gone. If Joe Ross had that as his entrance music, he wouldn't have given up a run yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No?
Yeah, that's just me.
Imagine the stadium. You said pick
and
your
by the way,
music.
hang in there, Joe. Honestly, you know what's one bad outing does not make a career.
It does not. But it would be good to bounce back quickly from that. I wouldn't let that linger for a few games.
It would be nice.
All right, so speaking of, we're a few games into the season now. We were talking about this yesterday coming out of the Dodgers series. It's not like the bullpen was bad numbers-wise against the Dodgers, but it did let 2 games slip away. Now, again, it's against the Dodgers, so take it with a grain of salt. Well, yesterday, not everybody, but a good chunk of the bullpen was bad against Detroit. Diamondbacks still won the game, but Ryan Thompson couldn't throw a strike, which is unlike him. Joe Ross couldn't get an out, and it basically took Juan Murillo coming in and finally shutting the door in the 7th inning, and then Paul Sewald looked really good in the 9th inning. But the bullpen's been uneven through the first 4 games.
Yeah. Listen, the Diamondbacks were up 8-0 based on Ron Wolfley reporting. They were up 8-0.
My sources.
Suddenly, you watch that 7th inning and you were thinking to yourself, man, this is very, very impressive. This is going to be a very impressive win by the Arizona Diamondbacks. And then all of a sudden that bullpen went out there and it was an absolute disaster. There is no other way to say it. All I could think of as I was watching it was, run! Everybody run! Man, it made me think we're in a bit of trouble. What happened in that 7th inning, a disaster. And that, I do wonder, if some teammates, if some players actually get together and as they're eating lunch the next day, kind of look at each other and go, man, that was scary last time, wasn't it? I mean, just seeing that, the way the bullpen kind of exploded. I'm sure they have conversations, and players understand that stuff like this happens, Basin Orleans. They do. They get it more than anybody else. Players typically understand that failure, especially in the game of baseball, oh my goodness, failure is going to happen to everybody. Especially, again, in the game of baseball. So I think they have great compassion for what happens from time to time, but you can't have this turn into a trend. 1's a point, 2's a trend. You don't want a trend, let alone a pattern.
No. Here's Torey Lovello after the game.
We got to eliminate that one bad inning. It's happened a couple times to us in LA, and we're going to figure that out. And when we do, we're going to get on some really nice runs.
Were you a little concerned in that setup? A little concerned?
Yeah, man, I was thinking the same thing everybody was in the stadium, right? And I was just grateful that Juan Murillo came in there and dialed it up and got the job done. He got the soft contact with that ground ball. But yeah, we got to be better. I don't know what happened. We're in there chopping it up right now, trying to figure it out, and we're going to coach up the guys that had a little bit of a grinding moment in that inning. That's what we do.
Murillo was huge, and it was good to see that bounce back because he took a loss in L.A. in the game they probably should have won.
Yeah.
But if you're watching this team and you watched this team last year, if you watched the team last year, you're very sensitive to bullpen issues. The bullpen's ERA through the first 4 games, Wolf, is 8.16.
Is that good?
It's not good. It's not good.
Yeah.
And again, early, yes, but 8.16. Gink's got a 4.5. Juan Murillo's got a 9. Taylor Clark's got a 27 ERA. Now, he bounced back nicely last night.
That was great.
It was. And
I love to see Taylor Clark do that.
Joe Ross has a 32.4 ERA.
Yes.
Now, again, Paul Skeens has a 67.5 ERA in Pittsburgh, so it's early, but I don't think it's unreasonable if you're a Diamondbacks fan to be sensitive to the bullpen because of what happened last year and the fact that there wasn't like a clear cut, here we go, this is how it's going to look going into 2026. It was more of we're going to put this together on the fly.
You know, it was one of the things that I really enjoyed about the game was the way that it was 2 completely different games, Basinonians. It really was. It was the situation where the Diamondbacks got off to that 8-0 lead, and they looked dominant. They were dominating throughout the entire game. It felt that way up until the point of the 7th inning, and then all of a sudden it fell apart, and it looked like they were going to give it all back to the Tigers, and they were going to end up losing a disaster game. And then all of a sudden they got out of it. To your point, Juan Murillo got them out of it, and they were falling apart, imploding before our very eyes, and it was 8-6, and suddenly they got out of it, got out of that 7th inning, and then you had Ildemaro Vargas with 2 outs step up and hit 1 out.
Yeah, that was nice.
431 feet. He crushed that ball into left field. Hit 1 out.
It was nice to see the offense kind of bail the bullpen out late in one of these games because the offense has been setting the tone. They set the tone against the Dodgers, and then they were just like, all right, see ya.
And especially with 2 outs, to me, I thought he was the player of the game. If I had to pick one player, it'd be Ildemaro Vargas. Not Corbin Carroll, not the Predator. If I had to pick
Soroka?
one, even Soroka. At that point, this game was on the line.
Yeah, it was.
When it was 8-6, it was on the line. And Ildemaro Vargas went out there with 2 outs and said, boom, gone. And all of a sudden, everyone went, okay, now it's 9-6. And, man, to see Taylor Clark go out and Paul Sewald actually close, and both of them went 1, 2, 3.
It did feel like there was a little bit of a shift, which is huge because can you imagine if they had blown an 8-0 lead yesterday and we were in here talking about a 9-8 loss?
And being 0-4 on the season.
Because they had some brutal bullpen losses last year. And if you're looking for impressive things about the Diamondbacks, it was that they still hung around and they were essentially in the wild card race until the final week of the season last year, despite games where they would be up 6 and lose. It looked like it was going to slip away.
Yep.
It wasn't just, okay, the Tigers scored a few runs. No, it was 8-0. Then it was 8-6, and there were a bunch of guys on base, and Ryan Thompson couldn't throw a strike. And the next 3 guys that Torey Lovullo went to were Juan Murillo, who just lost a game in L.A., Taylor Clark, whose ERA is now down to 27, and Paul Sewald, who is a wild card as the closer right now based off of what we saw last year. But Murillo and Clark and Sewald combined for 2 1/3 of no-hit innings, shutout innings, and that's 2 holds and a save right there.
Yeah, just don't call Paul Sewald the closer, Basin Earnings. Don't call him that. All right? He doesn't want to be called that. But he did close last night. Didn't you, Paul?
Felt like a throwback. Here comes Paul Sewald.
Boy, he got jacked up a little bit, too. You see him do the crab, quick little crab right there.
They needed that. All right, when we come back, talking Suns magic with Kevin Ray. It's Game Day with K right next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss! Oh, Canada! An immaculate inning for Michael Soroka here to finish out
D-backs Tigers. Game 2 live from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 truck month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. ATR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar for dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Hey, it's Gambo. Men over 40, this matters. If you're working just as hard as you always have, but your body isn't giving you the same return, less energy, slower metabolism, weight that won't move, that's not about discipline, it's biology. After 40, things change. The same habits don't get the same results. Most guys just push harder, more caffeine, eat less, try to outwork it. But willpower isn't the problem, support is. That's why I like M-Drive Boost and Burn. It's built specifically for men over 40. Steady energy and metabolism support without extremes. No hype, just real support for real life. M-Drive Boost and Burn is now the #1 men's health supplement at Sprouts, and Sprouts is one of the strictest specialty retailers in the country. If you're over 40, don't ignore it. Go to mdriveformen.com and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first purchase. That's GAMBO at mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom. And catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever.
Quick shout out to Fountain Hills. What's going on, Fountain Hills?
Yeah, what's up, Fountain Hills? Brah.
That's not where the Suns will be tonight. The Suns are going to be in Orlando. That game tips off in just under 3 hours as we're hooking things up with Kevin Ray here to look ahead to that game tonight. a team that the Suns played a wild game against earlier this season. Their only other meeting, obviously, with them is the game that went to double overtime. It's the game where Dillon Brooks got hurt. It's the game where Jalen Green could not hit a shot until he hit the game winner, and right at the end of double overtime. And it was one of those games that that does stand out this season. You know, you have zero rivalry with Orlando, but it's a game that stands out because of those reasons I just threw at you. A double overtime, buzzer-beating win, and you lose Dillon Brooks in the game.
Yeah, man, it just seems appropriate, doesn't it?
That he's coming back.
It seems so appropriate that he's coming back. It's kind of like there was a time-space continuum problem that existed in between that in regard to those two appearances by Dillon Brooks. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all comes together.
All right, we got Kevin Ray joining us right now from Orlando on the Arizona Sports Line for Game Day with K. Ray. What's going on, Kay?
Sorry, guys. I was trying to catch that last ride, over at Space Mountain before I got on the call with you. So,
yeah, that's understandable. It's understandable. It's been a ride without Dillon Brooks, but he is back tonight. We were just talking about this, sort of fitting that the team he gets injured against, he comes back, and that's who he's going to return against in Orlando. How quickly do you think the Suns will be able to get Dillon Brooks back as not just into the lineup, but like in a normal rotation and in sync with Jalen Green and Devin Booker?
yeah, and maybe it's just the optimist in me and what I want to believe, but I don't think it will take. I don't think it'll take a long time for him with those particular guys you're talking about. I think the biggest challenge and adjustment is going to be kind of Jordan Ott and the rotation, around that group. And, look, he's had a number of obstacles thrown at him and had to, as he's talked about it so often, find solutions on the fly. And I think that will, be the one thing that, and they could create, a few minor hiccups, a few bumps. But I just think the way that Dillon plays, him having played as long as he did with Book, with the rest of that unit, having played with Jalen, and granted it's a different system, I know that, but I don't think it'll take long for that trio to find a rhythm.
You mentioned it right there, the rotation once again, and trying to figure it out. Can I ask you this crazy question? Do you think Rasheer Fleming is part of the rotation right now?
I mean, how could he not be, right? Even coming back fully healthy, and nobody wants to get Wally pipped, but when you're looking at the minutes that he would be taking, it's one of the reasons they went out and they got a Haywood Highsmith, that you got an Amir Coffey, and those are still two veterans versus a rookie.
Right.
But I think for the time being, when you consider what Rasheer has done, played the entire fourth quarter last night, guys.
Yes.
That doesn't happen by we have to have him out there because we don't have anybody else. No, he's making a difference. You look at his plus minus, all of the intangibles that he brings to the floor. So the long answer to your question is yes.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, people that follow this team and have followed it for years and years, and certainly Suns fans, you look at the totality of the season and you say, man, Devin Booker's been great, but we also know he can be even better. Then you look at this month, and he's averaging 28.5 points per game, and I know there's more to his game than just scoring now. This is not, the first or second year of his career. But I just we look at this team from all these different perspectives and, what's going to happen when this guy comes back and what are they going to do in the front court and how are they going to defend it? How much of this, when they throw the ball up in the air and what is probably a play-in game against the Clippers, simply comes down to Devin Booker taking over meaningful games?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it still remains a huge part of it, but I also think that we can't forget that sometimes you want to see him take over, and by taking over, I think a lot of players will tend to force stuff, and as we know, that's just not Book. But if they are whole, if they've got everybody healthy, well, then it makes it a heck of a lot tougher if you're a defense trying to load up on Devin Booker, because now we've seen Jalen Green getting him the rhythm, right? He's hit a game winner, came against this team. ironically. You got Dylan Brooks back. So you've got other guys, and you go back a few weeks when fans, I think, were a little frustrated when, Book wasn't, kind of forcing the issue. But he tries to play the game the right way. But at the end of the day, if that opportunity presents itself, he is not going to be afraid to put this team on his shoulders in late-game situations, especially when it is playoff time.
Kay, how difficult is this back-to-back game against Orlando? How difficult is this going to be for the Suns tonight?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a challenge. You can't get around it. Every team has them. It's not the first one the Suns have had. I thought it was, one of the reasons why it was so important for Book and Jalen to not be extended into the fourth quarter and have to play, 38 minutes to scratch out a win. And, it also bolstered, I think, that unit that was on the floor in the fourth quarter and reminded them, look, this is what we're capable of. And I know it's against Memphis, but all those little things matter, especially now when you're coming in against a team who is I can't imagine them not playing an absolute desperate kind of game. I mean, they just got absolutely embarrassed in their last outing. When you give up 139 points and you score 87, you give up an NBA, first 31-0 scoring run in the loss. So I think for the Suns, more than anything, it's ready for that first kind of thrust and burst from Orlando, because I'm sure that they've gotten an earful in the last 36 hours.
Yeah, we're talking to Kevin Ray. What do you make of this Orlando team overall? Because in the standings, I mean, they're obviously in the East, but they're in a similar spot to the Suns. They're only 2.5 games behind the Suns if you just go overall league record, and they're right there. They could still feasibly catch Atlanta or even Toronto for the 5 or 6 seed, or they could drop all the way down to the 10 seed in the Eastern Conference. So like you said, they still have a lot to play for too.
They absolutely do. It's been a really weird, funky season. I mean, there have been more than, a few reports about Paolo Banchero and the relationship with his coach, Jamal Mosley. Their general manager came out like 12 days ago, and spoke openly about how poorly the team was playing. The fans knew it. He knew it. The players knew it. Just an interesting vibe coming out of here. And I think there's a general feeling that if they don't get things turned around and make a strong playoff push, that we are likely looking at the final days of Jamal Mosley. And now it comes down to the players, right? When you get in that situation, how much pride are you going to take in just you being a professional in trying to go out and, win a game and achieve success here in the last 2 weeks of the season?
Okay, your thoughts on Amari Stoudemire being inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Couldn't be more thrilled for Stat. Just everything that he meant to the Suns organization, obviously, the success that he and they had together, and the rest of his NBA career. We always love having him back. So absolutely stoked to see, another former Sun going into the Hall of Fame.
Okay, it's always great to talk to you.
Enjoy
Enjoy the rides in Orlando.
All right, boys. Be good. See you.
Right,
You too. That's Kevin Ray joining us from Orlando, and 2.5 hours to tip off. So he's getting ready for the game there now. Early starts, certainly.
Yeah, that back-to-back schedule's got to be rough.
Yeah. These road games on the Eastern in the Eastern Conference, I was looking at Book's numbers specifically through February, and there was that stretch. And this probably fits what people always say, right, where your role players don't play as well on the road as they do at home. There was that stretch earlier this month where the Suns went through Indiana, Toronto, Boston, and Minnesota. And in those 4 games, Devin Booker had 148 points. Like, he will take over in situations like this. He had 36 last night. All right, when we come back, we'll go around the NFL. Jordan Tyson spoke at ASU's Pro Day on Friday. We didn't get really a chance to react to that. And it kind of brings up the question. We were also invested in where Cam Scatterby went last year. Do you feel the same way about Jordan Tyson this year? We'll hit that and some other NFL stories next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
My bold prediction is Ryan Nelson makes the All-Star team. I think he's that good.
That plays into, and the stat, if you missed it, 69 pitchers who have thrown at least 200 innings as a starting pitcher. 69.
Okay.
Ryan Nelson is 18th among them with his 3.20 ERA.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Your dollar-for-dollar Arizona tax credit donation makes it possible. Visit miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
The future stars of the LPGA return to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course the week of April 27th through May 3rd at the Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic. The tournament is holding its annual Cocktail and Craft Brew Fest, offering all ticket holders free beer samples from 1 to 4 p.m. on Saturday, May 2nd. Come enjoy samples from your favorite craft brewery while taking in world-class golf. General admission and hospitality ticket packages are available now at CarlisleLPGA.com. Tickets starting as low as $12.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to ESPN's Shams Charania, Phoenix Suns legend Amare Stoudemire has been elected to the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame class of 2026. Stoudemire will go into the hall with WNBA legends Elena Delle Donne and Candace Parker, as well as longtime NBA coach Doc Rivers. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for back-to-back wins tonight at Chase Field against the Detroit Tigers. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the D-backs, while Casey Mize gets the ball for the Tigers. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns take on the Magic tonight in Orlando. Tip-off is at 4 with pregame coverage starting at 3 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Suns will get Dylan Brooks back tonight after an 18-game absence due to a broken hand. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Diamondbacks got in the win column with a nearly dominant performance against the Tigers. With Tommy Lloyd to UNC rumors, it's a nervous week for Arizona fans, and new ribbon boards were causing problems for D-backs fans on opening day. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, probably a good time to go around the NFL. Since it's not just the Cardinals drafting here in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I'll start. Actually, I'm going to start with Aaron Glenn and the Jets talking about their quarterback situation on NFL Network.
It means to have a bona fide starter come in and lead this offense to where it needs to go. Listen, he's done it, a couple of years. I mean, those years in Seattle when he was, I think, comeback player of the year. Man, he was up for MVP early in the season. There's no doubt in my mind that we brought a competent starter here in this team. I look forward to him getting in the building.
So just to be clear, Geno Smith is the starting quarterback.
No doubt about it. He's our guy.
All right, Geno Smith is their guy. There's also a quote from earlier today that says, Aaron Glenn on Geno Smith, quote, "He's the guy that's going to lead us to the promised land," unquote.
Wow.
And you can imagine the comments from Jets fans in response to that post.
Yes. Yes. Obviously, he's had a stint there before, and it did not go so well, especially the parting of the ways, shall we say.
Uh-huh. And most of the comments back are, "By promised land, do you mean Arch Manning?" That's
okay.
Most of the responses are
great.
from Jets fans.
Yeah, that's a little rough on Aaron Glenn. I really like Aaron Glenn. I really do. I loved him as a player and like him as a coach.
Jordan Tyson was at ASU's Pro Day on Friday, and he was asked what differentiates him from the other receivers at the top of this draft.
I would just say, like, the care factor. I don't like getting covered. I don't like care for people. I just have a care factor. I care during the day and during the week and stuff like that. So, yeah, I just say the care factor.
It's, I don't know. I mean, we'll see how the actual draft plays out, but it seems more and more like Carnell Tate is projected to go off the board first before Jordan Tyson. But I also feel like you've heard a lot of people say if Tyson hadn't dealt with injuries, he would be the first receiver off the board. Malachi Lemon is getting into the mix too from USC. I mean, there's some good receivers in this draft. But I'll ask you this, Wolf, because when Scadaboo got drafted last year, I remember watching closely because I was like, I don't want this guy to go to the Seahawks or the Niners. There's like a few teams you just don't want him to go to. With Tyson, it's a little bit different. I just want him to go to a team with a quarterback. But I, as somebody with ASU ties, am as invested in where Jordan Tyson goes to Camp Scadaboo. So I'll ask Rick this as well because, now you look back at that year where they went to the playoff. With Levitt leaving the way he did, it feels like Tyson and Scadaboo were kind of the faces of that run.
Yeah, for me, just the way that Camp Scadaboo plays the game of football is, that is my vibe.
He got Philly fans.
I love Jordan Tyson. Absolutely love Jordan Tyson. I think he's going to be an excellent pro But for me, again, the Cam Scatterbo thing, if we're comparing the levels of investment that we all have into this, for me, it was Cam Scatterbo to watch him. Yes, he was taking 105 overall, Basinonians, and not 104. No. 105 is what he was taking overall. And at the same time, and I'm being a little facetious here, Basinonians, but to watch him go out and play the way that he did and then suffer that horrific injury, I am the biggest Cam Scatterbo fan right now. I'm more invested in him than any other player that is out there that isn't an Arizona Cardinal.
Rick, where are you on this? How invested are you on where Jordan Tyson lands in the draft?
I'm very interested because I just don't know how teams are really viewing his injury history. Like, I think that they could view it as a big negative or just be like, whatever, we're still going to draft him high. He's too talented. And so I think he could go anywhere from like top 7 to like late in the first round.
But like, do you like, who's your least favorite team? Is it Philly?
Dallas.
Okay, Dallas. Like, would you be upset if he went to Dallas?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Right, that's pretty different.
You know, I'm not going to be
Dallas
upset about it.
Dallas and the Eagles.
Okay.
No.
Those are
Giants, I'm like, they're fine.
Because with Scatterbo, it'd be kind of cool if he went to the Giants. You'd have Tyson and Scatterbo there. I mean, that would be a fun team.
Yeah, that's not bad.
With Malik Neighbors and Jordan Tyson at receiver. And that'd be
for me, team. I just don't want to see Jordan Tyson going to the NFC West.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, don't want to see him. No way.
That's where I was with Scatterbo.
No way.
I didn't want to see him as on a team that was going to play the Cardinals twice a year. With Tyson, it's a little bit different because he's a receiver. I don't want to see him end up on Cleveland. Like, I don't want that for him. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen a few mocks where he goes to the Chiefs. I'm not a Chiefs fan, but I'd be pretty happy for Jordan Tyson if he was catching passes from Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad option for him.
No.
I think he's going to be an excellent pro. I really do. I think he's, the injury thing, I do put a little bit of stock into that. I do. But
I think teams are too.
I don't think it has to be a situation where he's going to be one of these guys that is always banged up in the NFL. I just hope he has a great career because I love the kid.
He was also asked what his conversations with NFL teams have been like so far.
Yeah, it's a lot of similar questions, like where he came from, how he grew up, why he went to Arizona, why he went to Colorado. So it got pretty repetitive, and I just kind of try to not shoot myself in the foot. That's all I was trying to do. That's what I keep telling everybody.
How long does it take to shed that label, if he has it, of being injury prone or injured or whatever? You get in the NFL and you play like a rookie season, you play 16 out of 17 games.
Yeah,
before they move it to 18.
I was going to say, for the most part, never.
Really?
Yeah, once you have that narrative, you've got to go prove it. And every time you're going to get hurt, which happens in the National Football League.
Yeah.
Would you say it's a physical sport? And sometimes people get hurt. Yes, they do. But you get hurt, you could have a totally legitimate injury, and somebody will say, well, what, they knew that coming out of ASU. He was a guy who was banged up all the time. Even if you suffer a serious injury, all of a sudden it's because of, your past.
Because it's something that happened in college.
Exactly.
Yeah,
which is just crazy.
That's interesting that it takes that long, or maybe you can't shed that label coming from college. Like, I would understand if you get to the NFL and you don't play much your rookie year, and then your second year you miss a couple games, and your third year you miss most of the season. It would be tough because that's on the NFL radars and everybody's seen it. But you would hope if Tyson goes out there and plays 17 games as a rookie and misses maybe one game in his second year, that would kind of go away. I was looking at that NFL.com draft that we were talking about yesterday, where they have the Cardinals taking Maui Noah at 3 and then trading in to take Ty Simpson at 25. They have Tyson going third among receivers to the spot where I don't think he'll fall past, actually, number 21 to the Steelers, considering his
man, I'd love it if he goes.
His connections with Hines Ward. That would be a great fit.
I would love that, man.
I love throwing him the ball.
Jordan Tyson, wide receiver, Arizona State.
A big play receiver who made himself known during his 2024 campaign. Under the tutelage of Hines Ward, Tyson became one of the top receivers in the country heading into the 25 season. Injuries were a bugaboo during his college tenure, but when he was on the field, he was nearly impossible to cover. His stronger frame, quickness in short areas, and incredible catch radius make him a cut above the rest. Plus, he's willing to do the dirty work and block on run plays. NFL comp, Green Bay Packers wide receiver Christian Watson.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
I just don't see him dropping past 21 because if he gets to there, Hines Ward's going to be like, I've been working with this guy. You want this guy. So.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, Hines Ward.
Helps to have Hines Ward in Tempe.
I think it's going to be good. I think this is going to be a situation where ASU is going to get more and more very talented young men to be wide receivers because of Hines.
How many? I mean, they're going to have some players drafted in this draft. Everybody looks at Tyson, and I get it, and that's your first-round pick, and maybe Hanachor sneaks into the first round too. But they're going to have quite a few players at Pro Day that are either going to get drafted later in the draft or are going to get like free agent rookie deals. So this has to be one of their bigger years. Like ASU puts a first rounder in every couple of years, or maybe like a second rounder, but just in terms of quantity of players they're going to put in the NFL, this has to be one of their biggest years here coming up. All right, when we come back, got to play around and staring at the Suns, and Brandon Pfaadt is making his first start of the season. So what's on the line for him early on this year with that rotation spot on the it's up for grabs, I guess. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You gotta fight for your right to
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
John Morosi from the MLB Network and MLB.com joining the show.
Is the bullpen going to be an issue for them?
Bullpens are volatile. Sometimes they can be volatile in the good direction. They have a lot of work to do, no question about it. At least with this lineup, it should be an exciting team you can dream on a little bit. Torrey's one of the best managers, I believe, in baseball, who does a great job of getting the most out of his team. And I think that early season is going to certainly put that great managerial acumen of Torrey to the test there early on for the D-backs.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. If you're having neck or back pain, then go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. I can tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, I've used them myself, and they are fantastic. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue. And then they back that with proven success and trust. The DISC doctors often train doctors from all around the world on best practices and techniques as world leaders. That's right, they all come here, Basinonians. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
There is nothing nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially heading into vacation season. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery and a long recovery, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results, and today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office, and your consultation is free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
Well, I think this one's kind of easy tonight, Wolf. We've been playing Staring at the Suns all season long. Usually I pick a player. I'm going to go ahead and say Dylan Brooks for this one tonight, making his return to the Suns lineup against the team he got injured against 18 games ago.
Well, that's a really good one. It's going to be impossible not to see Dylan Brooks. But can I say, I want to see everyone else around him. Just how noticeable is the impact going to be on every other Phoenix Sun around him? Because once again, it was one of the most notable things about Dylan Brooks when he started the season, of course, with the Phoenix Suns, and watching the Phoenix Suns go out and shock the rest of the association with the type of team that they were. They were playing so incredibly hard on the defensive end of the floor specifically. And to watch them evolve that, even without Dylan Brooks, they're still a pretty good defensive team. I want to see everyone else around Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks is definitely going to be the spotlight, the guy you're going to keep your eye on, the son you're going to stare at. But I really do want to see the impact he has on his teammates.
Well, there's an interesting ripple effect. I mean, it's a good point, because if you said I couldn't pick Dylan Brooks, I think my next answer would be Colin Gillespie. Not only because he couldn't hit a shot last night until the end when he could, but also because he is one of those guys that seems to have taken his game to another level. I don't want to say just because of Dylan Brooks. That's not fair to Colin Gillespie. But he plays off him well. Like, he feeds off his energy, and they feed off each other's energy. So Gillespie would be my second choice, but you're right. It's like, okay, how does Jalen Green look now with Dylan Brooks and Devin Booker out there? I like I said earlier, Book's just going to be Book. I mean, he's going to be the guy trying to keep it all together, but it's just hard for me to believe he will allow his game to get disrupted, because he's been doing this and he knows what he's doing. But it's going to take a little time here to figure out how to put everybody together and maximize your pieces, so it's not just, okay, yeah, Brooks put up some stats or Jalen Green put up some. How do you have the best chance to win games with this group?
Yeah, I agree. You mentioned Jalen Green. You brought him up, and Basinonians, I will tell you, there were a couple of times on the defensive end of the floor that I was thinking to myself, man, that's not Phoenix Suns worthy from Jalen Green. I honestly was disappointed. I enjoy watching a player away from the ball, watching him go wherever he will go, whatever he's doing, whether it's offensively or on the defensive end of the floor as well. Just go ahead and watch a player. And there were some times where Jalen Green looked absolutely exhausted and didn't give the kind of effort that I thought I've seen from him in the past. And I'm wondering if this is, once again, something that is a topic of conversation. And it's a classic example of why leadership is so critical once again, and why you need guys that are willing to walk up to their teammate, not coaches, not front office personnel, not owners, but guys that are teammates that are willing to walk up to a guy one-on-one, not in front of people, make a scene, just one-on-one and go, look at me. You're dogging it. You're dogging it on the defensive end of the floor. We need you. Knock it off.
So over to baseball. Michael Soroka's performance last night was good enough that they're not just talking about it here. They're talking about across the league, right? 5 innings, 10 strikeouts, no runs, an immaculate inning thrown in there, just the 4th time the Diamondbacks have ever done that. The other reason why it becomes something to keep an eye on beyond just last night, if you're a Diamondbacks fan, is Merrill Kelly's going to come back here at some point. And when he does, the perception going into the season was kind of like, yeah, we got to see how this plays out. And look, you know how baseball works. I mean, it's tough to keep everybody healthy, but if everybody's healthy and Merrill Kelly comes back, probably Soroka would be the one most likely to move to the bullpen. I don't know if that's the case. Certainly not if he's going to pitch like he did last night. We had Alex Weiner in here earlier, and I think he's spot on. Erod, they probably really don't want to put in the bullpen considering how much they have committed to him for how long, and he's supposed to be a starter.
Yes.
So obviously Gallen's going to stay in the rotation, and Ryan Nelson's going to stay in the rotation. If you say Erod's going to stay in the rotation too, then it's essentially Soroka or Brandon Pfaadt when Merrill Kelly comes back. Soroka, if you want to read anything into it, was the number 4 starter, not the number 5 starter. I don't know. It feels like there's a little extra on these starts for Pfaadt early in the season. He's starting tonight.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. Is this a nice problem to have right now, especially when, Corbin Burns is the guy that you're waiting to actually come back? Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting to see how this evolves. But for me, it's a nice problem to have, frankly.
Yeah, it is. It's don't get me wrong. It's a nice problem to have, but it puts a little extra. There's an extra storyline to Brandon Pfaadt here with these early.
Just want to see Brandon Pfaadt. We've talked about this. Just want to see him actually go out and establish some form of consistency, as opposed to an all or nothing proposition. And I think. We can go out and watch him go out there in maybe 5-6 innings, whatever it might be. It seems like Torrey is pretty bent right now on 5 innings for a guy getting his first start of the year. But it's going to be interesting to see how he handles it and whether or not he has a blow-up inning, because that, I think, has been the bane of Brandon Pfaadt.
Yeah, and they, you're not going to read too much into anything. Not like, oh, you have to win tonight because you can't win tomorrow. But just know, tomorrow, early game. But it's Skubal's pitching for Detroit. It's probably the toughest pitcher in baseball to beat right now.
Yeah.
So, but that'll be Gallen against Skubal tomorrow. It's Casey Mize for Detroit tonight.
So you're saying if you wanted to win the series, this would be nice.
I'm just saying it's easier to win tonight's game than it probably is. Not like Mize is bad, but he's not Tarek Skubal, obviously. Also, I was looking at the Cy Young odds, and again, so early in the season, Skubal's the heavy favorite in the American League, as you would expect. Paul Skeens is not the favorite in the NL.
Wow.
I don't know if it's just because of that one inning with O'Neill Cruz or what, but it's actually Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies who is the favorite in the National League.
Yeah.
So
the O'Neill Cruz, was there any blowback on that? I mean, I saw it myself. I did. I saw it, and I could not believe what I was watching. But I haven't followed up on any of the blowback.
I haven't heard it a ton. But I will say this: I'm also, now that I'm looking at these odds, Corbin Carroll is 7th in NL MVP odds.
Oh,
Tell you, I would put him a lot higher than 7th. And I would actually probably put Yamamoto higher in NL Cy Young because that guy might win 24 games just by pitching okay in that lineup, right? And he's better than okay. So, but yeah, so it should be a good one tonight with Brandon Pfaadt, and then we'll have a short show tomorrow leading into the Zach Gallen start against Tarek Skubal. But a chance to win their first series of the season tonight if they can get that win against the Tigers. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass for Wolf. I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch. There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Homeowners, did your home expire on the market unsold? It happened to more than 30,000 sellers last year. Now, spring is here when homes can sell for more money, but you need the right agent. Call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Carol has thousands of buyers in waiting and proven systems to create demand for your home. That's why she can guarantee in writing to sell your home at your agreed to price and time frame, or Carol will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree to price and possession.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION. SweetJames.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and, of course, electrical. Phoenix Suns look to get a third straight win tonight. They are taking on the Orlando Magic, second game of the back-to-back as well. But there's good news. Villain is back. Dylan Brooks, his first game since February 21st. He's officially off of the injury report, as is Grayson Allen. He missed yesterday's game as well. Mark Williams, Amir Coffey, and Haywood Highsmith, they all remain out. Tip-off is at 4. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 3. Yeah, blink, and we're going to have Phoenix Suns coverage right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Other Suns news, Amari Stoudemire has reportedly been inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. Reports say the class will be headlined by Stoudemire, Candace Parker, Elena Delle Donne, and Doc Rivers. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, fresh off of win number 1 of the season, have Game 2 against the Detroit Tigers tonight at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt makes his season debut opposite Casey Mize. First pitch is at 6:40. Coverage will start at 6. That'll be over on ESPN 6:20 a.m. and on the Arizona Sports app. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Well, I'm sorry to do this because my voice is not doing so well, so I'm just going to say, straight up 2 o'clock.
Oh, boy.
On this Tuesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Gambo, what's up?
Burnsy, what's going on?
Sorry about that. It'll come back. It'll come back in a couple days. I feel fine.
I've got a pseudo version if you want one.
Yeah, we
this one right here.
On this Wednesday afternoon.
We can make that work.
It's going to sound like that. It's going to sound like what slipping on ice sounds like.
I got home from the game last night around midnight.
Yes.
Right, late game. But then I was obviously in the locker room after the game was over and everything. And by the time I got home, I was like, I think I kind of got a little bit of a sore throat. So I woke up early in the morning and Chelsea gave me some like Dayquil. So I wasn't feeling great either.
It's going around. It's going around.
No,
yeah,
I was like, oh no, because I remember yesterday you were like, I think I'm going to do the show tomorrow, but I don't feel so good. I'm like, oh, I feel great. And then last night I was just I didn't feel great after getting home last night.
You just the kids on the other side of the glass are now begging you to stay home. Just don't come in unless you're not.
No. I feel good. I felt like I feel good now. Like I just had like a little sore throat when I woke up. It's better now.
I feel fine, but I can tell my voice is just not all the way there yet. Yeah. So I'm not gonna destroy.
So I think just for your sake, I think I'm gonna go with the Bronzino tomorrow.
Okay.
Instead of the steak. I've just heard the Bronzino is the Mediterranean grilled Bronzino is pretty good.
Okay.
So the Rah Room sent over the menu, and I'm like, okay, I think I know what I'm going to order.
Oh, is that the text you sent me yesterday?
I sent you a text. Yeah,
you said okay. So but I only saw a couple items on it. Was that there was just like
the whole menu? The whole menu's there, and I kind of just let them know. I think I'm thinking either the calamari or the shrimp for the appetizer.
Okay. Tomorrow's
the kale and the goat cheese salad.
Okay, lovely.
Could be really good.
Fantastic.
Then instead of the steak, I think I'm going to go with the Bronzino.
I think the grilled Bronzino.
Nice Mediterranean fish. I always like Bronzino.
Fantastic.
It's a little bit cheaper than the steak, so I was like, Burnsy will be happy.
I'm grateful for that.
It's less expensive than the steak, and then I might top it off with their ice cream sundae.
Yum. Yeah. I'm going to have a salad.
Yeah, they got a steakhouse burger for like $33.
I'm gonna have a salad and a glass of water. Would you like anything else, sir? No, I'm good. Do I get free breadsticks with this? Because I just want the salad and free breadsticks. That's it. Tomorrow I'm paying off this lunch bet to Gambo. You'll be able to see all about it at ArizonaSports.com. We're going to have our video crew out there. The lunch bet about the Suns. We'll have more about that tomorrow. But I'm glad, Gambo. Thank you for going with the less expensive fish option. I
went with the. I think I'm going to go with the fish. It'll save you like $25.
I God bless you, sir. God bless you.
Yeah. It's a breakfast on me in Italy.
Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Ball game over. It's a roller coaster win for the Diamondbacks. but they take down the Tigers in their home opener by a final score of 9-6. I mean, check your calendars. Carroll, the offensive hero, Seawald, the save, and the Diamondbacks get their first win of the season.
That game gave us a lot to unpack
Oh,
today.
my God.
There was a lot of moving parts last night and a lot to talk about.
Yeah, it was. I mean, obviously, it looked like it was going to be a bloodbath for Arizona. They were up 8-0. The offense looks absolutely fantastic. You know, what we talked about yesterday is you got to keep scoring. They got their 2 runs in the first, and then they decided to score 3 more with the 3-run Corbin Carroll. Just a bomb. Just a freaking bomb. Now you're up 5-0. And then you get another run in the 5th. And now you're up on the Alec Thomas RBI. You're up 6-0. Okay, pretty good. And then you get to then you make it 8-0 in the same inning, right? Lawler gets the RBI walk, and next thing you know, you're up 8-0. You're like, okay, you're just cruising along, and then in comes Ross for less. I called him that last night. I don't know why I did.
Yeah, okay.
Ross for less. Yeah, Ross for less, and just implodes. Just absolutely implodes. Like walk and RBI double. And then an RBI single, and then another single, and then a 2-run double, and then a single, and it's like, oh my goodness! I even asked, I asked Lovello after the game. The first question I had in the press conference, I'm like, you don't have a lefty in the bullpen. What was your thought process of leaving Ross in there to face Keith? Because at that point it's 8-2, and there's some traffic on the bases, and you don't want a base hit because if it gets to 8-4. It's a baseball game, and it ended up getting 8-5 because not only did he leave him in for Keith, he left him in for Green, and Green singled. And I asked Torrey about it because to me, I would have gotten Ross out of that freaking game. Like I would have got him out of that game. He was a disaster. Not as bad as Ryan Thompson, who couldn't throw a strike to save his life, but Ross was really bad. And then Torrey's explanation was Loaizaga was down. Jack Summers asked me, too, in the press box, like, how about Loaizaga? I go, you're not going to throw Loaizaga 3 out of 4 days. You're just not going to do it. This guy, there's guys with injuries. People ask me, why didn't Soroka pitch the 6th? Because he was at, 90 pitches. He's had a series of really bad injuries, too. Like, you're not going to bring, for the first start of the year, you're not going to have Soroka throw 110 pitches. So you went with Ross. I just would have got Ross out of that game earlier when it looked like he didn't have anything, but they left him in because – he felt like he still had a comfortable lead, and he was trying to not use 6 guys in the bullpen.
Yeah,
I get it, but Ross was terrible.
With an 8-0 game, who could blame him for thinking that? I mean, that's what Ross's role is down there, is to be the long guy and be able to cover multiple innings. And it was just he probably should have got him out there a little sooner than he did. But Thompson was no better. And to your point, the 2 of them combined threw 39 pitches in the 7th inning last night. Only 16 strikes out of the 39 pitches. It was brutal to watch.
At one point, Ryan Thompson had 11 balls to 1 strike.
Yeah.
My goodness.
2 balks clearly threw him off. I think he was in his own head a little bit. I'm not looking to make excuses for him. That was a really subpar performance, obviously. But getting called for 2 balks, I think, affected him and bothered him or whatever. The Ildemaro Vargas home run was huge.
Huge.
It just, I mean, even if it was only one more run on the board, at least it was a run late in the game. It let everyone breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief that everything was going to be okay. I thought that was a big moment for them to score a run late in that game. I do think it was nice to see Juan Murillo have a bounce-back moment after the Dodgers series. Taylor Clark have a bounce-back moment after the Dodgers series.
Yep.
Even Kevin Ginkel have a bounce-back moment after the Dodgers series. And Paul Sewald was ridiculously efficient in his 9th inning save. I mean, even that extra 2 miles per hour on 2 long flyouts, but I never really, it seemed easy. There were no runners on base. There was, no real damage done there. That 2 extra miles per hour on his fastball seemed to make a little bit of a difference. But I thought the Vargas home run was huge. And then, of course, what can you say about Michael Soroka? We're going to have him on the show at 2:30. That was the kind of debut that has to give them something to think about. Like, okay, wait a minute, what are we going to do when Merrill Kelly returns here in a couple of weeks? Because that was
Torrey wouldn't touch it last night.
I don't blame him.
He wouldn't touch it.
I don't blame him for not wanting to give anybody anything to chew on about that, because it's not fair to take that moment away from Michael Soroka in the moment to already start speculating about when he's going to get bounced from the rotation. But behind the scenes, yes, it's a conversation that's going to be had. It probably already has been had.
Yeah, it probably has, but they're not letting anything on because I think they want to see how. Now, Fott has an option, so you could send Fott down, or you could just make Fott a bullpen guy if he doesn't pitch well. But what if he pitches well today? What if he goes out there and throws you 5 innings and does very well?
And I think this puts a little pressure on Brandon Fott, by the way, to pitch well tonight.
Sure, good though. But that's good.
Absolutely,
push each other.
Rising tide raises all boats. All that thing.
Of course.
And the other thing about, there were a lot of things about last night. It was good to see Corbin Carroll pull side power, hitting that ball hard last night, because that was the one thing about that surgery that everybody said, be careful, the power is kind of the last thing to come back. And I'm not saying he's all the way back, but he smacked those 2 balls. And that was very pleasing to see, knowing that he's, 7 weeks removed from that surgery, and that power stroke seemed to be back.
Yeah, Verlander was terrible, by the way. Just absolutely brutal. But, yeah, Vargas singles and then Lorla singles, and then there's 2 outs, and Corbin Carroll hits that mammoth home run. I mean, it was high and it was deep, and it wasn't a line drive home run like you see. It was one of those. That ball was up in the air, and it was really high, and it just carried and carried and carried and went out of the ballpark. And the roof was open last night. And that thing just kept going and going and going. It was a tremendous shot. It put them up 5-0. You felt, really good about their chances there. And then, when they made it 8-0 with that
play at second base and the review, that was great. That was
fantastic. My God, it was so great to hear the fans say save.
Yeah,
they were just excited to see the replay. So excited to see the replay, and the umpire got it wrong. And I look, from my press box view, where I could see about 80% of the field. I was able to see the play.
You were fine in the second row. You could see everything, can't you?
I know. I'm just teasing.
Okay.
I'm teasing. I was able to. The only thing you can't see now is you can't see, like, the Tigers dugout. So you can't see if a pinch hitter's coming on deck or anything like that. So you can't see. You used to be able to see the entire, both dugouts. But now you can't see the Tigers dugout. So you have no idea, like, who's on deck or if anybody's going to pinch hit or reactions and stuff like that. But when they made it 8-0, you're like, oh, this is great. I mean, this is just, taking the Tigers to the woodshed. They were just clobbering their bullpen. And then, it kind of sucks because it should have been one of those runaway games, and they made it close enough to where, I mean, let's be honest, you shouldn't have had to bring in Taylor Clark. You shouldn't have had Paul Sewald shouldn't have had to pitch.
No.
Now, it is good to get Sewald out there and let him pitch an inning because it's, you want to get him. He's only thrown a third of an inning so far, so it goes out there and throws that inning. So, but they did have to use a number of bullpen guys, which they were hoping to not.
And cheeseburgers, Cactus Road and Tatum Boulevard, today from 4 until 6. And when you're there, you can enter the Ultra Suns fan giveaway. Your shot at 4 tickets to the Suns and the Rockets on April 7th, plus an exclusive pregame on-court experience. Learn more on the contest page at arizonasports.com. When we come back, the villain is back tonight for the Phoenix Suns. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. That is a high fly ball out to deep right field. Carpenter going back. He is at the track. He is out of room. It is gone. Halfway home to the cycle for Corbin Carroll. It's his first of the year, and it's 5-0 Diamondbacks to the bottom of the second.
D-backs Tigers. Game 2 live from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
Love telling you about Lifeguard Imaging, and they got a great thing going on right now. They offer the incredibly, potentially life-saving scans, including a full-body scan that I personally did, which is tremendous. Lifeguard has really stepped up in a big way for our listeners. Right now, you and someone you love can get a couple's heart scan for just $69. It could be you and your wife or your husband. It could be your brother. It could be your father. You get a heart scan. It's more than $1,000 in savings. The scan can detect early plaque buildup in your heart vessels before small problems arise. Could save somebody's life. It really can. I'm sure you got a lot of people out there you care about. A heart scan for you and someone you love for $69. I mean, come on, that's no money at all. They're not making any money off of you. They're just making sure that you're serious about it by offering $69 for a heart scan. But they really want to give you the opportunity to save your life if there's something wrong. I had a full body scan. It's tremendous to do. These scans are quick. They're comfortable. They only take 3 minutes. There's no claustrophobic tubes. There's no needles. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other, and do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620, and I will get you all of that information. Text SCAN to 620-620.
Giving hope to children in foster care doesn't cost you a dime when you redirect your 2025 Arizona tax liability to Child Crisis Arizona. The qualifying foster care tax credit allows you to contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Give now and change lives forever. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. Visit childcrisisaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I want to tell you about Liberty GMC because anybody who knows SUVs and trucks, GMC, that's all they make. They make the best trucks. They make the best SUVs. And if you go to Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time, libertygmcaz.com, you're going to find that every type of SUV you would ever want, you're going to get an incredible deal on right now at Liberty GMC. You can get a 2026 Terrain, brand new, for just $239 a month, or you can take $6,000 off if you're going to buy it. You can get a 2026 Acadia for 3.9% financing, or $4,750 off that. And if you're looking for something a little bigger, the 2026 Yukons, they're arriving daily with leases as low as $799 a month. Mid-size, full-size, now is the time to get a big-size deal at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
This has got to be a first.
What?
Have we ever done What's On Tonight in the second segment of the show? Ever?
Good night, everybody.
It's almost that close. What's On Tonight is 2:15. We've got a little bit of a short show for you. And because we've got Michael Soroka joining us at 2:30, and because we've got D-backs on deck at 2:45, we're telling you what's on tonight at 2:15. So, Gambo, what's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union.
Pay those bills, Burnsy.
Explore the benefits of taking on the Orlando Magic at 4 o'clock. Pre-game coverage begins at 3. Mitch will step in here for Here Come the Suns. D-backs Tigers at 6:40 tonight. You'll hear that on ESPN 620. Brandon Fott, Casey Mize, the matchup there. That's what's on tonight, Gambo. Tonight.
Okay.
Or today.
Okay.
Also,
wow, that's quick.
Yeah,
that's quick.
It's a little bit of a short one today. And of course, a shout out to our audience in Queen Creek for joining us as well. Appreciate it there in Queen Creek. And good to see Gambo on the video. We didn't have anything. Good.
Yeah, asked me to jump on the video. So, yeah, I'll jump on the video. I'm working from home today.
There you go. Good to see you on the video.
I'm going to work from home.
Let's talk about the Suns game that's coming up because Dylan Brooks, as you'd been hinting for a while, he is back. He is going to be playing tonight for the Phoenix Suns. Away we go on this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I always love when a report comes true. We reported last week that Dylan Brooks would be back in either the first or second game of this road trip. Even hinted yesterday, right? We even hinted yesterday that I feel good about some information I was getting. I feel good about Dylan Brooks is going to be out there. So we had talked about that on the show yesterday. We even put it on social media. We felt good that Dylan Brooks was going to be available today. And then the word came down after the game that Dylan Brooks would play tonight against Orlando. Good sign. Good sign. Get Dylan Brooks back in the lineup. Start to get whole. Mark Williams will soon follow. Not tonight, but I think in the next couple of games you'll get Mark Williams back. You've won a couple games in a row now. You took care of business against the Jazz. You took care of business against the Grizzlies. You want to get Dylan Brooks back into the fold, and Mark Williams too, so you can start to get back to full strength.
Yeah, and you don't have a lot of time to do it. Only a handful of games left. You're still maintaining your lead over the Clippers. They have a game against the Portland Trailblazers tonight that could go a long way in kind of solidifying everybody's role. As we talked about yesterday, there is no danger of the Suns falling out of the 7-8 matchup. It's just a question of whether they're going to be 7 or whether they're going to be 8, and whether that game is going to be in Phoenix or whether that game is going to be in LA. But the gap between 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 is so large, especially for the Suns, it's just hard to envision them falling into that trap. So it really is going to be, and it starts tonight, it really is going to be about reincorporating Dylan Brooks, getting him comfortable, getting him up to speed, and then hopefully, to your point, Mark Williams' return is not that far off. They play Charlotte on Thursday, the Bulls on Friday, I believe. Is that correct? Saturday. Sunday? Bulls on Sunday. Okay. Charlotte on Thursday, Bulls on Sunday. Hopefully Mark Williams is back for one of those games, so then they can start figuring out what their starting lineup is, who's coming off the bench. You got to get these guys playing together. Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and Devin Booker have played 5 games in 41 minutes together on the floor. You got to fix that starting tonight. Your potential starting lineup of Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green, Royce O'Neal, and Mark Williams has not started a game and has played only 11 minutes together on the floor all year long. All of those things need to be fixed over these last half dozen games or so.
Yeah, there's no question. You want to play good basketball too, right? You want to, you want to win these games. You want to peak at the right time. You want to go into these games. You played a Jazz team that doesn't have anything to play for. I mean, the Memphis game, last night, you took care of business, right? I mean, you won the game by 20-something points, 25 points or so. Memphis kind of made a little bit of a run, kind of kept close a little bit, but they were able to really put that game away late and get that victory. You can't, even without Dylan Brooks and even without Mark Williams. I mean, you didn't like that it was a 4-point game at halftime. You didn't like that it was 65-61, and it was back and forth for a while in that second half, and then eventually – in the fourth quarter is when the Suns were able to pull away. So I didn't like that it was so close for so long. But they had a big run. They had a 19-6 run. It put them up by 15. It put the game away, and they took care of business when they needed to.
I watched that game this morning because I was at the D-backs game too last night, I didn't love it. I'm not going to lie to you. I want to put that one in the rearview mirror as soon as I can. I thought their defensive effort was really, really bad for the first 3 quarters of that game. I thought Memphis really revealed themselves for the tank job that they are, pulling a lot of their guys in the fourth quarter in a game that they could have kept competitive. They could have tried to win. They don't want to win. They didn't have a whole lot of their guys available anyway. The ones that they did that were very good, they didn't play very much in the fourth quarter. So there was a lot about last night's game that I like the fourth quarter. I like the fact you didn't have to use Booker or Green or O'Neal in the fourth quarter. That was fine. You save them for tonight against Orlando. But there was a lot of poor defensive effort in that game. And I also think that Dylan coming back, I can't wait to see what he injects into this team that I feel like has really been running hot and cold the last few weeks. And that is their defensive intensity. Sometimes it's there. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's better. Sometimes it regresses. Not that Dylan's even the best on-ball defender in the world, but I want to see if some of that intensity and desire to defend returns when Dylan Brooks returns.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you want to see when Dylan Brooks returns, but more to your point, the most important thing is, you want to get back to playing the type of basketball that created the identity of what we looked at when we watched that basketball team play, and we're like, okay, this is the identity. This is how they play. This is what the Phoenix Suns are. They're going to take care of business. They're going to do what they need to do, and they're going to play hard. And so, yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, that was important to do. the physicality in which they played with all of those things that define them for the first 50 games of the season, maybe. Yes. Some of that went away after the first 50 games. You're like, okay, that's not the Suns we're used to. That's not. So, to your point, I agree. I mean, you want to get back to playing the type of basketball that gives you that identity, that makes other teams weary of you, that makes other teams feel that you're a threat because of how hard you play.
Again, real quick before we take it to a break, we'd be remiss in our duty if we didn't bring this up. Congratulations to Amari Stoudemire, who today was elected to the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. Becomes one of nearly a dozen, if not more, of players and coaches who have been associated with the Phoenix Suns to get elected to the Hall of Fame. But congratulations to Stat. That's a really cool honor. He got the word today that he's going into the Hall of Fame, and that's very, very cool considering that he was a five-time All-NBA player with the Phoenix Suns, led him to a couple Western Conference Finals, a few Western Conference Finals, teaming up with Steve Nash and Sean Marion. Now I got to get Sean Marion into that Hall of Fame, too.
Oh, the Matrix, yeah. No, great honor for Stat. I mean, my first memory of Stat was when we were at a Diamondback game and he was sitting in that front row with Jerry Colangelo, like, okay, they're going to draft Stat. They're going to draft Amari Stoudemire. They're going to draft that kid. I don't know if you remember that. He walked into Chase with Jerry Colangelo, sat in that front row, and I'm like, oh yeah, that. Kind of like at that point, you're like, okay, I think that's the guy they want to draft.
He was a beast, an absolute beast. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, he was immaculate last night for the D-backs, at least for an inning. In his D-backs debut, he was spectacular. Michael Soroka joins us next here on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Royce O'Neal will do the inbounding under the basket to our right. And a throw all the way into the forecourt. Oso makes the catch. Gives to Booker for a deep three at the horn. And he banks it home. Wow, what a play.
A nice road win for the Suns as the playoffs draw near. More Arizona Sports reaction is yours on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
The other day, I'm driving into work, and I passed by a billboard for Global Credit Union, of which I'm so happy to be affiliated with. I initially got with them because my car loan is with them, and then I realized that there's so much more about Global Credit Union that we really should be doing more of our banking with them. Their commitment to their members is real. Their commitment to saving their members money through better rates and lower fees, and in some cases, no fees. It's very, very real. But this billboard sort of reminded me of something else, one of the other benefits that come with Global Credit Union. 24/7, 365, live U.S.-based customer support. You're not going to find that with a whole lot of banks. Think about everything I just said. 24/7, 365, live, U.S.-based customer support. That is yet another benefit that Global Credit Union offers that you're just not going to find in other spots. There's so many reasons for you to join, and it's so simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches and experience it for yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Every morning starts the same. You're digging through piles of clothes, can't find what you need, and your closet still feels too small. That's not a space problem. It's a design problem. Space Solutions designs custom closets that maximize every inch. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years running, family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home closet design consultations. Spring availability is limited, so schedule yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Sanderson Ford Truck Month. That's right. It's Truck Month right now. The Ford F-150, 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on all of the remaining 2025 models at Sanderson Ford. Again, the Ford F-150, 0% for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on all the remaining 2025 Ford F-150s. They've also got a great deal going on the Bronco Sport Big Bend, $289 a month for 36 months on a lease payment. That's right, you can lease the dealership that's service built. All you have to do is check them out. They are online at sandersonford.com or visit them on 51st Avenue in Glendale.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns look for a third straight win tonight. They're in Orlando taking on the Magic. And good news, the villain is back. Although we never really phrased that as good news, but this time it is. Dylan Brooks, his first game back since February 21st. Grayson Allen makes his return to the floor as well after missing yesterday's game. Mark Williams, Amir Coffey, and Haywood Highsmith all remain out. Tip-off is at 4. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 3, a literal half hour from now, right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In other Suns-related news, Amari Stoudemire has reportedly been inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. Reports say that the class is headlined by him, Candace Parker, Elena Delle Donne, and Doc Rivers. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, fresh off of win number 1 of the season, have Game 2 against the Detroit Tigers tonight at Chase Field. Brandon Pfaadt will make his season debut opposite Casey Mize. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can catch the game on ESPN 620 a.m. and the Arizona Sports app. And a big part of that win last night was the man on the mound. 5 innings, including one of them immaculate. Michael Soroka, Diamondback starter, joins Burns and Gambo right now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Yeah, every week, Clubhouse Call-In with a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And after last night's game, no offense to anybody else who did well for the Diamondbacks last night, because a lot of guys did. But there's nobody else that we'd rather have on after last night's game to talk to here on Burns and Gambo than Michael Soroka, who 5 brilliant innings last night in that game, one of which was very immaculate, which is such a beautiful word to use for it. And joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo show, Michael Soroka here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Congrats on the debut, Michael. That was very, very impressive.
Thank you, guys. Thank you guys for having me today.
Yeah, absolutely. I was at the game. I was in the clubhouse afterwards. I heard your press conference. It was everybody's talking about the immaculate inning, but I don't want to start with that. I want to just start with how dominant of a performance you had for 5 innings. You were strong throughout that game. I thought every time they got somebody on base, first inning you got the ground up by Torkelson. You go to the 3rd inning and you're able to come back with the strikeouts to Green and then Torkelson again. Just talk about the 5 innings and how good you felt throughout that start.
Yeah, I felt pretty good. I think obviously the first one of the season's a big one, especially in front of the home crowd. It was fun to get the home opener, and they showed up for us. And I said in the post game last night, it's always easy to play when everybody's there and they pack it. And again, it was a good atmosphere, and also helps when our boys put up a couple early and. You see some guys just absolutely giving around the bases. It's always fun to watch Corbin do it, especially now on this side. I said the same thing to the boys in the clubhouse afterwards. The energy this lineup brings is contagious, and just looking to get that back in the dugout. So, felt good, and Gabby and I executed a good plan and actually made it through the lineup the first time without, seeing too much else as far as cutters and changeups go. So. Once we started mixing those in a little bit, it felt like game almost got easier as it went on.
Now, in the press box, we sit there and, okay, you struck out the side. You get Baez, you get Carpenter, you get Torres. It's the fifth. First thing I'm thinking is, you're right around 90 pitches. You're probably done. You're not going to throw more than that in your first start. So that's what everybody's thinking at that point. And then you think about it, like, okay, you struck out the side on 9 pitches. That's that immaculate inning. There's only been a few Diamondbacks pitchers. I think this is the 4th one in their history. Did you know immediately when the inning was over that you had accomplished that, struck out the side on 9 pitches?
Yeah, I knew the pitch before. I've actually come to the last batter a couple of times. I think in the minor leagues, maybe once in the big leagues, and knew it the whole time. And this time I didn't until the last pitch. I knew kind of coming down to it. Again, the crowd got a little bit louder, and obviously when you have the chance to strike out the side, I think they do that as it was. But it was things were rolling, and I wanted to go down with a good offering in the zone, and it worked out. So pretty.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, I apologize. I cut you off. I'm sorry. I thought you were wrapping up. My bad.
No, I was just going to say, we were not chasing the finished result there, and I think that's probably why it worked, is that I wasn't quite aware of it the whole time, and it's just kind of a special place to be in.
It sounds like there were a few people who weren't aware of it the whole time. From what I understand, Gabby didn't even know about it until after you got back into the dugout. From what I understand, Torrey didn't know about it. Everyone knew you struck out the side, obviously, but to do it in that way is kind of special. It sounds like one of those things where even those in the game weren't entirely aware of it until, look at what, right? Like it's one of those things where you have to be paying very, very close attention in some ways to know that you're doing it. It's a little easier for you than somebody else, but a few people were kind of unaware until after the moment was over.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a pitcher thing.
Yeah.
I think, Torrey said that our pitching coach yelled immaculate right after it happened. And it's one of those things where as it's happening, I think everybody kind of turns and looks at each other and doesn't really want to say anything or just put it into existence, I guess. But again, it's something that I think we're all aware of. Usually after at least the second punch out, when you go 3 straight twice, I think most of us are aware.
Did you notice Randy Johnson sitting like in the 4 or 5 rows up, right? He did it in 2001. Wade Miley had done it, and then Bong Young Kim, a relief pitcher for the Diamondbacks, were the others. Did you notice Randy at the game watching you pitch?
I didn't until I was out. I saw it on the TV afterwards. That's pretty cool, obviously. And obviously, he's a legend everywhere, but especially here. So it was pretty cool that he could be there for that one too.
You pitched so well for the Chicago Cubs last year, and our producer's a big Chicago Cubs fan, Lauren. But, when you got traded over there and you pitched so well, I think a lot of people thought, oh man, they're gonna find a way to keep you. You were incredible, for the Cubs, but they decide not to. You signed with Arizona. What was it about the Diamondbacks that made you want to sign here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the end of the year last year, dealt with a little injury and kind of shortened my time with the Cubs a little bit, unfortunately. But this offseason, it was about being a starter again. Was a big thing, and making sure that I got the opportunity to do that. And, we'd added a couple of pitches and hopefully gave teams something to look forward to. And the Diamondbacks reciprocated that feeling right out of the gate. And, their entire front office kind of shared the same view as I did. And also doesn't help that I live here. So this team, again, was one of the most difficult teams I had to pitch against the last 2 years. They gave me a really tough one in 23, where I said I thought they were the best team in baseball. Again, it's still much of the same lineup, and it's just an electric team to play for. And as soon as they came calling, it moved really quickly.
Michael Soroka is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show after his debut last night. I was also at the game, but I was sitting in the stands, and I kept noticing on the scoreboard, slurve, 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 slurve. I saw that word pop up on that giant Jumbotron. It felt like 100 times. And then I was amazed to read afterwards that you can actually control, to a certain extent, how much of it is a slider and how much of it is a curve. And I really have to ask you about that, because that seems to be an amazing ability to be able to have if you can harness it. Tell me how you do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of it's just feel for where it needs to be in the zone, swing and miss. Not a ton of it is completely intentional. I think sometimes it shortens up, deeper in counts, as I need to keep it in the zone. shortens up, gets a little firmer, and that's kind of probably why they just listed it slurves, because there's just a good bit of variance. But we're starting to learn that variance in a pitch is pretty important, especially now in the days where hitters have traject. They can see your pitch averages over and over again, but if they say my average curveball is this, but a hitter sees 3 different versions of it, it just gets harder to hit. So obviously we got it in zone later in the game. That helped a ton, and that's going to be a focus with that pitch going ahead is keeping it in the zone. But again, it's just a feel aspect to it, and not trying to make it really big and really nasty on every single pitch helps kind of hone that command in with it as well.
When you spoke a couple of weeks ago, and we were looking at, okay, they had, when you signed, Zach Gallen was not here, and then they brought back Zach Gallen, and you're starting to look at a numbers crunch when you say, okay, there's 6 starters, and you were adamant that I'm a starter. You pitched in relief for Chicago last year, and I think all but one of your outings. But for the most part, you've been a very successful starter. You were adamant that you want to remain a starter. So I'm going to ask you, how important was that outing last night for you to prove to everybody in this organization that that's where you belong as one of the 5 starters in this rotation?
I mean, obviously, again, it's one outing. Obviously, it's nice to start with a good first impression. There was a couple in spring training that weren't that awesome. There was a couple that were pretty good. So it was kind of just about figuring out and kind of finding a lane with what we wanted to execute for a game plan. And I think, again, we need starters throughout the course of the season. I don't think there's an organization in baseball that can get through a whole season with just 5 starters. You typically look at it at the end of the year, and it ends up to be 7, 8 guys. So again, it's just something that is always a good thing for an organization to have some depth. Have the ability to even tease a 6 man is okay. I think most organizations would love that ability to have. So again, what they do is completely up to them. My job is just to go out there and get as many outs as possible. And again, work deeper in games the next time's out. That would be great too.
Michael, congratulations on what you did last night. It was fantastic. We appreciate the time for joining us today, and we look forward to talking to you in the future.
Okay. Thank you guys so much for having me on.
You got it.
Thank you, Michael.
Michael Soroka, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
He was great.
Yeah, he was good. He was really good.
He was great.
Good interview. That was a lot of fun. When we come back, now it's on you, Brandon Pfaadt. How are you going to follow that up? We'll preview tonight's game next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Murata, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 Truck Month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back.
File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app. Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
To hydrate or caffeinate? Why not both? New Sonic Refreshers blend real fruit with a splash of energizing green tea. Try it sparkling or still in 3 mouth-watering flavors: berry citrus, mango peach, or strawberry passion fruit. You've earned it. Seriously. Carried all your groceries in one trip? Turned your clothing pile back into a treadmill? Parallel parked on the first try? Sip to that. All new Sonic Refreshers. Live free, eat Sonic. You wanna live free?
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, it sounds like Liberty GMC is making some big plays.
You've got it, Dave. During our Slam Dunk Savings event, the 2026 GMC Train is a real MVP. Right now, you can lease a brand new 2026 Train for just $239 a month or take up to $6,000 off. And if you need a little more space, the 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases as low as $799 a month.
So start your deal today at Liberty GMC. Online all the time, LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Diamondbacks baseball coming up later tonight at Chase Field, Game 2 of the 3-game series against the Detroit Tigers. 6:40 first pitch. Now you'll hear that game on ESPN 620 tonight. We have Suns basketball coming up here in just a little bit on Arizona Sports, but we preview the game for you anyway because it's going to be a good game. Brandon Pfaadt, the pitching matchup for the Diamondbacks, the starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks, as today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com. Pfaadt gets his first start of the season tonight for the Diamondbacks. Gambo, he is opposed by Casey Mize, the right-handed pitcher for the Tigers.
Yeah, really interesting start here for Brandon Pfaadt, especially coming off of the incredible outing that Soroka just had last night, because as we've talked about, I mean, there is eventually, when Merrill Kelly comes back, what we're going to look at is somebody's going to have to go to the bullpen. And Torrey doesn't want to think about it right now. We just asked Soroka about it, and I don't think he wants to think about it. He's just saying just one start. But, you know, you're not going to have 10. You don't have 10 starts to judge these guys by. You've got 1 or 2 starts to judge these guys by before Merrill Kelly is back, and then you've got to make a decision.
Yeah, and because of that, it does put a little bit of pressure on Brandon Pfaadt. Not to necessarily duplicate what Soroka did last night, but to make his case, you know, and there's a decision out there to be made. I think the easy assumption is that it's going to be Soroka. I think last night challenges that a little bit and gives them something else to think about. So because of that, it is certainly a big start for him. As far as Casey Mize goes, last year for the Tigers, he was good. He was 14-6. He had a 3.87 ERA. He had 139 strikeouts in 153 innings, in 149 innings pitched, to only 36 walks. They like him, and he had a good year for them last year.
Yeah, he's a talented young pitcher, and one of the guys that A.J. Hinch is really, really counting on. You know, so you saw Justin Verlander as their number 4 guy last night really struggle, so they're going to have Casey Mize see if he can pick it up a little bit. Casey Mize has a lot of talent. He's a guy that's had had some really good spring outings, so they're very excited about some of those. But in the end, the ERA this spring was 7.04. So there was some things that he was working on, trying to get better at. But he's a guy that has a lot of talent. He just hasn't really put it all together so far.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. There are no new injuries for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The one that came down yesterday was Pavin Smith going to the IL with some elbow inflammation and Jose Fernandez being called up. I will tell you that Jose Fernandez is in the lineup tonight playing at third base and batting sixth for the D-backs. A little bit of a different one that they're trotting out there tonight. Marte, Carroll, Perdomo, 1, 2, 3. That's the same. Moreno is hitting fourth, but he's the designated hitter tonight. Alec Thomas has been bumped up to the fifth spot in the lineup after the way he's only batting 200, but he's hitting the ball hard.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hard contact from Alec Thomas, and that's got him a little bit of a promotion in the lineup. Fernandez is getting his first major league start tonight at the hot corner for Nolan Arenado. He's batting sixth. Santana is at first. He's batting seventh. James McCann handling the catching duties tonight. Lawler remains in the ninth spot in left field. So a few changes in that lineup tonight that will be very interesting to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, Nolan Arenado ended up getting a hit last night. He was 0 for 2, and then he got the base hit. And at that point when he was 0 for 2, he was 1 for 13 on the season. You're starting to say, okay, this is a struggle right here. He's got to be better. And you're not going to play him every day, right? Because of the age, you're not going to play him every day. So Fernandez gets the opportunity today to come in, and he could be a big part of their future. So all eyes are on him and what he can do after a good spring.
17 homers last year for AA Amarillo. He had a great Cactus League. He hit 280, had an 840 OPS. He stood out offensively. He stood out defensively. He's young. He's 22. There's going to be some nerves out there for sure. He only played one AAA game, and I was kind of curious if Torrey was going to slow play Fernandez a little bit. Maybe he'd be a DH at first so he could get his feet wet, or not a defensive replacement necessarily, but an inning here, an inning there. No, second day with the big league club, throw him right out there, throw him right in the deep part of the pool, and see if he can swim his way out. And given how they feel about him, I'm excited to see how he does. It'll be really curious to see.
Yeah, that's why yesterday was just, okay, get a feel, take it all in. Not going to put you out on opening day with the festivities and the flyover and the sold-out crowd, and get a day, get adjusted. You're up here for a reason because we had to put Pavin on the IL, but just get settled in and you'll play the next day.
And that's something else about tonight's lineup, too, that I'm a little curious about. Moreno is the DH, only because his bat in this lineup is an important bat in this lineup, and yet he can't catch every single game, and especially with day games, night games, things like that. But they want to keep that bat in there. I know when Gurriel comes back, he's going to get a lot of those DH opportunities from the right side of the plate. But I got to imagine to keep Moreno's bat in there, he's going to get a few too, just so they can make sure that he doesn't always have to sit on the days where they need to start another catcher and rest him up a little bit.
Yeah, I actually talked to Torrey about it a little bit yesterday. And even just like projecting when Gurriel comes back and the lineup and who's going to get the DH opportunities, because they got a lot of guys. He give a rest, give this guy a day, give that guy a day. You got to figure it all out on how you got Vargas, you got Tawa, Gurriel's going to come back. You want to get your catchers out there. You want to get Fernandez. You don't want Fernandez here and not bat. You want to. If he's going to be here, he's got to get those at bats. So this is something that they've got to figure out because they got a lot of options, especially with the DH available.
The MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. The Diamondbacks, like just about everybody else in the NL West, 1-3 to start the season. The D-backs, Rockies, Giants, and Padres combined are 4-12 to start the season. They're all 1-3. The Dodgers got their first loss of the season last night. They lost to the Guardians. They're 3-1 on the season. There are no undefeated teams left in baseball. Everybody's got a loss so far to start the year. The Reds and the Brewers are off to 3-1 starts. The Nationals, the Mets, and the Marlins are all off to 3-1 starts as well. So it's early, but it's never too early to take a look at the standings and see what's going on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And most important thing here, right? Coming off of that Dodgers series, try to win this next series. Try to win. We've talked about it. The Dodgers are going to sweep a lot of teams. That's how good they are. But you don't want to start off 2-10. You want to win some games. So getting that win last night was important. Now you want to win the series against the Tigers.
Let's get you a key to that right now here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
All right, my key to the game is I was doing a little bit of homework on Casey Mize, the starting pitcher for the Tigers today. The slurve, Burnsy, which we've talked about. Last year, that was a project for him, but it became one of his best out pitches, especially against right-handed hitters as the season went along. Opponents hit just .232 and had a whiff rate of 30% against it, and it hit just .167 against it in September. So be careful of the slurve.
All right, that's your key to the game, and that's going to do it for Burns and Gambo, but we'll both stick around for Here Come the Suns, so stay with us here on Arizona Sports.
You're still here?